这个我最讨厌的日子又到了，我宣布，2020年愚人节取消，
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2020年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2020年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2026年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我动。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in for the Last Chance qualifiers. My name is Severio alongside Recreatives. We're into the Nbpl Stage 2, post-Stage 2 into Last Chance qualifiers. We're reaching to Grand Finals, trying to get up all of the solos players outside of the realm of, being in the latter half of the lobbies. But going into this day, we are going to get the chance and seeing how that turns out. CA, how's it been going so far, dog? Like, how's it been so far in the league?
It's chilling. It's been good. It's been good. We crowned our Stage 2 winners last week. Mike was able to take that. I wouldn't say that was in the cleanest fashion personally. I think Mike still, even himself knows that it was a good win, obviously, to have under your belt. But, I'm pretty sure he went right back into the lab right after that. And now, last chance qualifier, I think he is safe now because he did end up taking a lot of ranking points off of that. So he will be competing in our spring finals. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, today's last day of last chance qualifier, right? Day 2. Pressure's high, so it's another good day for me. I love when there's a lot on the line. I mean, this season the stages have been cut in half. We don't have 4 bi-weeklies no more. We only have 2 stages. Technically, it is shorter by 2 weeks, but you guys don't understand the gist. But overall, yeah, not a lot more time to play. A lot more pressure on the line every single day you're playing. Not pressure is these trit stops though, and what I'm looking at is that Palm Blossom and that Nether Sight right there for the 120. You know when they got some heat like this, you got to get active. You got to be on the Twitch shop to get those drops because, you get those little kill animations right there. Those are clean when you're playing the video game. But yeah, Severio, it's been very, very fast with how this season has started off. I would say big changes throughout the whole structure of the whole league as well. You drop players as well. You got 8 players now, so it's been a lot of changes into this stage for the 2026 season. And now last chance qualifiers, if you're in here, it's going to be a massive day for you to try to qualify for the finals, which that is the big one of the overall season. Obviously J-Cup is that massive tournament end of the year, but these finals for the spring split and for the summer split is what all these teams work very, very hard for. The stages / bi-weeklies, whatever you guys want to call them now, have always been a little cherry on top of the sundae, but the big ice cream is going to be that grand finals, and we're going to see who's going to make it there today for the finals next week. So that's in 2 weeks.
Absolutely. The crazy thing too is kind of seeing where the players are after the losing outs and majority of the weeks. I mean, when you get locked out of the lower bracket round 1, that being the lowest point in which you can't compete, and you get a little bit of ranking points here and there, it forced you into the lobby that we had last Thursday. For a lot of these players that were kind of coming through here, I'm gonna say it as it is, a lot of these losers, right, they'd had to end up going through last chance completely, because they got knocked out a lot of times. Now what's going to happen next is kind of seeing these stragglers and how they operate out. For Ruo, right, he was a player that I was thinking, man, this guy is getting hammered down inside of the lobby. Even Ron, for instance, had a good chance and just kind of showcased himself in stage 2, but not to the point in time where he was going to be in today's games as top 4. But putting himself aside, him and Ruo were able to kind of take the lead in the lobby on the last chance qualifiers, and then they were one of the top 2 picks that would surprise. They come out on top with flourishing colors, make it look easy in terms of qualifier, coming out of there. Pace was also just on the cusp of it, almost getting himself with HM to kind of see about whether or not that player was going to make it through. But unfortunately, RW's HM not making it through for this is going to be one of those few players, one of the 4 completely eliminated. And coming out of this, this is going to be a group that's going to be a heavy standstill, man. I mean, we got some heavy hitters. The fact that we have WFG's XY in here, man, the fact that he's in this group, diabolical. I think it's going to be a rough lobby for sure, because once you get into the standings, I mean, he's one of the martial arts dual competition players, right, which is going to be part of our versus rounds. He's one of the most feared ones because he's bringing out some, just unsanitary choice picks. You don't really think he's going to be bringing the Viper Ning into a choice, but when the Fairy Shen has to go up against it, there is no ruling against her. She will be able to knock you down. But that's a one and done. If it comes down to XY getting his role in the competition, if he's picking himself up in the first fight, whether or not the other player is going to be recognizing the fact that they're going up against XY, they will have a chance in looking at this as we stand over here for the remaining standings. And this is where I was talking about. We lost Arano, we lost TT25, we lost Life Flowers and RW's HM, right? First off, SKG's Arano and TT25 are veterans into the scene, and getting them knocked out from Wufong, Pace, Ruo, and Ron means that we are losing furthermore some of the old players that have been here in the league far longer than some of them on the top board.
And this is where the most polished players are up right now, right? You trying to fight for that top 4, to fight the top 4 in 2 weeks. I mean, like you said, this is a powerhouse of players already in today's lobbies. And yeah, it reminds me like last week. I mean, last day of solos for last week before our final, it was like Burst, Spider, Frost. I forgot who else was there. It's just like top 6 players like in that lobby. And you know, today we got J-Cup winner Wufong here today. XY, arguably top 4 player in the league right now, I would say. Like, he's been having some really good stage days, but you know, if you're not able to close out and gap the chip, you're put into these last chance qualifying rounds. And I really love this format because yeah, you can be in that middle of the pack, you know, top mid of the pack, and really just cruise your way and try to win stage finals. But if you're not winning, you still gotta fight for your life when it comes down to the finals, which, you know, you see XY, which, you know, we've seen the insane player that he is, and he's still here today trying to make it to the top 4 to compete in the finals in 2 weeks. And you know, our martial arts solos, right, it's been getting active here, Severe. I'm not gonna lie, it's been very fun to see the martial arts and seeing how it's been evolving throughout the whole stage in this year. But yeah, what we say, just the Aquas is being very strong with fist blades. We've seen Temmy's staff as well. Been very surprised. I feel like we would see a lot more flying knives in solos, but we see more nunnies, you know? Like I feel like the nunnies is just a lot better in this instance from what we've seen. But yeah, it's gonna be lit. We see the whole lineup right now. Ron against Wufong Frost, against Pace, Wang Liang against Ruro, Ajiao against XY. It's another full day of action, and you know, we're starting off high. It's 4 in the morning for me, but I'm ready.
I ain't got the cafecito, bro. He's on standby. What's crazy is that we're gonna pull ourselves across this board. I mean, Matt's. I was trying to you gotta make a shorter version of this martial art duel competition. Nah, man, that's too many letters, too many words. I'm gonna call it Mad C, bro. Mad C, just MADC. You know, even there's a hyphen before the D and the C. You know, no state capital. What's gonna come up through here is that on this fight, on the fighting grounds, right? This is the last time we're going to see some fights in the martial arts solos, at least for what the players are ready to go forth before grand finals. This is going to be a 2-week break before us, you know, before we finish with tonight. I mean, this is the last time we're going to get these 1v1s, and I love to see new 1v1s. So one of the best additions across the board. But one thing is that for the attrition of this, right, with the pre-proposed ranking points that come into today, I mean, these players are taking some points in here ahead of time, right? Wang Liang has 4 points. Wolves' Ron has 0.5. The amount of points that you'd have to take yourself into here means that you'd also have to just be the ones to take it out on top. But if you're already at a 3.5 difference of kills, right, or 3.5 difference in terms of score line, the amount of points that you can take from this, not a lot, right? It's 2 points, but it can make the difference if he gets 1.5 in terms of placement points, and then all of a sudden he's matched up with Wang Liang. I mean, he's just one good kill, and then boom, he's good, right? The one thing about top 4 is that getting 0.05 in the ranking points and placements across the board means that you'd also be able to kind of carry over any sort of the value that you'd want to get if you were in the middle of the scoreboard. But having the opportunity right now, what's going to be kind of the case is that this patch is going to be played out for the finals, most definitely. Shout out to the XY fans out there here. But the one part of that is that if any single one of these players decides to just test things out, I mean, sure, why not 1v1? Because when they go up against Spider, they go up against Mike, they will go up against Verse, and not today, but they're going to be able to kind of test things out and seeing if they work against key comps, right? Variation, if the choice is right, Variation with the staff, or even with the nunnies to the extent, or even coming down with the you know, the dagger shows up, or we just get more of those Zyra nunnies, get some more of those Oculus fist blades. Those are the primary 3. If you're able to kind of go around that, that's crazy. This man got that got the IG photo, bro, on standby. It's crazy. Got the DM. She posted it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that would be a way kind of going off of that. I want to make sure we can kind of bring out the topic, right? If we get any sort of, you know, ringer-dinger choice picks, these guys have one spot in this, but this is going to be the most this is going to be the most, you know, pertinent fact. This is going to be the limit testing on just making sure that those 3 choice picks are the definite ones.
100%. For me personally, I don't think today's a test day, you know what I'm saying? Because you're fighting for your life, like I said. Like, if you don't, if you do not win today, you don't play for, like, I believe 2-3 months. I don't even know how the MSC is going to work for the mainland. But this is the end of the spring split, you know? It's going to be a long downtime if you don't make it into the finals. You know, you got to try to get the reps in as much as possible to prep for MSC. That's just, you know, you just keep it going like an elevator. You got to keep going up. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully, I don't have the curse on today, where whoever wins martial arts solos loses game 2, which I don't know why it always happens, but it happened to Frost last week, happened to whoever I cast last time as well, and the time before that. So we'll see how that goes for me personally. I don't carry the caster curse on me, but yeah, I mean, Asia had a great finals last week. I think he had a consistent performance. It's just, you know, it's just unfortunate if you're not able to make that MVP, but it's just rough, right? You get into that threshold, you drop down to the last selection. We don't have our good 8th pick. let's get the Takeda rework done, or yeah, because that new character, I was watching it. You was watching it too, Savannah. She more trill based, but that's what I predicted from seeing her little preview. So I doubt that we'll see her in solos. Maybe a player like XY, you know, he be trying to get like spooky with the Viper sometimes here and there. So he might bring it out. If that even happens, we don't have Fong in the league no more, because you know Fong was he was known for those type of picks, as well as Kai Bao, but you know, those people are not in the league anymore, so I highly doubt that we'll see that character, unless I've been wrong. Like I said, I only seen what she had in her inventory like one day, but yeah, I mean, I think we just gotta have that good 8th character. Kylan though, right? Kylan had some massive success in the finals. Yeah. Kylan's been in that 6th, 7th, 8th spot pick selection for a lot of players, but I believe it was like a 3-4 Kylan MVP, somewhere around there for our finals, which was an insane amount of eliminations as well. It's like 6 elims with the MVP on Kylan, which, you know, you kind of don't really expect that due to the fact of how low he is in the overall standings for these picks.
Yeah, no, Kylan comes down here top to bottom. When we saw in finals, he really didn't have any sort of issues making it to MVP. Yeah. But one thing that is next, I'm trying to see if these players are going to be reverting back to V2 or back to V1. I mean, V2 just came back just, you know, moments into the patch. But one part is that if they find more value in terms of that HP loss, right, if it comes down to it, we would be able to kind of see the value, right? Just because you wouldn't lose HP, and if you're in a straggler fight, you'd be able to kind of 1.0 slash anyway. It's just a matter of whether or not the level 2s are even worth it, because you drop like a tank if you want to catch mid-air targets. If you're looking for like the Zenda Wu chase down, right, you'd be able to kind of go in a straight line sight. But here we go, coming through here from Wufong. It's going to be our first fight against Ron. Very Shen matchup here. Staff versus Fist Blades on Wufong, though. This is going to be interesting. This is one takeaway that he's not going to be utilizing it due to him not even having Akos in his lineup as the top 3, having Tumult in the second round.
This is interesting. The mirror with the different weapons in hand. Nice half armor there from Ron. Catches Prio. Standard 1.0 with the jump LB for the extra damage. Now back to neutral. See Wufong gets caught up again, but he dodges, so he has to go for the dodge LB once again. The mech gets taken there, so now Ron's gonna try to run out the timer. We see him trying to play the top of the hand, but Wufong to be able to snipe him down. Good movement there from Ron. He burns the F, and now goes to the ground. It's gonna be another scrabble here to try to get up, and it looks like he is gonna be able to take that mech up.
Yeah, he's taking a chance right now for the cannon shots right then and there against Wufong, but Ron has himself out here for another set of cannon shots after this one from Wufong, who's going to charge up for level 2. Now, the deformation is going to be happening here in a moment, but for Ron, right, dropping down here for cannon shots, hits Wufong in the first crack, and actually gets his combo breaker burn invested, which Wufong might be even way too early for that.
Yeah, let's see, though. You see him, though, applying a lot of pressure. Nice movement there from Ron, being able to apply some of that missile damage. Mid-air. Wufong, though, drops a lot of that armor, pretty much gone now. You see him going for the cross-up LMB. Does get a little bit of low tap times, too, as well. Sends it back-to-back. He overhords the third. Beautifully done there to avoid getting parried. Now Ron loses all that armor. The health pool is even. Good job there from Wufong, being able to apply that pressure very fast. And you see him now trying to go back inside the pocket, but Ron just holding blue here. This is very dangerous here, right? It's like a 50-50. There it is. You dodge in, you either take the damage or you parry, and you see there Wufong's gonna eat that damage.
Yeah, the army connects. That's gonna be elimination. No. That's gonna be Ron, man. He got that. Wufong's like, oh man, he ain't gonna do it. Yeah, I RB you. And now he's gotta wipe his hands clean, you know. Put him on trial, bro. Jury duty. This is coming down to Wufong's flying nice to mulch pick, though. This is interesting for him just to kind of have this on the second round phase. I mean, Tumult is the best option here because of the restand on the Wisp, because it's 3 stacks, you know, he hits the 3 times. If he can connect that restack before the combo breaker comes out for Ron, he's done. F1 doesn't even need to be invested here because that parry with the silence is enough to set up for a restand. 67 damage every shot. LMB catches up here, and I know Wufong's looking for the 2.0 there, but even then, the Fist Blade movement is just going to go out for a jump LMB.
This is interesting too. Like I said, we really don't see flying knives like that. We see a little bit, but on the Temi, I don't think I've seen it before. You see the ult now being invested there for Wufong. The Sour ult's gonna be called in as well. And we have a little bit of scrabble. He gets caught up in the wall. Rondo still manages to stay up. Wufong gets a little grapple out, trying to go for it. The whisk down doesn't manage to connect off of this one. Yes, he does. Going for the overhead. Gets the shotgun burst. Drops back down once again. Looking for the damage up. Goes for the drop down. Doesn't manage to connect. The dazzle gets a little bit of help, but he catches pride off of this. Beautifully done there from Wufong. The 1-2-3. Good damage here in the corner. You see him now with a shotgun burst being able to inflict that damage, but now Ron's gonna apply the pressure with the parry, and you see him going for the jump LMBs.
Yeah, he's looking for the jump LMBs right there. Boom. Catches the parry. That's it. That's done. Wufong comes back into this round for a 1-to-1 round, and now it's up to us, right? Let's take a look and see, because now that Ron is on his Akko spec, look at this, flying eyes, man. These guys are not running the traditional weapons, and this is going to be a traditional path of whether or not the Syra comes out with the nunchucks as per usual, or if Ron can clutch it out with the clutch and the flying eyes. F2 roar from a distance, R&B catch up with the LMB uppercut, that's enough, right? As for Ron, he's going to have to burn out the combo breaker first, though, because Wufong's already rushing down with horizontal, man.
Let's see it though. The F being invested. Nice weird there from Wufong. You see him going for the parry. Now he's going to be forced to burn that F down. Going to eat up the damage off the shotgun burst. Rondo crossing up. No chase down there here from Wufong. You see him eating the damage off the 1-2. LMB spin back good there from Wufong. Wrong now. It's going to eat up the damage off the 1-2. Staying in the pocket. Tries to bait out a parry, but no release there from Wrong. And now both players, same health pool. Going to respect the powder. First one is Ron. Going for the shotgun burst. Proc comes in off the nunchucks. Doesn't matter to connect off of this. The overall F2 is good. Gets the shotgun burst again. Doesn't go for the F or for the uppercut combo, knowing that F is probably on cooldown. You see Wufong though still applying pressure. Proc comes in and there goes the prop for Wufong.
Yeah, the V2 Syra, I mean, even in 8 seconds, gets all that heal back to 640, but then again, he's just going to go ahead and skybound this, right? He's going to try. Yo, I can't believe this man's using the outside terrain for the grapple to get himself there. He drops this like a tank. Boom. LMB catches up. He still needs to burn that combo breaker before he goes to the heavy investment, especially with the F2. There's going to be the flow almost there. There's a combo breaker, and now it's going to be looking for gold focus strikes.
Probably now into the F2. Doesn't get the full stun, but does get the damage there off the jump LMB for the chip damage. Wrong with the upper hand and the R&B finish there for the confirmation. Beautifully done there. We see him gonna be moving on over to the next round. Speaking to the monitor too.
You saw that? You see that? I'm like, yo, you see what I did there? I used the building. I'm an I was gonna say, I'm an architect, man. Call me all the angles, man. I'm Pythagorean at this. I'm like, okay, Ron. I didn't know your game, bro. Pull up a protractor, bro. What's gonna be interesting though, Wufong, J-Cup champion, AXD, XDXD. The thing that happens is that he goes down in 8th place. Once the problem is now it's gonna be going with no placement points. That's okay. He still got some from the pre-pros, but for pace, Frostivus on the staff Farius Shen, my man is connecting this node like no tomorrow. Pace is getting melted alive here. He still hasn't thrown the beacon down.
See it now. Just gonna stay in the pocket. There goes the beacon. Frost up. On for the LMBs. A lot of damage he already taken there from Pace. But you see Frost still applying the pressure. Drops down. Oh, it tries to bait it out with the cheat into the parry. And he is gonna be punished for that. But it has the F on standby. A Pace. It's that auto aim right there. Doesn't give you that direction that you need. You gotta be looking plus holding W. Now Frost just gonna try to stall this as long as possible, and you see Pace gonna respect it, gonna go ahead for a little bit of a reset as well. But Frost just has to wait this out. He still has his beacon online as well, and he's gonna potentially get that back pretty soon as well, already due to him being at 80%.
You know, it's kind of cumbersome too, because you know Frost's rage right now, it's like 75%. He's getting it back up quickly, going down here against Pace. He's gonna look for the grapple stagger if he could get it. Scare rush, blue focus. Ooh, looking for the R&B. I don't know, it's a little sketchy there. The horizontal's being held by Pace like it's no tomorrow, like he owes it something. LMB comes out again. There's a block extreme, delays into the meter, raw uppercut, burns the combo breaker. It's good. I mean, Frostmas knows the reads, but he gets parried like that. That might be death sentence.
Yeah, big damage, Frost though. See him trying to play it close to his beacon. Pace, on the other hand, is gonna apply the pressure. He jumps just in time for him not to eat up all the damage. There goes the V2. This is a big gamble here for Frost. Does manage to get to the mech just in time, and that was a very high tense situation there for Frostivus. You see him now trying to apply the pressure on the fairy mech. Gets a little bit of damage off the missile shots. The first missile, big missile, does connect as well. But Pace though, eating up a lot of this chip damage. You see him trying to stay up, but Frostivus being able to chunk up a lot of the HP, goes high. Aim training is good. Snipes him down and ends up winning that round.
Yeah, you can see I'm looking at Ron. My man's pointing it left and right. Like he sees it. He notices. He's like, yeah, this is gonna be the way. But everything comes down. Everything comes up to this Justina pick on the fan. Obviously, the V2 up here. This is actually a really strong pick for Frost. His fan, Justina, has been doing wonders. He's up against Pace's Stemmy and the staff. This is going to be just a walk around. You know, it's one of the interesting things. He gets to repair dodges on that fan. I mean, He's gonna have to do it because it looks like the clink off is gonna be happening number 1. Thumbs up for me.
Let's see it though. Frostivus, fan in hand on the Justina. I feel like this is a staple for him now. This skin with the fan in hand, massive ship pair as well. Pace now is gonna eat up all this damage. You see him trying to go for the raw because it doesn't matter connect though. Now the lunge, the response here for Pace can be massive. The whiz is beautiful as well. Into the as well. Gets the reset plus the re-whiz. Can go ahead and snipe him down. Goes back for another whiz into the NBpl. Another grapple bump into the whiz. Doesn't manage to connect though. He misses and the V2 comes out. And Frostivus now has a sign of life and now goes to reset for both players.
It's tragedy, bro. Oh my god, that's tragedy. The fact that he got that swap into it. Now he has his all in the bag, holding the R&B, gets a Peter Batter off the staff, and the jump LMB. This is Frostivus going down. That one mistake cost Pace his entire run into the martial artist duel competition. Frostivus just clenched his hands together. It's like, dear Santa, thank you for this Christmas gift. This man threw that 1.0. I appreciate it, bro. Give me that staff. That's his primo weapon, man. He's going to come down here. He's going to go up against this fight, Wang Liang from Invictus Gaming up against DRG's Ruo. Now, this is going to be coming down from a winner that's at the top of the board. And Ruo, who just came out fresh off of Thursday's games. And he's going on this Furious Shen and hoping to see this Dagger Justina and just trying to catch him around. Like, saying, what are you going to do with that? Because he's got the whip sword out.
Wang Liang is annoying. I already know. Yeah, the way he was just sitting there, baiting out with that dagger. He's going to try to frame trap you. But good for Ruo. He does force out the F early. That's the early as well. No value. You see him now getting aggressive off of this. LMB is good. Soul Break gets clink off the F. Now you see him playing around the ult once again. Staying, closing out the distance. Crouch LMBs, crouch LMBs. Now going back on and overholds LMBs, just waiting for that perfect opportunity. But now he knows Ruo is going to try to pair. So he's possibly going to overhold if he has a chance. Does manage to dodge it. No, gets clipped out the last frame. It's a little buggy, but now nice half armor there from Ruo. Catches power off the R&B, the 1.0 due to the green focus, and now you see him the F being invested once again from Wang Liang.
Man's MMR gaming right now, man. He's just looking to kind of kite this out. He's got his F2 down, or at least his F1, I should say. He's got V2 ready to go here. Gets caught by a single hit off the R&B whip sword. Gets a hit by a full send off of this end from Ruo. Ruo is not complacent with this. He's got the beacon drop. He knows he's safe. He got the parry. The full riposte is good, but are we really going to go ahead and extend this? I mean, this is going to be the horizontal. That's going to be the combination. Look at the damage from this move, man. Like, even if disengage comes out, this man's looking to grapple it. F1 gives 100 to 600 armor. What's going to happen with the V2 cast, though? Wang Liang's going to scare rush right into it. Immediate cast, man. He knows. He's good.
I mean, that's just beautiful there from Ruo, though. He Wang Liang was trying to just overhold the whole fight, and then you saw that Ruo was just releasing on him. So he tried to 1.0 him back, and I mean, Ruo, he has his phone number. He just parried him, and he just ate up so much damage. Yes, he can keep stalling with his F. He gets his armor back. This is kind of an annoying setup, honestly, if I think about it. Just staying up, popping this F, being able to have this V2. But if you get caught like how he did, I mean, you're just eating up chunks of damage. And when this gets invested, you're going to have to try to freeze it. There it is. Does manage to do so. Wang Liang going for the powder reset, or the armor reset, or the health reset, sorry. Does get hit off the missile. And now we're back to square one here for the reset after this mech goes down.
Yeah, the crazy thing is Wang Liang puts himself up here like, oh, I got all these F, got these resets, but the problem is that tome is going to be kind of the contesting point we need to, all right? 15 seconds off on the clock, it's going to be damage dealt. Ruo actually beat this out. To be honest, Ruo is still going to have to stick to the center just because he needs to make sure to deny the tome, but the problem is that he gets caught by a one single parry, it might be over. 1, 2, 3s are going to be counting this down. Scare Rush comes up here, but we still win this fight. We still got Combo Breaker. We are still kind of safe. We just don't need to get parried, and there's going to be the connection. That's going to be the damage dealt. That's going to be Ruo's victory coming out on that Furious Shen against Justina. Wang Liang had to readjust his seat. He's like, all right, man. I see you. You've been in the live. I see you. Well, I got fist plates, Furious Shen. How about that? And he's like, I got fist plates too, and I'm on Akko's. This is, what are we doing? Because now it's going to be up to Ruo's catches. If he gets that Combo Breaker, I mean, it's not just that. I mean, the disengage is one thing, but you've seen these guys just going for quick 1, 2 blue focuses. They don't care if they get an uppercut.
Yeah, it can just be straight blue focuses in the pocket. Let's see what Ruo got this time. Go ahead, spawn with a 1-2 into the jump LB. F gets weaved there. The display has been a very good weapon to be so. We're to get that dodge into the instant LB or blue. You see him now recatch his pile. Aqua Soul being invested by Ruo. Nice weave there from Wang Liang. To go ahead and respect it, play it safe inside the mech. Ruo, though, on the other hand, tries to back on up, tries to get a quick reset in, but the pressure's on. See Wang Liang being able to inflict that damage here with the missiles. Ruo's not going to be forced to stay on top of the head. There goes the knee mech. Ruo now has the opportunity with a little bit left. Oh, no, D-mech. He just jumped. He got out of my line of sight. He fooled me. I'm not even playing.
Yo, he got you out, bro. He said, how many degrees can I look up, bro? My sensitivity's down. I don't know. RMB come out, man. Bro puts himself on that pillar, but the F2 war into Scare Rush immediate. Man, this guy got the 1-2.
Not true.
Release it. He needs to do, he hitting on that NA grime, right? You know what I'm saying? This is going to be a chance. This guy's going to be looking at the reputation here as he goes down. This fight comes down to a 1-1 situation. We go to round 3, and I'm still looking at Ron. He's still talking to his coach. Like, my man is passionate. He's like, yo, listen, I take some notes right here. He's like, yo, you seen that too? Yeah, let me see that real quick. All right, cool. You know, write that down. The crazy thing is, whip sword or into the whip swords. We've seen a lot of those. And the Enor Juan picking up here is actually kind of crazy too. We got a very, I think it's the third time we've seen Enor, maybe at most. The Yoda Hime going to be the matchup. This is kind of a sketchy situation. F2 reignites the fight for Wang Liang. He can go through with that.
Find it very interesting as well. The left side, so you know, obviously the gold symbol gives us our winners, and then the white symbols are our losers. You see our gold side very locked in because potentially these players have to fight them. So you know, they're trying to see what they're going to be, what they're playing, what they're working with. You know, you see the right side a lot more chill, not really paying attention. But let's see it though. There's been a lot of damage this whole time that have been yapping. Wang Liang to be forced to invest this Enor ultimate. I believe the Yoda ultimate got invested as well. On the top side though, Ruo has a little bit left of that white HP. I mean, God, he leaves like 30 HP left, but let's see what happens once his DMAC happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a huge sustain. Look at that. The man got the HP, but the moment an Nbpl happens, it's over. Ruo's gone. I'll see you later, dog. Jump LMB doesn't connect. Wait a second. Got the F1 cast over here. He's got the F2, but he didn't even get a chance in throwing out the F1. To be honest, the F2 gold focus is going to be enough to be worried because he can't even mitigate through that. I mean, he's going to tap dodge, but this man's going to jump LMB with a whip sword. Got Aura farming Shunwan on WFG. Both him and Asia are actually on. I mean, these are two key players. One, the number one trash talker versus number one tech coordinated player, man, XY. Now, putting this down, I know that this Fairy Shot on fan might be doing work with the RMBs to burn the combo breaker, but I don't know, man. XY on Temi first round, that's your biggest off right now.
Yeah, it's always a lot of pressure, right? Let's see how XY is going to try to inflict the damage here. So I'm going for the Scare Rush, but you got to be real careful. That fan can hurt. Goes for the crouch LMB, responds with a 1-2. Nice beacon down there from Asia. You see the auto aim now is going to be connecting there for XY. Has to be a little bit aware of how close he is to this beacon. Does manage to mid dodge, cross up, plus the ult. This is big. Goes for the grapple, beautifully done. Goes for the reset. LMB Prowl can go ahead and go for the reset that Pace was trying to go for, but it goes to reset off the F. It goes to mech up as well. The mech nullifies that Temi ultimate, and now just another round like what we seen, right? Just stall for the mech, and then we have our second round of the fight.
You know, kind of the case scenario is that A-Shot got one frame of getting a combo breaker ready and got himself right to the beacon. Now, ironically enough, Fairy Shot beacon placement could be the grief. What's kind of tough is that, XY taking sword shots like left and right, bro. Man, it's like a nice truck, bro. He's going to be swarmed. This is going to be a chance right there. LMB working out Asia 1-2. Ooh, restand. Not the great. Oh my gosh, he did it again. He's going to do it over and over, Asia. You got to throw a blue focus. Nice parry, though. This is the damage. Look at that. 1,200 damage, basically, right? But the attack buff comes up for the uppercut. Combo breaker invested, and we ain't going to go for raw uppercut. I appreciate you. But this man just double W keyed. He played it now. Look at the whisk throw. It's over. Done. Finito. Yep. Godfather Part 3. Dakota. Bro, it's done. This guy is going to go off. XY Temi pick is out of the way. And now he's got the Fairy Shot on the whip sword.
Nah, I just see XY. He had a gremlin laugh right there. Little gremlin smile. He like, yeah. I emoted you, bit fight, and parried you, and beat you.
Yeah, he's got that he had that star, smirk,
Nah, that day Star was a menace. I remember your Star was a menace that day. Let's see XY round 2 against Asia. Half armor gone for Asia, but now responds with a prowl. F called in for XY. Gonna go ahead and send it. Big parry there from Asia to be able to get a little more chunk damage there onto him. So he's gonna force that Fairy mech, and this is where he has to be real careful because that Aqua's ultimate, if he's not able to force it out here, it'd be a big problem for him once this ult goes away. But team's gonna respect it. Gonna go ahead and retop off his white health. Gonna retop off the armor as well. Good Gooba Stomp, gets a little bit of damage there. Nice weave. Doesn't matter to avoid them big missile though. Orphan just gets clipped. And now the Aqua's ultimate gets invested. And this is good for XY. Even though the ult's gone, he got it out a little bit too early, but he goes straight to the V2 and connects there onto XY.
I can't believe the man looked up. He can connect that. He did it again. Got him off the end. Yo, he's got the F1 view. By the way, F1. Wait, F1. Yo, we testing something here? Look at this. Watch this. Grapple limited RMB 1-2. Jump LMBs doesn't connect it. Doesn't worry. He's iframe through that. With the mitigation now, it's like XY can't do anything. Right? Even if he went towards this, he's gonna go for the blue focus. Gonna go for the jump LMBs extensions and scales right into him. What? Get away with his RMB? No, he's got enough play. He's got enough frames for that. He's gonna be a chance right there. RMB doesn't connect there. Goes for the 1-2-3, confirms. I mean, that was a big gamble right there, but he even gets a whip sword on the rollout. And that jump LB connects. And that jump LB is going to be enough to kill with the jump LB to jump LB, and that's it. That's a 2-0. XY comes out here, victory. Look, now his smile comes out. But here's the thing. He's immediately into another fight right now, at least. Well, I think, no, we're going to see Frostmas, at least, versus Ron. That's going to be our next fight coming here next.
F1? I feel like if he had F2 right there, he could have killed him. Because he caught the grapple bump. Could have restand. You know what I'm saying? He could have F2 in. He could have just killed him there. I hope they're not running that in BR. But we'll see. Frosta going up against Ron. SS1 against Wolves. Nice wheel there from Frost, being able to anticipate the beacon throw. Catches power off rip. Both players going for the mid dodge parry. No one releases though. An aggressive Frost, I would say. The holder is gonna be Ron. See him now with a chase down. He's gonna go ahead and release the R&B focus. Backs on up, eats up the damage off the LMBs. There goes the V2 beacon down for Frostivus, and Ron now still has the health advantage. You see him now trying to go for a little bit of reset. It's just a bait. Frostivus though playing right in front and center of the beacon. Gets clipped off the last hit there. Eats it ×2. Frostivus now might be in big trouble. Overholds it, doesn't release, and now might have to take the mech pretty soon.
Yeah, he's gonna take it right then and there. I don't know. I mean, Ron couldn't even, find a reason to take his own beacon. He's gonna be at 75% right now. He's gonna be looking for these cannon shots and tap dodging them. He gets caught in midair. Oop. Ron's rolling in the sky like a ninja. You see this guy, dude? He's just like tap dodging LMB, like blah, 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 blah. Yo, Ron is mooking himself into that beacon drive. This is guaranteed shots. I mean, Frost is gonna use it now, but like the reset opportunity right now for the armor heal for Ron. He's walking away from it. He's just making sure that once Frostmas deforms, he connects a shot, but he misses. That's on me. Guarantees shot number 2 goes away. And Frostmas takes all the swarm hits. Now, obviously, cannon shot connects off of that once he lands right in front of him. And now the deformation in 3 seconds gives Frostmas just a little bit of time. He dodges that last cannon shot for level 2. And then giving the air to himself, Ron is just working down here with the combo breaker if need be.
Alrighty. See Ron. Opens up with a massive parry. That's going to be enough damage for the elimination. First round, he's going to be going for Wolves, Ron. Frostivus though, his second pick to Justina. Syra there for Ron. Syra fist blades. Frostivus once again on the fan. Wall comes down soon. This could be maybe a little rough. He has to try to catch her with this V2 ult. It's gonna be rough once that ultimate gets invested there from the Syra, but we'll see. Nice shift dodge there to avoid that follow up there after fist blades. Now gets cut off the prowl, gets parry baited, eats up the damage. Nice damage there from Ron, but now gets clipped off the 1-2. Tries to respond, has to have to get the shield back, but Ron staying in the pocket. See him going for the chase down, tries to catch off the R&B, but doesn't manage to do so. Parry baits up. Big damage is here from Frostivus. He baits out the F now. The Syra ultimate might come out pretty soon.
Yeah, it's crazy. He looked down when he did that F1 too to stay in place. Ron's going to be putting himself in forceful action to get that V2 cast. He does it. He is going to be practically immune out to this whole entire force of nature as Frostmas Scaros is up and forward. He could avoid this. Last dash is to make it. Ron's going to go ahead and proc it down. There's the parry, man. This is it. Boom, boom. And now it's going to be the F1 cast. Now, heal 600. We know that. V2 immediate cast, though. Is that the play, Frosty? He's got to hold himself away from the spacing, but this guy's throwing out the 1.0 blue focus R&B, and now he's going to go for a 1.0 blue focus horizontal. I mean, like, listen, my man is looking out here like, yo, these triggers are crazy. I'm going to press all of them. And now for Ron, it's going to be caught up here. Raw uppercut's good. Guaranteed in combo breaker. Frostmas gets a free heal.
LMB into raw uppercut, that's crazy. And goes for the skirt rush, 2-1 off of this as well. Inflicts the damage, has the health advantage, but goes back on in and gets cut off the 1-2. Raw doesn't get the full punishment for it. Avoids that focus attack as well. Avoids the second one. Now back in the pocket, Frostivus has to F once again. I mean, the shield off of this F just does wonders. Ron not being able to get his in just in time. The F is done there for Frostivus. Still applying the pressure. Goes for the wind guts. Eats the damage off the 1-2-3. Big damage is there from Ron. Gets cut off the prowl as well. Beautifully done. Now Frostivus is in big trouble. Tries to no get the damage, but doesn't manage to do so there in that old form. And Ron's going to be taking that round. Now we got XY against Juan Leon.
You know, it makes me wonder whether or not we're going to get a V1 variation just seen at some point. You know, just kind of thinking about it. I'm putting it out there. But that's going to be 0.5 points for Frost. He's going to go ahead down Wang Liang on that dagger versus XY. He's an unstoppable force against a movable object, right? Just looking at this from XY's angle, he's got that first V2 cast. He's gonna burn his combo breaker. He's got that whisk ready to go. Even though that wall's for 6 seconds, he's gonna run around the corner and hoping to see about the scare rush coming out. I mean, listen, Charge R&B comes up here. He gets a nice stanchion off this hit. 1-2 whisk threat. Okay, nasty. Hit him with it. Hit it with the grind, bro. LMB mid-air double. I can't, bro. Take it away. I can't.
Oh, he grappled LMB. Gets it. Oh my, that was disgusting. But doesn't get the lunge off the jump LMB. So Wallion's be able to live just for a little bit longer. The overhaul off the scare rush. The V2 called in. If XY would have gotten that kill right there, that was probably the most disgusting elimination I've seen on him on the Temi. But let's see now. Chase down goes back on in, catches the lunge. What's gonna be the mix-up? Spin back, goes for the raw uppercut. I knew it because of the spin back. Gets the 1-2 grapple extension. Now the green focus comes out there from Wallyon. And it's just constant pressure here from the Tomoe. You see him now going for the slap, forces out the F once again. Justina now is gonna stay in this. He has to force out the remainder of the timer there to get that full shield back. XY though now applying pressure. V2's out. Nice jump weave there from XY. Eats him a little bit of damage, but the dodge LB catch there, beautifully done into the 1.0. Jump LB for extra damage, not enough, but a second jump LB. We need a replay on that. I need a little whoop to show up right there to show me that full extension there on XY on the Temi. But fortunate enough, he didn't get the elimination. Fortunate enough, he did get the kill later on. And now we have him on the ferry, and it's gonna be a ditto between Wallyon and XY. The ditto. Ditto now. Let's see it though.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it, bro. I couldn't believe it. Wallyon put that a tug on his shirt. He's like, yo, is it hot in here, guys? Yo, who's turning the AC off, bro? This is crazy. 1-2 though. Jump LMB comes out to the stand. Now, nice. I like the R&B. I like this LMB. Right? It's gonna come out. Oh wait, we're gonna go for the full juggle, but we missed it. We dropped those. You know, Wallyon classic. However, he does throw the 1.0 on the rollout, and I know Wallyon is like, yo, there's no way we're gonna go get a chance on this end. Just try to go again for it. Oh, XY has this 1, 2, 3 piece, 3 blue focuses and connect. That's a beacon drop return. He's gonna go right to it.
Yeah, that's smart. Man, green focus really changed. It changed a lot of the playstyle. Yes, it really did. I expect like the grapples out of green focus to get better throughout the year, obviously, just with a lot more practice. But we got the damage now. Wallyon being able to hit the big missile there onto XY. XY eats up a lot of damage. He drops his, oh, this is smart. He drops his armor for it to take white health, but still eats up the second big damage off the missile. Now can take the missile himself. Now it's his turn. Wallyon going, taking up to the skies, looking for the cut of line of sight right above the Fairy Mech's head. You see him there playing right above that, but XY is going to try to respond as well, going up high. Doesn't get the Gooba stop, nearly connects off of this, and now going for the overhead of the missile. Doesn't connect, and Wallyon doing a good job thus far being able to avoid the missile shots here from XY.
Yeah, guarantees number 1 to nothing, right? Right? Yeah, that's what I thought. But he holds up a 2.0 in the face. So no, it was a 1.5. There's a nice parry. That's actually death. Jump LB. No, he gets a combo breaker. R&B charge up. He releases it. Even XY was trying to stay on the ground to make sure he delayed wake up, but F1 still combo breaker is still available for XY. He's gonna look to the pillar. It's a safety net. Scare rush confirms. Jump LB. That's it. That's all we need. That's gonna go down. Ron versus XY. Still hoarding that Viper pick. I couldn't believe it. He still has his Viper pick ready to go, man. And he hasn't even had to drop it. He's been 2-0 too many times, man.
The Viper's just rough, though, right? Like, if you're not able to connect with that F, it's just like...
Done.
You're just like a sitting duck, yeah.
You're done, fired. You know, call him Gus Fring, bro. He's been blown up half the way down.
Yeah. No, 100%.
100%.
We've seen XY try to work with it, too, but it's just so rough to do so. See him once again, though. And able to get the R&B focus damage, forces out the beacon quickly, tries to anticipate the movement there, try to calculate where that player was going to be at, but doesn't manage to do so. Gets cut off the prowl, now Ron applying pressure, R&B focus off the staff, jump and B, confirm damage, and be forced to pop this ultimate, gets caught inside of the wall, but he has the after to stay safe, and now the beacon gets up, and this is rough now. XY has to play pretty safe away from this, throws out the whisk for him to get his cooldown back if he needs, if he gets clipped off of this, but he's going to go up into the top side of the map. Playing on the top side of the mech to avoid any of these missiles. Still connecting to him right now currently. Now what's a little bit of that. You see him nearly came and catch him on the map. Raw now gets the damage. He just free falls down. He eats up that damage for free. Now standing in the pocket, tries to anticipate the dodge, but doesn't manage to do so.
Wow, gets a nice hold off for that though. Well, the clink off is good, right? The R&B's, oh, look at this, man. He's been anticipating him to wait there the whole check, and then of course just throws it out afterwards. And now that the combo breaker's gone, full culpability. He's at F1 ready to go. The moment he gets another catch here, we got 10 seconds till combo breaker comes up for Rondo. Nice grapple. Oh my goodness. Yo, wait out the R&B. Nice fair dodge roll. We get clink off number 1. Hold out the R&B again. This time he might be baited off. The purple focus won't even connect. He's too far. He gets parried. XY goes down. That's Ron taking first round. I'm gonna have to look at his coach again. Yo, you see that? Listen, I'm just building this stage different. This is my arena. But look at XY. My man is halfway down, slumped on the chair. Maybe if we get the TXJ check, maybe 90-degree angle, sit it up right. But this is him at 10% power, right? Looking at Ron on the fist plate Syra versus his whip sword. Considering what we've seen him against the Cyrus before, I mean, his jump LMB game just going for chip is just strong enough as is. Seeing how this comes down, XY gets a nice R&B for the toothpick. Potential R&B, walks away from the dazzle. We don't need that. But he goes ahead and runs it right back to his face with another R&B. Can you imagine that?
That's unfortunate. I mean, he burns out the F so fast. He has to now throw down the beacon. See him now with the whip sword. Trying to catch Prio, doesn't manage to do so. Scare Rush is on now, but the jump LB is good from Ron. This is the 1.0 as well. Good damage here from Ron. XY now might be in big trouble. Has to potentially take this mech pretty soon, but he's staying in the pocket. He's going fairly away from that mech as well. You see him now trying to kite back onto it. Quick reset in. Ron as well. And go ahead and respect it. Takes one in and goes back on in. Gets caught off the Prio. No, dodges the first or the second. There goes to clink out the focus attack. Both players staying in the pocket. XY on the other hand, though, still inflicting that pressure. Now has to play around the beacon. Eats up the damage off the R&B focus. Still in the pocket. Eats it times 2. Forces out the F. Take the mech, please. He does get this going now. And now it's a reset. Man, XY, he just looks so chill. Look at him. He's like, yeah.
All right, I guess. I'm like, chill out. Wait, connects the cannon shot? No, he burnt a combo breaker though. B2 Syra drop down is diabolical because the timing on this, right?
Yeah.
Wait a second. No, he cancels early. He could scare rush out of this, but the level 1 light beam is enough to do damage to kill off. Even with that hit, that's already in the face, and that's a 2-0. That's a Ron victory. That's a man going out here. Out of the last chance qualifiers, round 1 into round 2, I mean, he takes this as martial. I'm not gonna say nothing, but this man wins it out. He takes 2 points. He was at the bottom, now he's at 2.5, right? He takes those proposed points out of the way. But putting Ron on the board right now puts himself on this Mats, with the martial arts duel competition. Matsy versus whatever you want to call it. We got that. We got the names. We got all the acronyms. And just like the 1, 2, 3 blue focuses, we released those. I know that XY puts himself on whip sword, man, but he put himself in the spotlight, man, on on the come up, but never got a chance on going ahead for round 3. He did well in this qualifier fight there, semifinals. But he ended up getting 2-0'd in the last fight, and that was up against his Syra. This is up against a fist blades Ron, and that thing looking kind of spiffy though on the Syra, of course, because you see the fist blades, but you only see the fist blades coming out on these Akuses as a recent, well, majority of the stage 1 and stage 2 season. So finding a niche for her there instead of using nunchucks, pretty dominant there.
Yeah. And
considering that she has a good reset angle of going in with a charge R&B instead of having to just like run it down with stamina.
Very, very interesting. I was thinking back to those like Temi fights, right? Just the pair of fights are just, I would say, like the hardest one for the Tomote. Just the fact that that mech to transform, it's just pretty much makes your ult useless if you don't pretty much get any value off of it. And character like Tomote, that's pretty much his burst potential. Especially in a scenario like this where you can't really kite around. It's just a nice isolated spot. We almost saw it there from who was it? Someone dropped against Frost,
XY.
I think. XY. Unfortunate.
He almost got that full send on the TOD, but the parry chain got away off of that because the 1 miss hits, and I was like, dang. But what was crazy enough was like the combination there, right? I mean, you looking at the Temi staff, it's always been a staple on that combination for the staff, and XY has been kind of min-maxing that, right? We've seen it. Though the kind of catches on his Temi ult, I mean, you'd seen his Temi ult get completely obliterated in terms of usage once there's a Farius Shen. And once that Farius Shen kind of comes back into her beacon, right? But we're gonna go for the prediction for y'all. Who was not fighting in game 1? Who was not fighting in game 1? I mean, who is not playing today, basically, right? Is it, I'm not gonna say, hey, is it gonna be Biwu, Fong, CXY, DA Zhao, huh? I'm not gonna kid you guys. You guys know this answer already enough as is. I was actually asking, someone was asking in chat, we got that answer for you, right? The only 4 players not playing today is gonna be Verse, Mike, Spider, and Chen. Chen making it out here in terms of making it through. I mean, props to him. I mean, he did great. He did fantastic last year. So making himself into state on the spring season, he made enough points, ranking points, for making it to finals concurrently, and then obviously putting himself on the spotlight right now. I mean, he's not playing today, so Mike is not the Mike is the answer. GG. But making sure you guys got your UID on a standby because NARAKA Blade Point's going to ask you to DM them with it, so you get the prize. But we're going to go through the bracket and how it went down. I mean, Ron won his fight against Wufong, J-Cup champion, as people like to say. Frostfist though against Paste, taking him out. Then Ron took out Frostfist, and then obviously on the other side we got Wang Liang against DRG's Ruo. Ruo went down against Wang Liang, and then Asia went down against XY, who went against Wang Liang and won cross. But then was just Ron takes it out against XY. Now, loving the bracket system coming down here for us in terms of the Mad C mode. But the one part is that, you know, I'm doubting in terms of any of these, you know, the picks that we'd usually see, like those key core 3 comps. You've seen the switch ups in the weapon selections now. Finally, we're getting switches from the weapon selections. I've been kind of hoping to see. Though we're going to go through the standings and see what the switch up is, because now that XY takes this in the second place, he gets 1 ranking point there, which means he's up to 4.5. While Leon takes 0.5 and he's in second place, right? He did so well across the stage in the season. But with Frostfist here taking 0.5, he's at 3 and third. Fourth can be Asia with 3, 2.5 for Ron now that he won that out. And it's going to be a 2 points for Wufong, 1.5 for Paste, and 1 point for Ruo.
Wufong got a lot of ground to cover, I would say. Depending on how the top 4 does, and he doesn't get, you know, left behind, it's gonna be a potentially a rough day, depending how he looks for his game too. You know, and you know, I'm pretty sure people are already talking him not qualifying for his stage, and you know, if he doesn't qualify for finals, especially right off that J Cup win, it's gonna be rough for him. But we'll see though. Highlights here from our game 1. Wang Liang, Ruo, massive R&B focuses into the jump LMB, in the pocket 1-2. And this was disgusting here from Wang Liang. I would say he trades the damage knowing that he can go for the marking right after that Yodo recast, right? He just takes the damage, gets the infliction off the marking, gets the damage, and you see him closing out. Clean from XY as well on the Tomote. Asia, like, come on, man. That's not even fair. He playing tiny.
Fair. He got a 15-second cooldown for a combo breaker. What kind of thing is that? No, the crazy thing is that was like at least 1100 damage there, right? Coming off of that semi-F wisp into that. And now, you know, you kind of see where it's like, if he gets a chance on that, you give him a freebie on that. I mean, this is the corner side. Look at this. Doom, 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 doom. Jump LB because of the range, you know? And then jump LB again. Why not? Because he ran right back into it, to be honest. I mean, he couldn't even repair dodge after that. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have been safe with the jump LB catch, but maybe. Who knows? Off of this, though, the V2 Syra, it's kind of a mixed bag of results. You know that you can kite it. You know you can go to the sky if you could. I mean, now that we're seeing these players utilizing the outside for grappling on the corner side, I mean, that means they can use the outside of the arena in order for them to grapple and stay in the sky. Syra is moving like a tank now again, right? Since her launch, she got hotfixed, and for 2 years, she's been moving like zoom, 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 right? But the thing is, now that she's been a lot slower, she's kind of able to get avoided, right? For that though, you need to be in the sky already. For her, if she gets a level 1 light beam, she's staggering by the time that you try to reach up there, because it's a 20-meter light range. Like for the light beam, that thing is 20 meters. There's nothing that's going to be worse for wear than you trying to get yourself away from her, and she catches you on a stagger, and then you're dropping like a tank too, and then all of a sudden you're in her crosshairs, and then she's doing 60 damage per tick, and then you're just like, man, I'm just walking away from this not scot-free. Though I'm wondering what's going to come up next. We got our pick bands coming out for the next 4 rounds, right? We're going to enter round 2, as that versus round is going to be our round 1. This allows us to see where the player's kit is coming into play. I mean, we've seen Colin do successfully into a round pick selection where not even to the case that he's been upwards in pick pool selections, but he's just been success rate non-stop. I mean, that was from finals alone. Though putting himself on across the board, it's up to the characters and as well as the skill selections. Zenda Wu has been finding herself to be definitely the staple, right, for solos. I mean, that's the guarantee. And then on top of that, you'd wonder about the opportunity to see switch ups here. I mean, no characters besides like Shayo has been picked up. That's like Mike's choices, and I've seen him take the Shayo, and I'm like, I wonder why. I mean, you know, I know why he's picking up V2, right? Free stagger off of that, free line of sight for 15 seconds, a little bit of health sustain when he gets the knockback. But these guys are ready for it. I mean, he's taking a point blank fight, and he's using the V2 to make sure he can confirm what up tap dodge, and then what's gonna happen? Hold check R&B. I mean, he could try it, and then all of a sudden, another fight happens. I mean, not another fight, but a third party shows up by the time that the fight comes through, and no having combo breaker. But the thing is that he starts burning these blocks out of the way. He starts getting his second combo breaker back up. I mean, that's a second cooldown every time the shield block comes through. So seeing the Shayo pick would have been kind of an interesting choice. But in this new meta, I mean, it's kind of like where everyone's expecting her to try to succeed, and she won't. I mean, V1, she becomes a closeted, choice pick getting shot down by the lobby. Range shots, it's just the whole 9 yards for her, it feels like, when she's in the shooting range.
Saying, man, we don't have that 8th character right now. It's rough. It's rough. Like you said, the Xiaoyu was the last Stage 2 finals. Like you mentioned, Mike was playing that Xiaoyu TP, and I mean, players in the pro league, they can easily dodge that. I just remember the Yang with him and Frost. Like Frost, literally, he wouldn't even have him in his line of sight. I don't know if it's just like they just have so much practice on there, or the reaction time is so fast. It's just like he had his face on the wall and he was still able to dodge it. Like, I don't know. It's just rough on the Xiaoyu. The Xiaoyu is it's just rough. And then, we saw Valda. Valda doesn't do that great. The Justina, I think for me, I would say is my favorite. I think the Justina has a, potentially the higher edge on that 8 slot, but not a lot of players play it. I think we saw like 1 or 2. I know Verse was one of those players that picked it for the Stage 2 finals. But it's also rough, right? You get caught up in a bad predicament. You're forced to use those dashes to try to retreat, and that's your whole kit gone. 3 dashes out to create that distance that you really need to continue kiting. So it's just, after that, you're put up in a bad predicament. Liam, you see him here and there on some players' hands. Didn't see it for Stage 2 finals, so I don't know, man. Like I said, I would love the Takeda rework right now. I think, if they're able to bump him up, at least put him, I want to see him top 4 personally, but that's probably too much to ask. But and then you have a player like XY that will bring in Tarka for his 2nd round selection, and he wins the game. So I don't know what you want to call that. Skill issues, why you can't do it with a Valda, this and that. But nah, man, it's just so hard, man. It's just so hard to be able to try to stay up in these lobbies, especially with the other characters and how their kits are. It's just, man, it's just so rough trying to keep up with just the kits of how they've evolved throughout time, right? With these new character releases, and even with buffs, Akko's became 1st seed pick as well. A little massage and pace.
Yo, my man's like, all right,
that's what you
limber
need
it up
right there.
Limber it up. All right, right there. Yeah. Yo, what's crazy too is that, like you said, like the character choice picks, Liam, RW's HM tried to bring him back into yesterday. What happened? Where is he today, right? But the thing that comes down to it is to situations that you'd find yourself with 2 orbs, is that you got to hope to God that they're not reacting to it with an ullcast or a recast.
Exactly.
You're just not going to have value, right? There's so many characters in the top 8
that
just have that to them. And now the other thing is, then you see the Valdas, and then I just say English, you get tap dodge on. What are you gonna do, right? You're gonna be able to throw a spear, and then all of a sudden just and then repair dodge it, and you're like, wow, you tech.
Same thing, yeah.
Now, it's all up to that, where even for neutral, right? Delay wake up has been something that's been more prominent. Someone's like, they're gonna stay on the ground, they're gonna wait. You're gonna be trying to go for a jump LMB, and then they're gonna roll out to the R&B catch, and you're like, what just happened? And then all of a sudden, you're gonna be having to burn your combo breaker, or you're gonna have to hope to God that they're going to come. Yo, that's some fire art.
That's fire.
Yo, this is kind of clean.
Yeah,
we got
fire.
that for Frost. Yo, Frost has got the fans of the culture fans, bro.
That's fire. Nah, hey, Frost gotta ask for that one. He gotta ask for that one. Frame it.
He's gonna be like, hey guys, can I get that?
Yeah, that one's fire.
Real clean.
That's possibly the best sign I've seen. I'm not even trolling. That was pretty fire. That was a crazy artwork. But yeah, right. Back to the characters. I feel like those characters that just continue to inflict that pressure. Like Akko's can stay in your face. Zenda as well, right? Those bow shots, triple bow shots. It's just constant things you have to try to tap dodge. But when it comes to a character where it's like a shield throw where it's a 1 tap dodge and then you gotta wait, or like a Leon ball throw where it's a 1 ball throw and then you gotta wait, those things are at this stage of the game, it's just way
I take a
so
nap,
easy.
bro. I take a nap, man. I'm like, all right, let's get to the next game, man. This is not gonna work. The only way you go off of, this is a tough call, but you have to estimate it, by using it within a combo. That's where like Liam, you catch him on Styres and you get it. That's the only way. But if you try to read them after their attack, like halberds, RMB, dual blades, blue focuses, no matter what, you could, it's a long duration blue focus, but these guys are going for quick. Whip sword, they tap dodge the heck out of it. By the time that you throw the orb thinking that they're going to throw the blue focus, and they do, right? And you think they're safe to kind of throw the orb, by the time that you throw the orb, bro, they're able to dodge out the RMB. The most powerful RMB, I think, right? Because you can catch on rollout.
Yeah.
And you can't do a dang thing about that. You're looking at this from like just like the Willem Dafoe looking up, man. I'm gonna make that reference because it's just the same thing. You're gonna get caught out over and over, and some of these players get away with it. What can you do about it? First round though, it's gonna be our first round BR. It's gonna be Akos here, staple of the nature. He doesn't leave this first slot. I mean, he doesn't leave in terms of the top 2 at all. But rarely across the board do you see these personality picks come out. I mean, we can't do that today. Nope. Can't do that, bro. We're at the bottom of the board. But Wufang snagging this Yodo Hime pick. We've seen her in the phase 2. But this soon from Wufang means that this guy is not hassling around. He knows he can get her later on once those double picks come up. Because now that Shunhuan is available, hey, Frostbus is like, I like this character. I'll take that. And he's going to go ahead. He's going to pick it up. Pace got that limbered up, shoulders. He's like, all right. I'm pointing at my cheek. Because I'm picking up the Zendawu, because she's going to be coming ahead. She's going to be launching this out, man. I can't. But he is going to lock her down. He's going to get that pick.
Very curious to see what character is going to have a lot of success today. Obviously, we've been speaking about the Kylan from Stage 2 finals. And it's crazy, right? Because that day we were mentioning that, Akos was that first round selection for a lot of these characters, or a lot of these players. And that character didn't really find a lot of MVPs until, we had that round 7 with Verse. Verse had that, was able to MVP with a massive game there. And also our game 8 was that Ditto match, and we had a close top 3 between Burst, Mike, and Frost. But yeah, it took nearly throughout, it took nearly 7 games for that character to really have a pop-off game. Yeah, it's rough. I mean, the Kylan now being locked in.
Nah, bro. No way.
It's hard.
Get him out. Get him out of the arena. Yo, you heard that? You saw that smirk. You saw that smirk? You went, He's on froggy mode, bro. Yeah, I can't believe it. He built himself out the target, though. The hottie pick for me. Okay, these guys are just like on the same. Nah, these guys in the same group is a crime against humanity, man. They put these guys together. There's nothing less than that. Asia picking up the hottie, man. I mean, he does this very so often, but rarely does he get the results that he's hoping for. Tarka, though, on XY on this Fedora Midnight, the matchup is like, I don't know, man. I feel like he can go to Arcadia if he gets it available, and he's just going to ball out, and then he's going to lose it. He's going to lose the Volpine's Essence. Still, if he gets contested out here, there's only one player in the league. I was about to say this man's name, and he showed up on my screen. He's on the feed. Wallion. My man contests every single time Arcadia for that Volpine's Essence, and now that it comes down to him, with XY in the lobby, I mean, this is going to be a monumental fight. This is going to have to happen because then a third party is going to show up there to try to contest them both. We've seen it happen where Wallion gets eliminated out as the Yoda Hime at least at one point, and then he gets caught out, loses the Volpine's Essence as he tries to earn it, but he dies, and then he loses that out even with the gear lead because a third party shows up there. Who's gonna be that third party? Who knows, right? Because Fireflies around Arcadia is very slim and there, but the catapult's also there to kind of grab up once you get that one Firefly in the northwest corner. Who's to say a team member or who says a player wants to take that chance, right? Takes that Firefly, gets a little bit of gear, works himself up there in the catapult, and goes straight to the heart of Arcadia. But other fights that could happen if Arcadia's not available, Skygaze Cove as a majority, right? Get the dials. You enter into the lava dome, right? Once you hit those sundials, or when you hit those dials for the lava conductor, and then everyone's gonna be coming up here to try to loot up. Whoever gets a prioritization in that area, whoever wins that first drop fight, that's going to be the one who gets the most, to offer themselves in the first round of Yang. But look at our skills. Nothing's changing. I mean, V2 for the Kylan here, right, as it stands to be. V1 for Paste here as the Zendawu, which I'm glad, Zendawu's V1 is still a dominant force. When I see these V2s, I'm like, man, I guess so. But V1 is just good availability overall. It has a lot more utility in my gut. We're going to see a chance here with everyone else. Combo breaker for the Wufang Yoda Hime. And then with it next, we're going to have these drops coming up here soon.
Yeah, the Zenda's been that 50-50, right? Some players like the V1 on that character. Some players like that V2. On the Kylan, I believe it was XY that ran V1 for our Series 2 finals. So, got to keep an eye on him if he does select that Kylan one of these rounds, which, most likely will be happening. But yeah, drops in. Can't go for that Volpine. Gotta run.
Nope. Can't do it. What's crazy though is to look at this, right? Between everyone out here at the Mandate Yard, we have Pace and Asia dropping in. Hottie, right, comes up to that point of just, there's a lot of kiting for Hottie. But the thing is, there's a Firefly in the northwest corner. Pace gets that. he can run this down. As well as for Rue, he's getting the Firefly drop exactly south of the Imperial camp. As for Wolves' Ron taking the northeast corner, takes that one Firefly. He might intercept Wang Liang. He might, right? He takes a catapult maybe to try to rush it down towards Skygaze Cove, which, you know, triple players are dropping down there. Frost was actually taking one key point for the Firefly and goes right into it. But the thing is, now it's going to be up to who's going to be the most successful third party. This is going to be the stopwatch moment. Rue is in a spot to gang up on Mandate Yard. Wang Liang is able to gang up on Skygaze Cove, as well as every other player in the vicinity. Now it's up to them whether they take the fight against each other and intersect. But we're going to take a look and see. And round 2 is going to happen here, guys. It's going to be Severio. We're going to be with creatives. We're going to be going ahead and seeing who's going to make it out of the solos last chance qualifier round 2 and to make it a grand finals in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, this is a massive day. Massive day. Try to qualify for the spring finals. Obviously, want to be into that finals to keep racking up your what do we call it? Chip demograph. Your whatever you want to call it, but aggression now for us. Let's see. Both players. Oh no, one player. It's gonna be Wufong with the purple armor. It's gonna be shredded there from Frostvis. Massive overhaul, going for the F. It's gonna be bad. That's gonna be forced to pop this F. You see the blaze down. Frostvis staying in the pocket. He's gonna use the ult to knock him back, and now the pressure's on Wufong. Now doesn't have the ult just yet.
Yo, it's crazy too, because we talked about that Firefly and he got it, right? Wufong trying to get back to his purple armor, fireball in the mix. Oh, because they did the last hit. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be Frostvis. He's gonna try to get the Soul Bloom if he can get it. He's gonna earn it. He's gonna go for the restand, but XY jumps against it. Doesn't get the counter option here. There's gonna be the throwing knives. Actually, this is Frostvis. Yo, this is a guaranteed Frostvis recast. XY's going to be going up here against I lied apparently, because Frostvis does not have it. He had enough duration on the ultimate. And now it's going to be up to XY. LMB comes through. LMB uppercut. Raw. The fireball is good. The F1 recast, though, doesn't come out. And we're going to get a Tarko here in just a second.
Yeah, it's coming up pretty soon, but the RB mix is good. There goes the Tarko. Oh, Wufong runs it back. See him now, showing up to the mix. XY has that purple spear in hand. Wufong not happy about losing that first fight. You see him back in the pocket looking at Frostvis. Frostvis, though, being able to cut out some of this pressure, goes inside the case, sends it, doesn't get parried, beautifully done there for him to avoid that. Wufong, though, still applying tons of pressure. Common armor swap there for Frost. Eats the jump LMB. XY getting that reset in, so now it's going to be a three-way scrap off pretty soon as we see him start moving on in here in the mini-map.
Ooh. Scion Fang comes out here. The old cast comes from Wufong, and noticing on Frost was at 75%. One LMB catch uppercut, all that Wufong needs. Look at this, catches up here, but he means the LMB catch through. The uppercut's confirmed. The recast, Frostvis, ease of all his damage. He gets the uppercut, no combo breaker. This is a free blue, and we have this full setup for the old cast, man. Get it done. Frostvis, though, has a worry in his back of his head. Where is that Tarka? But here it comes. Old cast him deny this, going ahead and tap dodging, and the recast is free. 2-3 hits, all he needs, and then of course a run up back Abyss Blades, and he wasn't anticipating it, nor was I. That's tough.
Oh,
that is tough.
And that's what makes the Fist Blade so strong, man. You be able to dodge and just straight into that blue. With Massive Parry here from Ron getting active against XY. XY chose to fight somewhere else. We got a three-way scrap off once again. We got to drop down now from Asia. Looking here on the hottie. See, the Christmas hat is on live. We do have the Temi Ultimate now being called in here from Wang Liang. Has a little bit of space here. Ron not being able to send the focus there to try to get the damage confirmed, but Asia on the other hand crosses up, gets the damage off the R&B, and this is bad for Wang Liang. He eats up that damage he just replenished, or the health he just replenished, and you see him now trying to run for the hills, but he has two players on his back, Asia and Ron. Let's see who's able to get the hit confirmation here with like 10-15% HP here for him. It's going to be a little rough to try to live out the situation, and the rough part is that the Realm Yang's already sparring up, and Asia's going to get that elimination. Now we have him going against Ron.
Ooh, the parry, the silence, the damage boost. Ooh, this is tough for Ron, man. He's going to look for the R&B. He gets it, but R&B holds out. LMB, we got baited like that? Come on, Asia. We got this. Chip damage comes down. He gets 1-2'd on, and it's going to be another LMB 1-2. I can't believe it. He's got to go for old cast. I would too. Level 3 cast, maybe against Ron. Yo, I'm getting flashbacks here in this tunnel, man. Level 3. Oh, he gets it. That's a crazy catch. I didn't think Asia was going to get that. I thought Ron was going to burn the parry for him. Unfortunate. Asia 3 eliminations. Listen, he's going to be pulling up the hottie like, yo, what up? And this is at 22,000 Dartai coins. Already has purple weapon, purple armor, has quick start, maybe quick charge thunder call. Already has his Jada choice there. We'll see. But what's going to be up to now is up to the other guys, right? Ruo's been on the loot path. He hasn't gone down. He's right next door to Wufong, who still is wielding that purple armor from the trait. He's got switch, though. He's got Rebel Bomb Shot. He's got the switch dazzle on standby. when maybe coming through here, he's got to be careful. I mean, he starts to stack up the Jade on that weapon. That'll be crazy. You're going to see a chance here for a Sky Punch. We are going to get a chance in looking at maybe, I think, Divine Flight. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. But it could be something for him to look into, whether or not, you know, XY gets a chance in pulling that out. Divine Flight's low-key kind of grief. I'm going to be a $150 on that. That thing is 100% grief. I lied. I retract my statement. That thing is a big grief Jade, but depending on how you utilize it, you know, to have to see. Otherwise, it's going to be aged out, not a quick charge, but he is going to have Switch Dazzle. He's going to just keep it, though, because he needs that mitigation. Even though he's going to sheet swap and everything, I don't know. Something tells me he's going to scroll wheel swap, and all of a sudden, he's done. And as for Wang Liang on this angle, right, it's going to have the tumult. He's going to have it with the rev up bomb shot. A lot of that Jade being showcased around, though. Still having himself on this Romy Yang, he's just going to go ahead and try to int out this lobby, because if he gets in this Romy Yang, he wins it. He gets a purple armor for free, he gets a gold weapon, another purple weapon, potentially. At least upgrading his pistol. And then hopefully to kind of snowball it out, because like I said, he does have a lot of points with 4.5. He just needs to make sure he does not get beneath that threshold in that red line.
Our game 1 winners in shambles. You got Calm and Armor. History repeats itself, I guess, but we got XY on the Tarka, shotgun RB focus, gain active against Frostvist. Frostvist nearly losing all that blue armor. See XY now with the health advantage. Go ahead and overhold, doesn't release, does bait out the F. Throws the fireball there, doesn't get clip off of this. Yes, he does, but he lands on top of his head, so he doesn't get the prior for that. See the jump LB now from XY. The Scare Rush is good, forces out the Lee ultimate. Let's see it now. The prior here for Frost now forces out the Tarka ult. Dagger throws there to avoid the pressure for now here on the Tarka. Goes through as well, so he gets all that armor back there from the armor replenish. Now, once again, Frostvist tries to apply the pressure. Well, players getting clip off of this. There goes the jumps. Doesn't manage to get the kick. So it looks like he is going to be staying inside the pocket now. But the ult's about to run out here for the Tarka. Catches Prowl. Jump on the base times 3. 1, 2. Beautifully done. And XY nearly having that ult run away. You see him, woo! In the face cam right there, being able to get the limb. And he's happy about that one.
Yeah, for real. Now we're gonna look at Wufong. Precast ultimate against Paces, and Pace looking for the stagger for the attack boost. I don't know if it's intentional. Spacing that out though, he's recasted the ultimate already, so he's on arrow 2 right now. For Pace, I mean, gets caught, gets all the, well, not all the heal, right? He got in the burn, last GC on there, but the LMB catches up here. Yeah, 2 casts now for Wufong. This is a free heal. Unless Wufong wants to see Pace burn his combo breaker like that, I don't think so. I don't think so, buddy. This is going to be a raw chance here. If we can get an uppercut here, we burn the F1 from the Zenda Wu. Looking at this, man, held blue focus the entire time. There it is. Now we have to invest that knockback, and then we run it right back. And look at that Pace. I mean, he's going to get caught by another Scare Rush LMB. Jump LMB, walks around here for the R&B holds, and then he gets almost caught. Tap dodges through, still gets R&B from the halberds, doesn't worry, has a parry, and that's an elimination.
Some good spacing there from Wufong. Manages to read that focus as well. He's going to snag up gold dual blades off of this. Nice little upgrade here on the Yodohime second round selection for him. A Zhao is going to be snagging up that gold Hong sword on the Hottie. He won his Yang, so I mean he already had an explosive start here for game 2. He had 3 limbs going into this Yang. He's up to 4 now. This was how his Yang looked against Ruro. Staying in the pocket, parry baits, gets the LB Prio, forces out Kylan F. Now playing around the Scare Rush pillar. I believe he clips him off of that, but doesn't get the confirmed damage. Now goes for the raw uppercut, and Ruro though is just get caught off the dodge as well. Ruro is just getting caught off of it. Okay.
Zenith? Yeah, he's getting caught a lot easier. I mean, you'd think he's going to hold out, maybe ult cast early, preemptive, just to mitigate the catch, but he didn't think he would. Then obviously inventory swapping out to the Hong sword or the katana. That was kind of rough there. I mean, scaling was enough to kill. Ruro is going to be on this back burner aspect. He's over by the Crimson Cave, right? Which is way... actually, I think he's actually more southwest than anything else. Past the Mandate Yard and all that. Yeah, by the Statue Workshop. Though he's actually near Imperial Camp more than anything. Thing is, he's only on 100 seconds left before the aim depletion starts to deplete himself from the lobby. 70 seconds for Frostbits. He was the first player to go out inside of this round. He's looking for scraps, right? Got the Hong sword. He could be scaling up here. He's got the Cyan Fang from what we saw from earlier. To Wufong looks to kind of speak him out here into existence. He's got dual blades gold rarity from that Romy Yang, right? So he's got the good. Now coming down to this, XY puts himself across Pace. This is over by this point, chasing down towards Imperial Camp. Now Ruro is here to just kind of see if he can create an instigation, but this is a buff pro situation, if you guys don't know what I mean. Both of the Vermilion Burst Might wielders, they're going to see each other like, yeah, it's time to take the fight against ourselves. Take the fight against the other guy. And this other guy is Kylan. And of course, you need the Kylan to make sure he burns his ult, because otherwise he's going to be a rough estimate to come up against.
Yeah, I mean, look at that health though, getting chunked very quickly there onto Ruro. Now he's forced to pop this ult. Pace can respond with the F. forced to pop the ultimate as well. Now the fireball. This could be good here for XY. He's gonna get the tick damage to the back end. Pace though still staying up. The 3 shots off the bow. Pace being able to snag up that kill. Prowl now. F recast here for Pace. Grabs the bloom as well, so he gets a little bit of health back. Now trying to play on top of his rocks to avoid getting caught off of any combo here to make sure the terrain is not in XY's favor. But Pace though, gonna get full chase down. Another player showing up. Who is this on the top side? Is that Ron? Ron on the Aquas is up now, but the elimination going towards XY's way against Pace. You see Ron is gonna go ahead and back on up, knowing that elimination already connected. He could have potentially gotten active there, knowing that that ult was already active, so he would have had the advantage, but you see him not wanting to invest that, so he's going to play a little bit more passive. But a player like Frostivus, he has 43 seconds in his timer here to try to cleanse on out. You see him going against Asia. Asia had a marvelous game thus far here with 5 eliminations already on the board. He has his Hadi ultimate, and this is where it becomes rough for Frost, I would say here. The chase down off the flight mode here on the Hadi can be very annoying, but you see another player like Wally Young as well as looking for this player. Nice weed there for Frostivus. Goes the ultimate investor here for Frost, trying to get the 3rd set of daggers, but doesn't manage to do so. The grapple bump is good. We have another player in the mix as well. Ron potentially starts rotating on in as well, but it looks like he might be posted up for the Yang. Now Frostivus catches up. The F called in here for Asia, and not enough time, and Frostivus is going to be eliminated here by Yang depletion. We'll see if anybody gets a hit confirmation for him to get eliminated, and it is Asia. That's his 6th now.
Yo, that's crazy. This guy's getting so crazy. But hey, listen, lobby him out. He got that blue armor as well. I mean, it was crazy that he broke the grapple off that cast on the ultimate to like tap dodge. He's good. Though Akos has F2 roar, you know, Tumult doesn't have F1 up ready to go. Ron's looking at this guy like, yo, I got this. And he combo breaks, and he's still scaling up, but now he's going to go ahead running around. The Rum Yang is already going to be up in here in just a couple of... Actually, it's available right now. Asia is rotating right back to it. He can make it. He got to go. He's going to avoid the whisk throw. F2 roar is tap dodge. He's going to get the parry. Full parry, by the way. Takes the weapons. Steal your girl. He's getting in there, man. He's got this. I know Asia got this in him, bro. He's got it. The Rum Yang, he gets out. And he's up against XY, bro. This is nuts.
No way.
Generational.
Nah, is he him?
Yo, he might be, man. He might be. Blue armor, though. Tarka? Nah, that's a rough fight. That's rough.
This is 100% rough. Let's see how he tries to get active. He does have that Gohan sword in hand, but he's going to eat up the damage off that release there from the whip sword. See XY. Ooh, flicks the fireball, gets the damage onto Asia behind the pillar. Oh, he has the Jade, but doesn't manage to get the damage. He gets caught off it. Now he's forced to pop this old Hadi ult now invested here from Asia. He tries to avoid any burn stacks here for himself. You see XY though playing patiently, potentially get a parry off. Wants to, but you see him running wall. Oh yeah, this could be bad. I've seen this tech before. Yeah, you gotta be careful. You cannot run into that. If you're Asia on the Hadi, you gotta be very aware of these fire stacks on the floor. It can one burst him, and you see him not going in for the bait. And now we're back to neutral here with no ults online.
Rigger is invested. Double blue focus release here for XY. He throws a fireball in place, making sure if that scare rush was offensive, it's a defensive one, man. And it's crazy too because you know this is going to be coming up sooner than the combo breaker, right? So this is going to be up to XY holding up the R&B. Whip sword range in vertical range is diabolical, but I know that he looks at the scare rush downwards, goes for the uppercut. The divine blade counters him. This is why I'm saying this great. This Jade is grief. R&B connects, but the second one doesn't because Katana versus Hong Sword is prominent there. The Sky Punch confirms combo breaker is up here for it. He should be up here for him. He has disengaged. Doesn't matter. The jump LB connections, they are spammed out, and now it's up to XY coming through here. It's like, yo, this Hadi is popping off, but now that it's going to be a loss. We're going to see this coming down. Rent's Firmament, the gold staff going to be picked up, as well as a quick charge thunder call in the hands of XY. So you'll have that opportunity right now outside the Rum Yang now that he's having this gold armor.
Yeah, that's a nice upgrade there from XY. He's gotten blessed, I would say. Gold whip sword, gold staff. You know, and then something like Asia gets gold hung sword. It's a little rough, but we'll see him though. He's going to have a fight inside the zone. Looks like that's going to be Ron as well, resurrecting here. Our game 1 winner, Asia now. And potentially want to get active as soon as possible, right? This is probably the best bet for him, trying to get an isolated fight. You see Ronjo trying to go for the reset in. Pistol shots here from Asia. We go ahead and cross up, sends the R&B focus, gets the damage off of this. Ron now eats up a lot of damage. Has to be forced to pop this F due to him tap dodging a little bit too early there on that F2. But you see Asia now with the upper hand. But Ron's still not out. Oh, never mind. He eats up so much damage. There goes the ult off, and Asia now has the advantage for sure. Oh, okay.
Bro, no way we're grappling like that, bro. Not in this data. We can't do that. So here's the thing, right? I would imagine he tap dodge. He tried to dodge grapple so he can fall to the floor. But I mean, against a hottie that's in the fight for him, I mean, it's going to be a real rare catch for him in that case, and he still gets it, man. We're up to 7. Now we're going to go to replay. Wufong taking this fight against what seems to be Ron, which he won. Wufong did. Of course, this is going to be probably a skill out because look at this, man. Got the combo breaker right in the face of Doom. Looking for the parries here, so go ahead for that old cast immediate, and then looking at the Yakuza, he's going to scale out. The V2 is already avoided. The launch doesn't get it yet. He's going to look for it this time. Double tap dodge roll comes out from Ron. He still has his opportunity, right? Like V2 up into the air, maybe for a F2 recast on the warp. He misses that second one, so down and out. You know, this is good though. Normally this is good. He's gonna get the nice amount of damage to equal the odds, but once he takes that blue focus, he's gone. And obviously for Wufong, he's got a combo breaker, so now he realizes he can take this fight. Right?
That's it. Stays in the pocket. A bit of cannon shot damage there. Wufong. Ronda seems to be impatient. Doesn't want to get caught up any prior, but a scare rush still connects here for Wufong. Rolls out, holds W. Unfortunate for him. Nbpl once again, second time around is good. Gets the damage plus the elim. That's how Wufong collects those gold fist blades. Plus the white tigers. Now you see him start rotating on, and we got 4 players up. That being Asia, XY, Wufong, Wang Liang.
Whoa.
Hottie. What you see?
We got advanced group heal, got the Tuna on standby. He's got himself the Dreadful Whale if he needs to. Martial Will form Hook and the Cyan Fang, so that's why he's doing the 1, 2, 3 for that for the halberds. Got a lot in the pocket, man. A lot in the pocket. Good sustain too, right? The Tuna as well, just for the advance heal. That's supplies gain. And Wang Liang trying to hide out, you know. He's like, the guys, my mom said I couldn't come out to play. You know, he's the only guy without proper armor, with gold armor, man. He's just chilling out here. He's got a tree up his. You know what? Let me not rephrase that. He got himself out here a lot. Yo, he's got a lot to go up against. Gold armor, gold weapons. These guys are just hanging out. These guys are having a good time. This is like a happy fun episode on PBS Kids, bro. It's like everyone's gonna have fun. And Wang Liang, he's a kid that's stuck inside because it's raining, but he's gonna go ahead. He's gonna launch this down. He's gonna skywalk. He's gonna put himself in a position right now, line of sight off this moonbane and seeing what happens up here if they instigate. But look, I mean, 7-3-3. Look at the scoreboard, right? H-Dog's up to this on the hottie. Considering that he is a hottie, he can kind of break away from a fight as he's, it just depends, right? Because XY is really grounded as a hottie is in the sky. He can't really do much except range shot him down, because then that's a point in time once he realizes that the opponent's going to be, scaling out. And as for XY, right? Rents Ferment, Mortal Defiance, purchased out. Quick starts on the call with the Sky Punch. He's at 8% to 24% mitigation, right? 8% attack. This is really the most optimal, depending on the characters, right? But at least he'd have a way to kind of reason for it. Now we have Roger's Grip, Benthic Descent, Sky Punch, Double Sky Punch, as well as an Overlord on the Aizhao with the full kit in his body, but he has no weapons to complement anything here. See, difference is that he gets the aerial dash, man. He's going to be popping off, but looking at this, we're going to scale up here. We got a view on the pairs for whatever reason, and we're going to have Wang Liang take this aggression. Combo Breaker's already invested, and that Combo Breaker, or actually the Fireball, hasn't even been thrown out here from XY.
Yeah, but he does eat up a lot of this damage, and yeah, Tamog Ultimate is a wide radius, so the other 2 players are going to be seeing this pretty soon. We don't see them rotating on in. You see them already playing for that Spirit Well, but XY decides to take the different approach and contest the other Spirit Well with Wang Liang posted up on it. Now the Prog going towards XY. Forces off the F here, off the Temi. Another player might show up pretty soon once that Spirit Well. Nope, it stopped. We got a 2-way scrap off right now on both Spirit Wells, I believe, due to the fact that the bars are not moving. See XY though. Going for the jump LMBs. Does manage to connect. There goes the ultimate now. Investigates. Clip off the RMBs there from the flying knives. Gotta be careful though. You see the reset and respect there from Wang Liang. Does manage to drop right back down. Now the Tarka trying to get that value that he's looking for, but the Tumult is playing it very well here. Wang Liang, he's playing on top of that roof, not giving XY any sorts of space to really get anything going off that Tarka ultimate, and just like that, the ult's gone. Both ultimates are gone there for both the Tumult and the Tarka. Wufong and Aizhao now starts to move on in. I think Aizhao is going for the flag capture, or going for the other Spirit Way, actually. He's just going to go ahead and capture it. XY, though, eats up so much damage. Oh, no. Yep. Oh, he gets the kill.
That's tough. Let me get that yoink. Let me get that soul bloom real quick. Thanks. That's his tax. Full investment into the fight, and then all of a sudden nothing left. He gets nothing out of it, bro. It's like, what the? And look at Aizhao, man. He's gonna be coming up here after this Yang Spirit Well.
There it
Take
is.
the ball down to get off his headset, and this man's scaled up. Look at the dagger play coming out here. Gets a full army to the face. Doesn't even care. Throws out the LMBs though. I'm still thinking about the 1-2-3s. It's gonna get caught here, man. I mean, that was an early LMB off of this, and it's gonna be a good chance to burn out the combo breaker from Yoto. There it is. Still though, having this Void Sunder, it eats straight through it. You can see Wufang's HP is now at a point of no return. He can get an R&B stagger, but that advanced heal, that's that clutch. And this is gonna be a wall right now. HL can't even get an ult proc if he wanted to, but he's gonna have that armor reset. You know it's gonna be happening. 1500 armor, thank you very much. And now it's gonna be up to Wufang to kind of turn out for round 2.
Yeah, this is bad here for Wufang. He has to give another round of damage. You see him now. He's gonna go ahead and invest the ultimate. Ult recast. Weave. Beautifully done. Straight to his dome, too. Goes directly at him. The ultimate, though. Clips a little bit at the end. Now the ult's gone here for the Yoto man. Zhao. Gonna go ahead and try to bait this out. Sends it. Gets the damage this time around, I believe. A little bit of damage there. Now, Wufang tries to kite it out. The ultimate is gone here for Zhao as well. Reset for both players. Neutral back pretty soon. Here it is. Grapple to the pistol shot. Cannon shot response there from Wufang. Pistol shot, pistol shot, pistol shot. Times 3. Beautifully done there from Zhao. Now goes back on in. Cancels there with the LMB. Forces off the F now. Beautifully done there off that LMB focus catch now. The reset comes in once again. The cannon shots is not connecting here for Wufang. Now grappling up. You see Zhao just continue to apply that pressure onto the Yoto Hime. Now gets cut off the LB Pro. Has the F there to avoid that full damage. To chase down the side of the terrain. The Hottie though, doing good damage right now. Has the advantage. Ooh, the 1-2-3 is good there from Wufang. Gets the cannon shot, I believe. And now the reset. No, doesn't get proc. We see him now on the top side. This is a very, very interesting spot of this terrain. They're using that terrain there just to catch him off guard. But there goes a massive parry there from Zhao.
Yo, that swap comes out handy, but this is gonna be a 1.0 in the air. We're gonna look at the R&B hold check. We get parried on that. We're gonna be at silence. This is all this damage, but the Mystic Might still procking in here. 30% mitigation across the R&B connects to LMBs. Get the Voice Thunder kill confirmation. Because the F2 does not care. It doesn't care about the F2, and that's gonna be a crazy hottie game, man. That's 8 eliminations, first place. This is a 10.5 game. I mean, looking at the camera for a brief moment, he's like, you know who I am. I gotta roll my sleeves up for this game. You know, I had to make sure to let them know who I was, because this guy comes out in this qualifier round. I mean, slow roll into the next couple of rounds. He's got it. Guaranteed. H-Dot taking MVP for game 2 on a hottie. No less. 8th round selection pick, and it makes its way out.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the... I feel like that's like the thing that really catches these players off guard is just like, it's been a while since they fought hotties, you know? I don't know if Zhao is playing this in scrims or what the case is. But hey, you can't even knock it though. AE limbs plus the dub on hottie.
On hottie, bro. Taking that chase down that happened on the overpass, bro. Like, this guy was getting chased about half the lobby. He's still got the Romy Yang. He's building up that mic movement. Mic movement was coming out there with the dagger. He got the double parry. He took the weapon. He had enough time to look at that staff on the ground and was like rubbing his hands together. He's like, I take that. And he came out on top of it. I was looking at the map and I was like, yo, this Roman Yang is enterable. Like, he can enter this once he kite passes it. And he knew it, you know? He's on top of it. So then once that came through, he found an instigation, right? He seen the instigation that came down. Everybody was on his, behind. Then all of a sudden puts himself in the spotlight of just like, yeah, just throw that blue focus because you think I'm going to be on this exit frame. He gets it. He gets, he gets it all confirmed. He gets his Roman Yang. He loses it there, to be a fair point. Then he takes a fight against Ron, right? Ron put himself in a weird spot. We're going to talk about it in a second. We got a prediction for y'all. Who got the most kills in game? Yo, what are you talking about him? We're going to talk about him a little bit more. It's in game 2. Is it A Frost, B Wufang, C Xuanwan, X Y, D A Zhao, D. We're going to talk about this guy because we were just talking about the MVP stats. I ain't going to front you guys. You guys are going to get the answer right now because we got to keep talking about this guy. Because what happened is that Ron, as a knockouts against the fight Hottie, was in a position that he'd able to kind of mitigate the fight going off over by the Cinderfell was the fact that he had him on a cliffside. Hottie takes a real strong advantage on the terrain difference in that nature unless he loses a line of sight, right? And then Ron can take the surprise attack, V2 around the corner, or at least V1, right, if he can activate the recast. Then he puts himself in like a health advantage, at least to get his health back, because he ate all those RMBs on the Hong Sword. A lot more than he's kind of faring himself out to. The only one mistake that he did was grappling in midair, soft step, or like not soft step, like he literally stayed in midair, and that's all that Hottie needed to go off with the single slash just to kill confirm, man. And that's rough for Ron.
You think we're gonna see more Hotties?
Nah. I think it's a personality pick, though. I low-key feel like it is, because, I mean, he's the only person that's bringing it out. Liam is the same thing, right? We've seen kind of him showing up there. Map selection, I mean, Morris, it could be a little higher chance just because of the flame cages, the plaques, and all that stuff, just to kind of utilize V2. Then again, you kind of see how these guys are kind of like making or breaking the punches here. This hottie pick from Asia, even though he's in last chance qualifiers for stage 2, round 2, right? Last chance round 2, right? He's putting himself on that hottie pick. He's done. He's going to go into phase 5 and 6. If he's trolling, he goes for double pick hottie. He can, right? Because he's going to go up to phase 2 or 3 and 4 up to 1 and 2. Then he'd at least get more of the premier picks. But, you know, when everyone else kind of gets chosen, I mean, Justina's going to be an option on the board right there for this round. I mean, Morsal is going to be primo for her due to the Firefly regenerations and all that. Then having ourselves across it, it's a very rare case if he's going to be making his chance, not just to Asia, but to the other players.
Almost def, for sure. I mean, this is like perfect for your setup throughout the remainder of the day, right? You have your last selection pick being an amazing game. Look at that, 10.5. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen a 10.5 here for the 2026 season, right? Obviously, there's no more multipliers on the kills, so this is massive here. He jumps to that first with that 13.5, setting up nicely there for the remainder of his games for today. XY, though, 3.5 for this game, 8 overall. Just with that massive 3.5 that he carried on over, just, you know, that's a very nice setup. He just has to stay consistent there for himself to be in that top 4. Wufong also had a great game with 5 points there, 7 points overall. Wang Liang, 6, Frost, 4, Ron, 2.5 as well as pace, and Ruo with 1 at the end there. Now the highlights here for game number 2, first BR match of the day. This was the aggression off rip here, 3-way scrap off Frost, Wang Liang, and Wufong, I believe. On the Yorohime, A-Shao. And this is where you thought he was going to parry, right? You thought Ron was going to go ahead and try to catch a parry there. Unfortunate enough for him, he sends a blue and gets clipped off that slash. And now A-Shao against Ruo. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's just, nerves here for Ruo. He was just getting caught left and right there in that fight in that realm. It just, sets you up in a bad predicament for the remainder of the game. You had that Yang depletion on.
2.0s back to back, bro. They didn't even care. They didn't even care, bro. It's kind of crazy too because I mean, Rio was kind of pinched there between 2 players that are just like on him. So everything comes down to just having to fight the storm, but the ultimate cast didn't even work in his favor there. I mean, this last angle just came down to the position of the tome. So that katana tome with Void Thunder just puts so much like emphasis on like he noticed that the combo breaker is going to be up for the Yorohime. So once she takes a huge amount of burst damage, even with the F2, if the ticks are up by the time that he tries to tap dodge, maybe he gets caught by the vicinity tap like on the end, on the wake up. So coming off of MVP on this hottie pick, I mean, one other thing we're going to talk about in a second, but looking at the stats right now, 22,000 or 22.6k damage. Then looking at just the sheer, once he got the Hong Sword, he was able to scale out with that. Dagger, Nunchucks was the second to third. Seeing how we saw the dagger usage later on, just kind of making sure he can kite it around. But Nunchucks, especially with the 2-on-1s that he was able to just getting off of LMB catches, was kind of nasty. Though, bringing this up, Hottie, his timer on the ultimate, I think right now is like, what, 20 seconds in solo? So he's one of these 2 characters. XY had the worst chance of fighting him up again, right? Let's be honest, right? XY put himself in the spotlight against a hottie where he had stalled him. He had to stall. It was a 1-to-1 ultimate, right? At the end of the day, where the hottie had himself flying around, knowing that the fireball knowing that Tarka won't come after him because he's in the sky, right? And Tarka's like, I dare you to level 3 slash, and hottie knows better. He knows better because of the firewall, right? Because like you said, if a Tarka starts running into a wall, every single flame stack, right, that would normally be trailing out from like a trail that Target starts running, it all gets congested into that one spot. Like, so 5 different trail spots of fire where the tick, that all happens in one swoop. If he goes for level 3 and he takes it's over, bro. I mean, it's dead,
gross.
Right?
It's literally gross.
And then what happens is that he kind of like walks away from it by just not doing anything. And then he stalls out the Tarka ult. Bro, you giving no Tarka value, bro? Because you can kite on the ground as long as until the Tarka catches you. But we're gonna go ahead and start ulting out of the way, guys. We're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna combo break this out. We're gonna go ahead and see you guys in a couple minutes. Round 3 is gonna commence. See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Creatives. I'm here with Severia as well. Today, last chance qualifiers, day 2, final day here to make it into the spring finals. We just saw 2 games being played out already, or whenever game 1. Rough time, right? You win that first game, you go into your second game, you got no value. Yeah, I don't know. That's my curse. Like I said, I haven't gone back and see the other games, but there's massive game 2 though. You see Asia on the hottie, being able to secure an 8 elim dub, picking up 10.5 for this game alone. Sets himself up beautifully for the remainder of the day. I mean, you have your last pick having a massive game like that. You know, like Severio mentioned right before the break, you just getting a better tier character throughout the whole night as well. So, you know, it's up to him to see how he's going to keep up this momentum that he just got off that game 2. But, you know, very surprising, right? The hottie has had insane value there for Asia for that game alone. I think that big turning point was him being able to make it into that Yang already with 5 elims, right? 5 elims, and you would have gotten eliminated there in top 5. It's still a decent game, but the fact that he was able to kite out all that pressure, getting chased down by 3 players, gets the massive double parry, snags up the weapon, goes inside Yang. Unfortunately, he does lose that Yang, but he comes out of Yang and cleanses out in a span of 30 seconds. I mean, it was just lights out there for Asia. So yeah, overall, we're going to be jumping to game number 3. Already seen some very surprising moments here for our day today already. The hottie, I would never expect the hottie to have a little bit of glow for today's matches, but you know, we saw Colin for our stage 2 finals also having that same glow, which, you know, isn't surprising just with how good he was before, even though, you know, he did get touched up a lot. Yeah, I think the Kylan still applies a lot of pressure, like characters like Akos and Zenda. But yeah, I don't know.
I mean, the thing is I mean, you got to go into the synergy in terms of the fights. I mean, noticing how this comes down to someone who ends up winning the martial art versus, they didn't do hot this next round, right? That was Ron. But the crazy thing is, Ron was on the Akos and he didn't get a single point that game because he went out early. When all is said and done, right, he puts himself across the board. With him, he puts himself, you know, now at the bottom. So he's going to have a chance, right, to have fun with whatever he chooses to be. But scoreboard rise, he's at 6th place now. And putting Asia out with this one good game means that at 13.5 points, so I can't believe this guy with a cutout. See, this is the real photos we need, right? This is the ones we need. Yo, this is crazy.
Look at that one on the left.
Yeah, you seen that, dude? What is going on? The fans are like, yo, we got the guy with the meme, we got the guy with the cutout, and then XY is like, I'm not seeing any of that, man. Because XY is in 2nd place, but you know what's crazy? Look at these points, right? From 2nd to 5th, at least. 8, 7, 6, 4. That's enough to kind of make sure the cutoff point is 6 points right now, but you know it's going to be averaging around like 12 to 17. You know, by the time that by the time that we enter around like round 5, we're already at the halfway point. We already have 1 round down for the BR. We got 3 more to go basically after this one. And then taking this round, I mean, Wang Liang, he had 4 going into today, 0.5 from martial art versus and 1.5 off of that round. And he's at 6 points. And he's going to go ahead and kind of josh himself out for that last round for the performance that he had to go through. But now it's up to him to kind of seize the moment. Knowing that Wu Fang put himself at 5 points that game, though, was pretty remarkable, right? Because he did lose that Romy Yang versus, he lost the martial art versus, but he ends up taking 5 points, taking him to third place. Ruo, though, is still at the bottom, at least for today. He only got 1 point. And then we go into game 3 hoping he can kind of succeed over here in phase 5 right now, and seeing what he decides to pick up here in this round in more style.
Gonna see. Very surprising though to me. Like, I understand why Akos is that first seed, but man, it's like kind of rough to see that value in these games. I would expect the Akos to be really frying throughout the whole day's matches, but possibly see 1 to 2 MVPs on the Akos throughout the whole day. So, you know, not sure if that might the thing is like no one's like superly like overpowered now like how we used to have it. That's what like kind of just throws me off. Just, you know, we're used to seeing the you know, how it was like with Liam and Lonnie and Syra as well. Syra really climbed up in the ranks, and if she was contesting that first place spot, but I think she kind of just stayed in that second slot for a while when she was very broken. You know, obviously now she doesn't even get played out anymore. With just how, like, you were mentioning her movement got gutted in her old form, which was a massive thing. But there it is once again. Frost on the Akos, Pace now locking in the Tomok for his second round selection, which I'm a fan about. Big fan of that. But Wang Liang snagging up the Zenda. Zenda, how do you feel about the Zenda now? Do you think it just depends on like what ult they're running and the value they're gonna get from that? Because I feel like she's also in a rough spot. Like, she goes out with like 3 maybe most of the time. Maybe. That might be her average, like 3 limbs.
Yeah, maybe. No. The thing is that it also comes down to what kind of fights are you going to be taking. I mean, using Zenda. Well, if you're in like a 1v1 with a third party in the vicinity on that fight, you're obviously going to be looking at trying to utilize. If you're the one taking their fight in the 1v1, and you'd have to pop your ultimate, and you're trying to deny that soul bloom yoink that comes out from the third party. If you don't get that yoink, I mean, they're still gonna have ultimate. They didn't even have to invest that. So hoarding out the Zenda Wu bow shots. What's kind of sketchy enough is that if the Zenda Wu ends up putting herself up here in the Romy Yang, she's a hot shot, right? She's taking that fight. But on the outskirts and the outside fights, if the target starts kiting around, I mean, it's nothingness. I mean, you can still kind of catch around the corner sides and getting shots off. Then you get the lock on. What's going to happen next is they're going to be waiting you out from a range. And that range shot, guaranteeing that hit from the distance, not so likely. So it's just about catch up, right? That's what her thing is. She's able to kind of catch up to you. And if you're taking a one-on-one fight against a Zenda Wu, I mean, she's going to be tap dodging like everything, you know? And then you're going to be trying to tap dodge her shot, and it's going to be a lump 0 game. But looking at these picks on coming through here with a Shun Huan on 6th round, it's going to be a Kylan on Ron. It's going to be Justine on Wufang. And it's going to be more Sam. I'm going to say Wusa. You saw that, man? Wufang. All right, guys. I'm Jacob Champion 2024. 2025, I mean. I ain't going to take this. You know, people have been saying this all over the days, but, like, I got to make it happen because he's got to make it happen. This is it. This is up to now, right? Because these next points, I mean, he's going to go to phase 7 or he's going to go up to phase 6 afterwards. He's going to have to make the Justina game kind of go off. The spawns in terms of Morisile, we'll break it down when we see the map rotation. But depending on where he ends up going through, and if he does get the right option of taking a one isolated fight, and depending if he goes against like the Tumulch or if he goes against a Akos, he can definitely just burn them down. He can actually just combo them out. Like, he can dash through their jumps and all that stuff, the F1 wisp, right? He can catch him on that. Or if he can catch him with the Akos on the who's trying to leap, you know? And if he tries to leap, if he has imprint, he's definitely getting a death sentence for that guy. But if he takes a fight against Zenda Wu, for instance, the Zenda is going to have the tap. He's going to tap dodge every single opportunity that comes through. So anything comes out, recast, all that stuff, he'd end up popping off for that, you know. So he actually earns that down.
Be rough, for sure. It's gonna be rough, but you know, you gotta tee up like he said. You gotta see if you can try to get some points. I don't even remember what his overall ranking right now is. I know he's definitely in the bottom side, but I don't know if he's 7th or 6th, like 6 through 8 is what I'm confused of where he's at right now, but. We'll see. We'll see how it goes for Wang Liang or Wufang. Sorry, he has to. Really has a lot of ground to cover. All right, ults and abilities. Looking at the V2 there for Ron on the Kylan, so we are staying with that, and then also on the V1 for Wang Liang on the Zenda. Everything else is gonna just be standard, right? I guess I have to look at the Aquases now. Just the fact that we saw the F1 in our game 1 is probably just a martial arts thing, though. I mean, we are back in that staple. F2 here for Frostivus. What do we have? Everything else is pretty much standard. Yep, everything looking the same as always. Game number 3, halfway mark right after this, so you know, time crunch now. Really gotta be in your tip-top shape here. Try to play the remainder of these matches. You're on that bottom side of the pyramid there on that bottom 4 to try to get those points to stay up here to be able to make it into that stage finals or the spring split finals, I would say. But yeah, hot drops now. Big contestant of the map here. The center got Wolves SS1 TE as well. Posted up there, dead center there in Celestra. Firefly spawn there for Frost. We see him there playing a little bit of top side there, so he's gonna be instantly going for those Fireflies. Yeah, instantly drops. Game 3 though, locked and loaded. No hottie, so I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna give it to Kylan for this game here. So I'm gonna give it to Kylan.
Now I think I'm gonna count on Wufang's this season. I'm gonna see what happens out here. I mean, this is what we come down to, right? I think in his aspect, judging by we saw Pace's spawn though, I mean he got uncontested for Gamma Mine. that full loot into Sigma Mine means that he's gonna approach that with caution because he's gonna go for Fireflies most definitely north, right? But because the reason is Asia XY, they're hot on the tails against one another, but they're gonna loot first before they're gonna take an honorable loot path before anything. And XY got the spear. He's already putting himself up here with that. He's got himself to look at this gold trove like, yo, money, gold scar. Let me see that. He's got blue armor, blue fan. He's got, oh, and we got Asia on blue halberds. And with a great sword, I'm curious. So you're going to have to see, hey, if he gets any swaps off. But mitigations aside, he needs that. But look at Wang Liang. My man's a menace, full ult, ready to go. Look at this guy. He's already on active ult. And he got all the fireflies. My man's running it down. And he sees XY. Z8 line the side of this. He does not confirm any of the arrows. Well, GG. There goes the old cross.
That would have been insane. He's able to get that from that far. That was like 40 meters.
Could have, but it spreads. It's like a submachine gun from that range.
That
too,
far?
So it just goes out. Yeah. One of those arrows.
Nah,
the
that's
line that hit. Yeah, the line decided. But looking at how it goes down, XY gets spotted out by Wang Liang, and I mean, look at Pace. Remember I talked about Pace got that whole entire loot pack for him for free, and he's gonna show up here. XY not even utilizing a combo breaker here, man.
Yeah, I mean, here it is. Four-way scrap off now. Catches two in the corner. Wang Liang now does manage to get the eyes onto XY on the top side. Does get a parry off, but I think he gets knocked back, so doesn't get the damage confirmation. But a drop down R&B there from Wang Liang is good. Spins the follow up as well, but doesn't get the damage. XY now is gonna be forced to pop this line the ultimate. Look for the goalie stance. Does not manage to connect. Now Pace sends it. Big parry from XY. Now Pace is now in a bad spot. He's gonna be forced to pop this Tomoko ultimate. XY right on the wall. Nobody looking at him. He's trying to go for the reset in. All three players caged up. Wang Liang's gonna go ahead and invest the Zenda ultimate. Throws down the firewall, but no value from that, I would say, due to him looking still at Pace. Wang Liang, though, going for the full chase down the Winston Speedo here for Pace. Gets to drop that R&B. Asia now shows back up. The follow-up burst arrows there from the Zenda. Looking to try to get a little bit of that pressure off of him, but now 5 players in the mix. Ron shows up, purple honks on the hand, common armor though. Wang Liang still manages to stay up. No eliminations yet here throughout game number 3, but I feel like that might quickly change pretty soon. But Wang Liang gets another blue armor swap. It'll be done. Ruo shows to the mix. Everybody's at the party. They got the pinpoint location of where the mix is, and there it is. Now we got isolated here with Frost and Wufong.
Bro, who sent the open invite on Facebook, bro? Who got that? Who sent it out? No, not everyone was invited. Disengage, baby. I couldn't believe he got it though. This is a free reset. Look at this. This is what happens, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Look at this. Against who? Akko. So what did I say? The thing is, Akko was an ultimate, but he still got that disengagement. He countered out Frostfist in that manner, taking the first kill in the lobby, bro. And everyone's at the Jade Pond, and this is action on action on action. I mean, the Lonnie ultimate's gonna be at 70% rage bar. Pace is looking to try to charge out this R&Bs, but the pistol shots from the backline forces XY to move forward. Everyone behind him with the halberds are looking for a 2.0's R&B rush out, and that's gonna be up to Asia's recast. He can get last hit, and it's gonna be Ron taking elimination.
That's insane. I mean, we just got our first, now our second elimination in this whole commotion. All right, they were just full on going in, and no one had got taken out until now. Grapple bump confirmation here from Asia to Wang Liang. Wang Liang eats up so much damage. The click comes in. Ron snags up the elimination there onto Wang Liang, and he was like 5th or 6th player in. So now you see him now unleashing the blades off this Lee ultimate. Gonna go ahead and kite on down. Tries to stop it. You see him already with that elimination in his arsenal. So he wants to play it safe. Go ahead and pop the no ult zone as well. So no ult's gonna be up. Ruo, on the other hand, on the other Hime, played a little bit more passively now. You see him still alive. Blue armor. Asia, common armor. Nobody has really fully scaled up like we did for game number 2. Game number 2.
Yeah.
I think we had like 2 players with that purple armor like the first like minute of the game.
Yeah. No, because Wufong found 2 purple armors, right? One for himself and then reset. He got Sin Cleaver, by the way. This is funny. But the thing is that, yo, actually, no, he might be on the path for victory this round. We'll have to see. You know, I'm not gonna what. But yeah, you got a lot of good RNG out the Sky Gets Cove. The ship had a lot of gold troves on the roofs on the top of the deck, and then all of a sudden, everyone started having this. The Ruo is heated, man. He was heated when he was in that Forbidden Seal. He couldn't do anything. He could have used his ultimate. He can't now. But this is gonna be a fight. He gets a recast cast on the Ruo. The vulnerability is still in effect as Asia looks to scale up. This man wants the violence for the range shots, and knowing that there's fireflies potentially in the Sun Cave, he might take a chance on resetting towards that path. But Ruo, he's burning these tap dodges. He's burning his combo breaker, and it allows for the third party for Wang Liang, who is nearly on ultimate cast, to come right back into this and taking the loot. He finds a blue armor, giving a little bit more opportunity for him to chase this down. And then meanwhile, Frostfist reset against Wufong, and both ultimates, they're ready to go.
Yeah, this is massive. Oh, gets the recast ult there and does manage to get the freeze into the R&B focus. And that's going to be Frostiv's game number 3. Quickly out there with 0 eliminations. 6th place overall. That's just unfortunate for him. But Wang Liang and Asia getting active. Oh, out here for the Zinda. Prowl there for Wang Liang. Beautifully done into the 1.0. Asia now to go in that soul form. Wang Liang's going to be snagging up these Elim. What's that? His 2nd here for game 3. Now can potentially start rotating on into the Yang due to it already up here as we see Ruo and Pace are going to be our 2 opponents here inside this first Yang. We Tomok here for Pace. Not too crazy. I think that's like Bounce Shell maybe on the Jade. Not too crazy on the Purple Jade for now. Everything else is blue. See how the drop down goes. Looking for the pistol shot. Ruo. Go ahead and wait it out behind the pillar. Play back on in. Flying Knives is out. Going to insta ult cast. And this is bad here for Ruo, I would say, due to the fact that he's playing in the Tomok. Now there goes the ult cast. Stoneform off the ult cast. Does manage to weave it. Leaves the uppercut as well. Beautifully done. Pace though.
Wow.
Couldn't live out the pressure of that ultimate. Catches him. The grapple bump is good. Doesn't manage to get the F off. But now Ruo's going to go ahead and recast. And now with this ult gone pretty soon, it's going to be try to live it out. But the Timber ult is gone as well.
And I get the nice floater on that 1.0 release. And this man, that F1 cast, I forgot to say, he could be using him the moment he gets staggered off of this. Scarabs in the sky, Pace is looking at this whisk throw. Is like, can he even get it? And then the F1 is still up. He's like, I can't even do anything about that. That's going to be a chance for him to take a pillar now. Looking for a Scarabs off the right side. He goes upwards, and then the LMB to kind of deny the clink off, but he still finds Ruo here. Jump LMB goes into R&B release, hold check. He goes backwards. And the scare rush from Ruo is going to be anticipated. There's going to be R&B. The 1.0, though, confirms the kill elimination. Pace goes down. Ruo takes this victory. Gold. I don't know the gold weapon we're going to get. Purple armor guaranteed. Great sword. GG. Starfall. My favorite Jade. My beloved. This is going to be an interesting chance for Ruo if he ends up actually utilizing this Jade, but I doubt it. Though we get Wang Liang taking out Wu Fang now. Wang Liang is going to be picking this on the Zenda Wu versus Justina, which actually is a bad Justina matchup, to be honest. So we're going to look at that replay hopefully soon, as Wolves is Ron. Takes his victory, has purple longsword. I'm not sure what Jade he had. I mean, you can say it's engraving, but you could also say he could say it's something else, you know, something like a Cyan Fang. Though for Pace, he's going to go after the graveyard. He's going to pick himself up here for a bounty scroll. And it was kind of tough too. I was kind of thinking about Frost being knocked out there outside of the outside of Celestia. I mean, that's kind of rough. Artisan's Grove was the only apparent area for him to go into reset in the zone, and Wu Fang read that at least to kind of mercy him out. Though the ult versus ult situation just came down to that imprint, right? The recast for Justina. Yeah. But still having this fight down here, though, it's going to be the niche optimization here. The Akos comes out for the engraving. There's the reveal early. Swap off to the flying knives. Yo, Ruo got that earned, man.
Wow. Let's get the full punishment, though. Ron now has the Widow to pop the ultimate. Second slash is good. Ruo now is going to go ahead and respond with this ult here from the Yodohime. He's going to eat up 2 more slashes. Good damage here from Ron. You see him now still applying pressure, but the uppercut is good. In the back end now, Ruo applying tons of pressure, going for the crouch LMBs. Rondo, on the other hand, tap dodges times 2. Beautifully done. It's with another slash as well. The ult's gone now. Yodo storm form there. Does get the damage onto Ron. Gets a second one. Jumps it. Goes for the engraven, but the F is good. And manages to stay up. And Ron falls here. I think he still has a second life. Yes, he does. He's in soul form. A Zhao. Oh, big whisk here from Pace. What we got? Second whisk as well. Trying to go for the XY. Messes it up. He messes it up like that. You can't do that, man. You got to work on the Temi TODs because now you got to have to try to fire the pressure from the Justina.
That's real. That's real. You know, look at these double tap dodges from Wu Fang. He actually burned his first one off of that end. No. His AO's calculated, bro. Look at this. According to my calculations, he gets a whisk throw. He gets a horizontal. He confirms for it. The R&B catch up. He can get it. No mustard. LMB 1-2 jump. LMB clink off the Soblum doink. And that's Wang Liang's. That's rough. And this is an immediate Zenda Wu ultimate. No cast against it. R&B doesn't need it. Top dog. Grapple bump, LMB, 1-2, R&B. Oh, doesn't get it. Well, look at XY. He's like, I'm going to look for the run back, man. I don't need this. I need this kill. Wu Fang gets to recast it on. And as much as Wu Fang kind of has this to be in the advantage, I mean, Wang Liang, look at him. He's getting inted by XY. Frame 1.
Yeah, the thing is, XY came up late. He doesn't know that Justina has no ultimate. He thought he just probably full stalled that out. So now the eye's going to be going towards Wang Liang's way. You see him losing a lot of that white HP and a big goop of R&B there from XY off the pole sword. Manages to get the elimination onto Wang Liang. And now he looks up to he's trying to clean up Wu Fang. Wu Fang Around 65% on that ultimate game. Full chase out double of B's. Times 2 there for XY. Click comes in off the lights as well. Since the focus gets the damage. Not enough damage for him to back on off ice off the pressure. Grapples on into the parry. And XY snags up 2. Just like that, jumps up to what? 3? Or 2?
Nah, he got 2 eliminations. He's up to 3rd place though. Yeah, what's crazy though, I mean, even though Wufong went out, he went out with 4 kills, y'all. Like 4 kills is a lot in this area. So
yeah.
He still did good. Now, look at the build here: Tempest Kick, Palm Lightning. Oh, it's gonna be a Overlord, gonna be a Sling Cleaver, the Tuna proc from XY. He's got good sustained jades, good damaging jades if need be. Though switching on over here, we're gonna look at Asia's build because he's been stacking up with this Flying Nice. He's got himself that Starfall, that Advance Heal, right? Which is cool for the shooting one. He's only at 1 kill. He's looking for that last jade for him in his arsenal since he does need 1 more max mitigation, right? Then looking over at Ron here, this engraving has been carrying him throughout the entire fight. I mean, he's at 2 kill elimination. He still has it, right? The longsword, he hasn't gotten parried yet. He has the longsword, but he also has a Hong sword backline. It's just to kind of work out the Akko's F, if he gets him, or not Akko's F, he's playing Kylan. The outfits are throwing me off, bro. But he's going to be going ahead, right? More to the Defiance purchase. Soul Release, do we need that? Rupture Gale Orb, we'll take that. I'll take that any day. I know this is coming down to XY to kind of work this down, but he's gonna go ahead and cast ult because why not? This is like get me to the next round energy. He's gonna burn the Combo Breaker, but the Rummy Hang's already entered upon, and the Tune is gonna be proccing against Ron. Like I said, severely undergeared, but all he needs to do is just capture some mad slashes, and even on purple rarity against XY, who, by the way, is that max mitigation. He's gonna be pulling up here with that Mortal Defiance.
Starting off high. For the drop down, Ron. He playing the Pillar, Scare Rushes on through. So create a little bit of space. Beautifully done. Catches the R&B, so forces out the long combo break pretty early. Nice tap dodge there to avoid the jump on the base, but XY still applying pressure. Mid dodges on in, catches Prog, forces out the Colin F. Massive jump parry here from XY. He's gonna go ahead and cancel it. R&B 2-on-1. 1-2. Oh, no carousel. Goes for it. I believe he was trying to go for the stab into the 1-2-3 as well after that. So Ron now to be forced to pop this Colin ultimate. Gets cut off the ball. This could be rough. The Whip Sword 1.0 is good, and XY quickly getting elimination there onto the Kali. Now we got Ruo against Asia.
Yep, F1 cast comes out here both sides, and of course for Ruo, scales up. LB uppercut burns out the Combo Breaker, aka the ultimate. Ruo repositions off the recast. This is perfect. Doesn't get caught by the last hit on vulnerability. He's good. Asia was like, yo, when's this guy gonna scare rush here? I'm gonna go for you. He's got the advance heal, right? So you can take a little bit more damage, right? 300 more if you need be. But it's 180 per tick, right? So for this right now, for Ruo, it's just gonna be a case right now where if he needs to pop ultimate, there it is. I'm curious though, for Asia, he hasn't gotten any tap dodges to avoid this. He's eating all this chip through the wall, by the way. He gets a F1 cast, he jumps to avoid with the F1 recast. Ruo actually might have this position to take the lead. I mean, he gets staggered off. This is a yo, look at that. My man said another uppercut, another one. And this is gonna be the chance right now. He gets caught by aerial dash. The reveal is here. The RP, the damage taken by this guy, man. Ouch.
Oh no, that's so much damage. Tries to go for cannon shot. Ooh. He clips maybe a little bit. It was close. Couldn't see it turn back there on the camera. But now the overhold here for Ruo. Looking for a bit of space. Scale rush. Good. It's good. Catches Prowl. Now the 1.0. Not going to be enough to kill though. Going for the cannon shot. Gets a little bit of that damage through. Second one connects. Third one does as well. Fourth one connects there. No dodges there for Ruo, for the opponent. Asia, and Ruo is going to be able to snag up that eliminator. That's the second dub there in the Yang. So he is going to be fairly scaled up now here in the remainder of game number 3.
That's crazy. My man said first cannon shot. All right, I'll give you that one. The second one, okay, you got lucky, punk. The third one, bro, you're basically retired, bro. Call you Clint Eastwood, bro. He's gonna be going off of this. I know this is gonna be up to Ron with his Tice 2-1, and Ron dead, man. He's procking ultimate. The Keelan guard's already procking because of the burn tick, so now it's no passive. Level 2, are we thinking about this? I mean, yo, he burned Combo Breaker early. He thought he was going to go here for the slash. No, he's going for another casting ultimate. He avoids it. Fireflies are not available. He's going to go indoors. Now, there's poison shrooms in here, maybe. Take a work around here for XY. Corner side comes up here. He gets not all the healing he needs, but he gets this Combo Breaker to scale away from this Lonnie ultimate. The cast is up for another all ball, and then that's the last one in the kit. Looking at whether or not Ron is going to get this engagement again. He gets a beautiful parry, right? Look at the damage, right? He's like, I don't care about that. R&B catch up. No one's going to have it. The Combo Breaker is still available for the Lonnie. The walls are there. The horizontal comes out for the release. He eats all of that.
Try to delay tap dodge, but doesn't matter to do so. Swaps from the fist into the parry, and XY gets the cleanup right there. And I think that's one of the things that really throws people off guard. Like XY, he just looks like he just clicking buttons.
Really?
Yeah, like it looks like he's just full on W queuing with no thought on his gameplay, but it's that aggression, right? That aggression is very in your face. You don't have time to breathe, and a player like XY knowing every single tech that he knows, man, it's a very dangerous play style in the hands of a player like XY. And you see it here already with 4 eliminations here into game 3. Nicely done there with the bounce back, I would say, from game 2. Now, looking to take the dub, could potentially make it 6 plus the dub. It will set him up nice already in that second place spot with that 12.5. Asia, on the other hand, though, also hasn't had a really insane game 3. He did have an insane game 2, but 1 elimination, has that Yang depletion, so he's going to try to get active. He's going to choose XY. The 1-2, a little bit of love taps there, knowing that he's ready to duel whenever. Rue, on the other hand, though, we see him in the minimap. He's playing that 3rd slot, waiting for the aggression there from the Yang depletion player, knowing that Yang's just came out, but XY is going to go ahead and space on out. Doesn't want to be the full center of attention as well. Doesn't want to get caught lacking. Yodohime, though, is going to start rotating on out. See him. I wonder what gold weapon he got from that second Yang. We can get a little...
Get the tab.
Inventory.
Production. Please. Can we get a tab? I appreciate you showing me the gear for the Yodohime, so I can look over here. Because the other thing too is gold jade, right? Cool. What could it be? Yeah. It could be a phantom set. Actually, I don't think so. I didn't see the HP that's gold on his kit. But if he gets another Board of the Vine, I mean, what's the case there, right? He gets a gold attack jade, right? That's all we see. So it could be one of the not in his inventory right now, but who knows? As for Asia, I mean, the arrow dash combination here would be flawless if he can get 2 in a row, which he can, right? He can go that or actually no, he can't go for R&B when it's downhill, but he can get it twice, and then extends it out. But the direction in terms of control, I mean, off of Asia, he's still able to get the extension on his Roman Yang debuff, right? He's got 48 seconds left to burn out, to build up. But studying this Yang Spearwell, now, 2 options. Yang Spearwell, the White Tiger's Prowess. If he gets the White Tiger's Prowess, it'll at least extend the timer on the Yang depletion. If he decides to pick up the Yang Spearwell, it cleanses it. But if not, because these gamers are on top of it, they'd be able to drop the flag for him. He could be able to cleanse it that way, right? This is a really long, drawn-out fight. 3 players have been in the fight, 2 of them on gold armor, and yet no one is looking to full send on one single character because of the third party. They can't. Rupture Gale's already been stacked up for real. That was his main intention earlier, to kind of make sure he gets that Jade built up. And though for him right now on this end, he's got 2 repair chests. I mean, supplies right now leads us into Asia, hoping to take the fight, and he gets parried as punishment.
No, that's rough. Look at all that HP gone already. Half of that white HP left for himself. He's going to be forced to pop this ult. Goes to 1, 2, 3, 4. Dagger throws. 5th one gets dodged there, but Asia still going to inflict that damage. Goes in with a 1-2 off the Hong Sword there with the R&B. Zero, though, just playing with him, waiting up. XY now starts moving on in. Now the aggression starts to set up. He already has that ult cast, so he's going to have the ult for the second round as well. But Rule gets the elimination confirmation there onto Asia. XY now staying in the pocket, knowing that Yodohime just has a little bit left on this ultimate. XY going for the Dagger Tome, gets the damage 4 times as well. 4 stacks it. Now the ult recast coming in here for Rule. Manages to tap dodge it as well. XY now has the gold frame, our frame there from the ult recast. Goalie stance is not good. Does manage to avoid it. Rule now try to create a little bit of that distance there. Now the TP backed off the F. That's beautiful there for Rule. Now the chase down from XY coming in hot once again.
Yeah, the thing is, he's already at halfway duration on the ultimate cast. He's going to have to find the uses on these 2 balls. He looks to learn it ahead. No knockback, goes ahead and closes the distance, has another ball ready to go. He's got to wait for it to return, though. Gets parried on the response, and there's going to be a silence, right? That silence might be the death sentence here. He gets no cast on it. He burns his combo breaker, preemptive. The scare rush off of this puts himself aside to the Spearwell. He knows this is going to be a contesting for this. F1, he knows he's F1 Yodo. So he knows that Rule is going to be showing up here. He's going to go ahead for some Rupture Gale shots, trying to burn out the HP. Even though the HP J's in the play right now, we're looking at this R&B hold check. There it is. Release number 1. Holds out R&B number 2, but the F1 cast means that there is no way in hell he's going to take this fight in hand, because now that the recast comes out, the damage is sublime, and the R&B hell check burns the combo breaker. XY wants to get back to that gold armor. He's got the grapple isn't coming through. Instead, he decides, I'm going to get the reset. Since Ruro's getting the Spearwell anyways, at least I can get my resources back up on board and still have my armor reset. Ruro will be in the same case. He's got a Aurora Burst. Whether or not he gets Howard for it, or he gets a Hong Sword, he's going to get a gold pole sword on the pickup, since he's already wielding 2 right now. And Otto Ruro, XY rushes himself right back down to us. He's going to go ahead, get a nice pot shot, and of course the Shadow Eclipse Dagger Tome is back up and going, and the F1 is casted out here from Ruro for round 3.
R&B focus, does manage to get the damage off. XY now forces out the ult for the second round, 80% on his. Dagger Tome again, doesn't manage to connect, and use it to create distance now. There goes the full distance out, creates a little bit of that distance, creates a little bit of that space against the Yodohime, but the Yodohime is still applying tons of pressure, catches the loop there, has the F to break it down, but now the ult to be called in here from XY, throws it, tries to avoid the old recast, doesn't have to do so. Here goes his armor swap, catches it very quickly, going back into the mix. Has to be real careful. We have that cannon shot flying in. There it is, gonna start ticking white, I believe. There it is. See the little bar on the top side, the status effect. Now the flag picked up from Muro. XY still applying pressures. Pops one. Battalion sends the 1.0, gets the damage. XY applying tons of pressure. Sends it again. Rule with a nice parry there onto XY. Jump LBs. Gets a little bit of confirmed chip damage there. Spins it back. Snags up his weapon once again. Potentially might swap on over to it, but he's playing the fan for now. Crouch LB cancels the RB. XY tries to anticipate the 1.0s. He sent it twice, and now he sends the 1, 2, 3. Beautifully done. Sends it again, and XY has been anticipated that. Gets the damage. Not a lot, though. The armor's still going towards Rule's favor. XY, the wake up RB. What's going to be the mix up? 1.0 is there due to the green focus. Now he's going to turn burn damage as well. Jump LB times 2. Just trying to eat up his little HP left. We see the Lani ultimate round 4, I believe. It's just been going back and forth. Armor swap once again. Oyoda ult coming in hot pretty soon. 4% left. Now he has to try to sustain for now. 2% lives it out. Yoda ultimate soon, I believe. Jump LB times 3. Oyoda for the full recast off of this. LB jump LBs, and Rule now with the advantage to be able to snag up the dub. Massive game there for DRG's. Rule being able to snag up that last elim. Already had 4, make that 5 plus the dub. He'll be looking nice there for DRG's Rule. He was in 5th, and I know off of that alone, he is going to be taking Wang Liang's spot that got eliminated very early there into game number 3.
Yeah, for real. Taking a chance right there too is the fact that he had the sustain, he had the White Tiger's prowess, but not only that, he had that flag, man. That's 20 heal per tick.
Yeah,
that's white, you know, and that's enough to work out. I mean, thing is that we know that XY had the Sunwing's essence. Every hit that he does is sustained coming back. It's just that he got it real early, right? In that engagement, having 2 minutes left on the White Tiger's prowess, XY had a minute left, and or even less than that. When it came down to it, all it came down was the armor reset for XY, which he earnestly came back for, which I was kind of thinking he's going to save it, right? He notices that Ruro is looking for a passive reset on that Spirit Well, and then honestly, just taking his chances, he's going to go ahead and run it right back and knowing that he's going to have that reset. There was 2 different areas, right? Blazing Cyclone that was coming off of Ruro's end, and XY with the, you know, or rather from Ruro having the Rupture Gale Orb, and then having XY in the Blazing Cyclone, right? The amount of white HP damaging Jays that we'd had in his last fight was kind of predominant. So everything came down to how long you can kind of keep yourself healthy due to damage dealt, due to your buffs, you know, kind of passively ticking away. And then honestly, coming down to that, it was just kind of a release haven. A lot of these guys are just like looking to see who's going to be crossing out here. Fake outs with the fair, with a slap into the wake into R&B. It was like, you know, that was a good close end for XY to kind of like, yo, I got this. But then Ruro built out rage over time, had his ultimates on standby, and then just comes through and cleanses it out. The Lonnie ball close when Ruro was looking for that armor reset. It was close, but the snipe is only going to do so much when there's a lot of terrain grief. The rock, the boulders, they're all around that area too. So just line sighting that, it's kind of a really hit or miss, you know. But instead, Ruro comes out here 7.5 points. Man should be taking himself out here in terms of taking away not even to the 3rd place or 4th place, but real close to where Wufong is, because of Wufong with 11 points total, 4 points that game, 4 kills.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes though. We'll take a look at the overall standings, but man, yeah, I love those last 1v1s we get, because it's just fully dragged out, right? Armor swap here, armor swap there. I got my Sparrow, you got yours. We running rage now too so you know we're gonna be getting those ults fairly fast. It's just like full aggression. It comes down to one mistake, pretty much, just if you don't get your reset off. But we have answer for treasure. You guys are watching on YouTube, so hop on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA play point in order to get a chance to win a special gift. The question will be, who won in game number 3? A Ron, B Ruro, CXY, or DA Zhao? I mean, it just happened. This is fairly easy. This is
come on. I know you're chatting, bro. I see you in the chat. You know the answer. You've been watching this game this entire time, bro. So just make sure. YouTube chat, I know you guys are alive, you know. Not kicking, but alive. I know you guys are in there watching, but when you're kind of looking around here, just make sure you go to Twitch chat for the rewards. Listen, 7.5 points for Ruro is enough to make him energized, right? He took that. lump off his shoulders. He's like, all right, we got a little bit more room to breathe, right? 3 more rounds, we got to make it through qualifiers. And remember, this is coming out of grand finals. He makes it through today, he's in there, right? Game finals. But the thing is that XY had 5 points that round, Wufang with 4, 3 for Wan Liang, 2.5 for Ron, and Ron is the one who is at the bottom of the leaderboard at 6th place, and he takes a little bit more to stay in the same exact spot. But for Wan Liang, 9 points, he's still the gatekeeper with 3-point difference in that game, but 8.5 for Ruro. He is closing it up. He is slowly putting himself out. He started today with only 1 point. No win in game 1, no win in game 2. But with this game alone, he still needs just in the past, he's gotten 0 games concurrently more than just twice, right? But when it comes into now, taking a little bit more motivation, right? Take a little bit more of that good morale, right? Coming out of that good game, that goes a long way mentality wise. He's got to have it in him, right? He has to. It's not even a question of when it's going to happen. It's just going to be up to whether he can see about Asia, XY, and Wufang still keeping their lead, or if one of the bottom 3 with Wufang and Wan Liang faltering in the next 2 rounds, because Justina round came up for Wufang. If you went in game, guy would have been a menace for 3rd place. That thing would have been possible to kind of catch up on. But 11 points versus 8.5, I mean, that's 2.5 to come through. But we're going to get some highlight reel CA. Talk to me about this first elimination with a disengaged catch up here from Wufang versus Frost.
Yeah, I mean, that was just beautiful, right? He gets the grapple into the he gets the pry off that wake up as well. It just gives him the confirm elimination there. This was the massive commotion we had here with like 6 players in the map. Everybody had ping on their phones, knowing where the whole party was at. It was a very dragged out escalation there between all those players. We pretty much didn't see no eliminations coming in until like possibly like 3 to 4 minutes into that full commotion. So that's how it went down there. XY, beautiful shutdown here. What the fuck is this? Just Google stop. Mank shuts him down, gets the damage, gets the elim. Asia with a free one, I would say there, just off the F recast. XY, R&B's behind the pillar. This was what Surveyor was just talking about there. Fakes out the sheath into the swap to the parry. Beautifully done there in the cave. Ruro, the overhead snipe there off the Yodohime. This was a long, dragged out 1v1 we had against Ruro and XY. I think like 4 resets in that fight, but the Yodohime ends up taking the dub. And like you mentioned, I mean, that's good there for Ruro. He had a very slow start today's game, but he's able to put out big numbers like he just did here for game number 3. He's able to close out that gap that he has there against Wan Liang for now in that 4th spot. But it's super close to, I would say. I mean, even 6 through 8, man, it's just like this. Like, just have a game like Ruro just had, get 7.5 for 1 game. It just changes up the tides alone. And this is what I love about this new format, that we don't have that kill multiplier. It just makes it very, very close throughout these qualifying days. And that bottom 4, we're always looking at that bottom 4 now. We don't have just that one day like we had in previous seasons where we're just looking at the top 4, who's going to take it, who's going to take it. Not every single day. We got to be looking at that bottom side of the pyramid to see who's going to be able to qualify for the next day. And for today, this is last chance qualifier, last day for solos. It's a big deal. It's a big deal if you're not able to play in 2 weeks because, like I said, I don't even know when the MSC qualifiers are for the mainland. And on top of that, that's the squad for mainlands for MSC. You still got to wait on summer split. It's going to be a long time with NARAKA if you're a pro player if you don't make it to that finals for sure.
Yeah, man, you're gonna be sitting in the back burner, bro. You might be watching, watching the C drama, bro. At that point, no, listen, you're putting yourself in the spotlight of just like, okay, where you performed on this last season, you have to kind of put yourself across the board. Choice picks comes down towards the new patch, though. I mean, nothing's really gonna start to switch out over. Taragon shows up there, right, for the new character, so. Viability in solos, unless they get hotfixed, and then we're kind of like watching with the cinema emote, right? But the thing that comes next is just seeing her availability and just how it kind of pertains in her choice picks. Nothing should really change out. No, the only thing I would say is that if we end up going into this next patch, right, we get our chances to look at the Morris Isle map pits, and I'm not sure in Immortal Warrior it wouldn't have changed. It shouldn't have changed. But if anything comes up, we've been seeing some niche changes in that mode. Vadra's Fruit, which is new, unique buffs and all that stuff. These are really good testing waters and seeing if they're going to be adding some new mechanics in the open VR. Just because these new mechanics means that it's a fresh new take. Because we got new map coming up after this season, most definitely. So, considering the MSC quals are still going to happen, the mid-season challenge is still going to be occurring. The next thing is going to happen is the new map, new mechanics, potentially in the whole entire grand scope of things. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to throw it to a break. We're going to get a chance and talk about game 4, seeing what the players are. I'll see you guys in a bit. CA and I will take a little bit. You guys take a little break. We'll be back in a few. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We're reaching into game 4. This is going to be for last chance qualifiers, round 2 stage. I mean, this is round 2, right? For everyone coming out here, they already come through here the entire season. They try to make it to finals. They either didn't or they did and they didn't get enough ranking points. We're leading into the last 3 rounds. A lot of these players are on the cusp of just being out for this season, taking a break for the next 2 weeks, basically just watching it over or getting prepped, getting prepared for it. When it comes down to this C8, a lot is on the line scoreboard wise. It's very, lump sum for the next 3 rounds. I mean, we're going to go into Holoroth starting night next for game 4. Game 5 is going to be coming down here for us when we go into Predoria Ventide, and then we're going to get game 6 Mirror Comp round and Morrisal Midday. Now, the one thing, what I'm kind of curious about is just seeing who's going to get the personality picks, but Akos has been on 2 first-round picks so far, and then, if he goes again for first round, we're going to get Akos Mirror Comp round 6, no questions about. But depending on what happens here, what we're going to have to really see is just seeing who's going to make it through. Now, Ruro's having a rough first 2 rounds. He had 1 point going into today. He lost versus. He lost game 2. Gets 7.5 points. He's still going to be surpassing out here in 5th place. Just Wang Liang is his gatekeeper. 9 points on the board there. And then right there in 3rd place is Wufeng, who has 11 points. Nothing can kind of shake up the board more than Wufeng or Wang Liang having not a good round for 4, 5, or 6, giving an opportunity for those guys in the bottom just to kind of get a little bit more leniency, especially those at the bottom 4, leading with Ron, Paste, and it's a rough spot. Let's keep it real on it.
100%. And if you're a player like Wang Liang, right, it shows like how good it is to try to carry as much points as possible from the stages, right, to be in that contestant zone, especially in a moment like this where it's all or nothing. It just he's barely making it into that top 4, but Rio just had an insane game 3. Gotta have a great game. We saw him rage there in the player cam there for that game 3. He's always been one of those players, been very verbal in the player cams. If you know a little bit of Chinese, you can pinpoint what words he's saying. Yeah, definitely, exactly what he's saying. But overall, it's been an exciting time to see. Yodo Heeman had a amazing game 4 there in Ruo's hand. We saw her also getting picked up in our 2nd round selection for game 2, I believe. So she's up there for these players. The Tomote got picked out for our round 3 as 2nd pick, but it's just rough when you play a character. If you get in Yang against a character like Yodo, I feel like that's probably like his hardest matchup, just in the fact that you have to try to bait out that ult and try to survive it. And in his kit, it's just rough. Yeah, you have an AF to combo break, but she can uppercut in her ult. She just has so much pressure, and you're kind of forced to pop that ultimate, and that's what you're pretty much putting it all through. It's just trying to get that kill confirmation in that old form, and it's just unfortunate there for our Nbpl player for our game 3. But yeah, not too crazy on the character selections. I think our first round seed is still going to be that Akos, and then we have a little bit of mix-ups in our 2nd round selections thus far, which I feel like is kind of like a trend that we've been seeing throughout these stages for solos. Just what these players are, what they're feeling like, what they want to pick for that 2nd round selection. I think we had a Kylan for our 2nd round selection on stage finals as well. So it just comes down to what these players really just feel a lot more comfortable in, what map as well. First Holoroth map of the day. This might be the XY Temi map, I think. I think he might be having the selection. I don't know. It depends who snags it up. If he gets another 2nd round selection, he won't be able to play it, but if XY is able to get it for free around the 4th, 5th mark, he's definitely going to double pick that, as we see him always, day by day playing that character twice. But yeah, it's been very interesting so far. Very close bottom 4. Nobody saved thus far, especially if you're Wang Liang. You got to have a great game 4. Got to try to stay consistent. XY's been consistent. He's been having a good set of points throughout all his matches. He's been making it to the top 3, top 4s as well. So thus far, he's playing very well. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how this game 4 pans out. And this is our overall looks at the standings. Yeah, Aishao didn't have a great game 3, but that game 2 is just like, okay, that's fine. Yeah,
nuclear bomb, bro. It went crazy.
Yeah,
What's kind of tough too is that you see these guys are trying to deny XY if it's to me pick, like Pace did last round. I'm like, yo, this guy just phase 2 picked him up. What are we doing here? This man's in phase 6, you know, but they know how much this guy's a threat, but he's still threatening out in second place. He's still kicking the punt. He even got more points, you know, than the game 2, right? So he's at 5 points in that round. And then coming out to this, Lonnie picked phase 5. I mean, Lonnie's still available, so she's going to be more prominent. I feel like more of these characters, right? Shio hasn't really made her appearance as suspected. Justina made her first debut just today, and then having her on Justina. Wufang did great, 4 kills. Now it's up to the other guys, like, yo, we can bring her out now, right? Yeah, maybe so. Because it's coming down to that early game scaling. You get the gold weapon on Salvation Podium just on Holoroth, and that type of contestment is really rough to come around. Now, what I'm going to suspect is next is either we try to get rid of some key double picks that could happen. We're gonna have XY here in phase 4, at least to make sure, or phase 3. So when he comes out of this, he's gonna come out with a Tumult game, and this is on Holoroth. This is his option, right? If he either pops off with this Tumult, just knows topping second place. Third place, though, it depends. If we get rid of one of the key players there in third place, Rio could have a chance. One of the players new to the league this season, and if he gets to grand finals this first season like this, like, is monumental for this.
1000%. It's not easy. Seen multiple players and teams snagging up these new players, and a lot of them can't adjust to the pacing of the pro league. And you know, out of the bunch, I mean, I would say we can count in our hands, in one hand, how many players have found some success in the pro league. Just being a new cat in the block, it's very rough to try to stay in here and adjust as fast as possible, because you don't have a lot of time. And you know, the trial runs, I would say, for the orgs is, you know, it's not that long. If you're not finding any success, they're trying to find who can really just put their name on the map here in the pro league. And you know, time and time again, it's rough. It's very rough to try to stay up and find some success. So if Rue was able to do it, that'll be amazing there for himself and his organization. Like I said, it's not easy, so love to see that, just for, you know, just to have a new player in the pro league being able to find some success.
Yeah, he's taking the mantle of Akuma / Fong / what was his other name, man? What was his other option? Fong, Akuma. He had a third name. I couldn't even remember if I could remember, but taking that position on DRG is kind of a rough setting. I mean, for now, Fong will take probably a break, you know, similar to what we've seen from other players like Pandaman or CDY, for instance. But options are right now is kind of seeing test run for Ruo, taking the, you know, lead spot. Seeing how his performance comes down to this, though, we got, even though he gets the grand finals, it's not just a one and done, right? It's not that he just makes the grand finals and comes out. It's got to see where his overall performance in the season is. So far, it's not so hot, right? Obviously, we got to be upfront about it. But putting this aside, I mean, he takes the experience into this, maybe into mid-season challenge for China to try to be the top qualifying member. He's got an opportunity there too. Hopefully, we got to get a chance, because Game 4 is going to be getting here. Our pick band's going to be going here. We're going to be rolling out, and if we get a knockouts round 1, first phase pick, it guarantees him for the final round, right, for game 6. So it's up to Wang Liang. If he decides to try to rule the cookie crumble the set, pull up a Zenda Wu first round, I'll be like, okay, cool, bet, you know, we'll take that. But otherwise, he's probably gonna play it safe. Ruro there's in second phase, XY is in third phase. My man's like, I'm devious with this Temi pick. You better not deny me, Ruro, man. I'm taking that up the moment you give me. But here's another player that hasn't even gone through, right, for Asia. Like, he's possibly going to pick up the Lonnie here for a double pick. He could actually he could pick up the Lonnie here just indefinitely in game 4. For real. On God.
We'll see it. Let's see in just a moment. Man, every time we get this shot right here, right before this select, I'm looking at Pace all the time. He just looked like he just slumped back. Like, he just
man. Oh, where's my massage? Where the heck is my massage, man?
For real. But yeah, all right, let's see. Let's see. Wang Liang, obviously. Okay, this is where the massive turnaround might be here for XY Ruo. What is he going to select? Is he going to go for the double Yodo? He could potentially go for the double Yodo. Yes, sir. And he does. Had a massive success there into the game 3. Not surprised that he's going to double lock in that character right there. We see some very good success for that character in multiple players' hands. So, you know, Yodo Hime there for himself. XY, Tumult, just bring him out. A Zhao, bring out that Lonnie like you mentioned. Come on, XY. Let's not act like we didn't know what you was finna do. Like, come on,
dab me up. Dab me up. Slap that halfway through the chair, you know. I'm chilling. Picking it up.
Oh, Zenda. Yeah, forgot about the Zenda as well. Zenda's been rough today, though. I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that scuffle that happened against Wu Fang.
Yeah.
And the Wang Liang picking her up in that round, that was rough. Because, I mean, it was like the anticipation. Oh, yo, the Zenda Wu doesn't have ult. Or, oh, yo, this Justina doesn't have ult. The Zenda Wu just popped ult. But I don't know that, I don't know how that Justina's offering herself. She's got common armor. Go against the Zenda, right? And this is like, you see the Zenda Wu ult comes out, and then she's just free pickings in your eyes. Even the combo breaker is a really good set race sand. I mean, it's a heavy cooldown, so the moment you burn that, you go in. Lonnie, on the other hand, straight slippery slope. I mean, Plume Castle, Falcon's Perch especially, west side of Plume Castle. That alone is a spotlight of like, can you find the Lonnie? Can you catch the Lonnie in the first place? Because that building has 3 levels to it. Stairwells aside, windows on all ends. You're looking at a spot where if you end up breaking like ankles in that spot as a Lonnie, it's typical, right? Like, it's like the special nature. Yeah. It's just how well is your chase game? How well can you activate against someone who's disengagement? Now Frostbus double picking the Shun Huan Li today.
Yeah.
Pulling himself aside here. This is going to be a game he has to go ahead and perform off on. I got to see where his drop is. Pasto is getting his options right now. And he's got it right now to kind of decide upon whether he wants to go the Justina path, which would be the best option here. If he wants to try something else, I'd rather not. I'd rather not see that. Though, going at here on the Alliance's end, Pace is going to be making it here, who is currently in last place with 2.5.
And you kind of there, and you're like, boy, Asia had an insane hottie game. Like, do I want to match that? Like,
that's an outlier, bro.
But no, it's like, yeah, like what he did is just, it was insane for him being able to have that massive game 2 there. So I always thought Justina was probably the best pick for the 8th round selection. And then you have days like today where you just get like a spin-off like that. Like the hottie just has a massive pop-off game. But on paper, I think Justina is probably like the better of the bunch there from the Valda. Liam right now, I would say it's like the top 3 that these players like to play. And then another player, XY, right? He, even in that 8th place spot, he doesn't even have to be in that 8th place spot. He will still play that Tarka for his game 2. He's done it back-to-back days already, so that's something he's very comfortable doing. But once again, like you just have to have, probably I would say, like you would have to have like that one trick character you've been playing for a long time that you really love to have that that comfort pick for yourself. So it's not a lot of them. All these players are obviously playing meta, so you don't really see a lot of that those personality picks like that in that aspect. But game number 4, we're locked in here on our hero selection. Going to be looking at our ults and abilities to see what we got on the map. Once again, V1 Zenda there for Asia.
Ooh.
Over there. Okay.
V1. I mean, I'm looking at the V1. I mean, on Kylan, on paper, I feel like V1 would just do work here. It's just V2 sustain, infinite slashes, comes out there just for the straight line hits. But if you do good, the thing is, catches on the V2, on the V1 at least, for level 2 slash. He gets anybody like in the air, he can ground them. And if he can ground them, he gets them of an immediate follow-up with the immediate slash. So there's options there, right? Level 2 slash gives you the last rendering to come through, and then he can slash back for 3 hit staggers. Though if he gets someone on the grounded, that means that he can lock them down. They only have limited time options. They either top dodge, they burn combo break, get wrong ultimate. It's just a lot of options to think about. Let's look at the drops. Frostbus comes down here for this, and he's by himself, right? Ron is by himself. DRG's Ruro is by himself. Victus Gaming's Wang Liang's by himself. They all for themselves on the Firefly route, but off to the Wufang, to the Pace, the XY, to FPX's Asia, they're all next to each other, and the Salvation Podium is still available. The first fight, though, has to be definite, right? Pace is taking it in the very much center of Plume Castle. There is no stopping this from the start, because violence is going to happen here immediately. Now, when we get into this drop in this first bell rotation, obviously we're in gold status or full gold troves, or higher trove frequency area, right? In Plume Castle with the gold area. The first set of troves inside of the open pavilion, that's going to be Pace's opportunity. Then he goes in the building, then he hits the bell, and he starts hunting, right? And this is going to be going out here for game 3, guys, or game 4, I should say. As Pace was able to kind of show up there, spawns not in his favor. Agile is actually already in there, and it's XY is going to be getting some loot gain here. He is going to have at least a blue armor, and he's going to be looking to try to go ahead with some loot, as he's going to get 2 purple items. Cannon on the Tumult? Are you kidding me? With gold or purple fire knives at least. That's crazy.
Hey, off a little bless. That boy. Off rip. Nice little setup here. In his inventory. Pace and Ace out though getting active. Off rip pace on the Justina. Be able to parry bait him there. Off that R&B hold. Now going for the chip damage there. Backside of the rock. A-Shao loses all that armor. Parry baits him again. But now the mid dodge LMB is good for A-Shao. Forces out Justina F. Overhold doesn't bite though. Going to go ahead. Invest the ultimate now. A-Shao has the ult as well available. And there it is. Imprint is up and loaded. Next dash. Can't be confirmation. So go ahead and wait. Eat up all this damage off the bow shots. Good damage there from A-Shao. It's going to stop a little bit of that pressure. But he still has the confirmation dash here. Tap dodge is good. Goes on through. Now starts going on in. Rapier shots there off the bow shot. Does manage to avoid the confirmed freeze, and now he's forced to pop this F back to neutral. Prop comes in off the nunchucks. LMB Prowl. Now the F recast coming in higher for A-Shao. Musket shot doesn't connect. R&B focus is good for pace. 1-2 as well. A-Shao now tries to create a little bit of that distance. Needs to be aware of these R&Bs being able to get that chip damage down there. Gets a common armor swap. Beautifully done there from A-Shao, knowing the location of that. Now has the upper hand. We have another player showing up to the mix, I believe, in the backside. That's Wang Liang. Now pace shot's very, very low. Old zone's next to them, but Wang Liang starts to rotate on in, and this could be bad for both of these players.
Yeah, logistically, they have two orders in reach in place.
Oh, no.
Got the combo breaker coming through here, and he gets dropped on by Wang Liang, man. Doink. And then there is obviously A-Shao looking for the 1-2-3 to mitigate himself from getting caught because his Akos is an active ultimate. He knows he's finding his armor swaps. He's able to reset towards them. B2 in the zone is actually kind of more damage than dealt. And look at A-Shao, man. He's going to be burned off if you're the armor swap, though, is there. But the zone take damage. I mean, if he get a recast there, Wang Liang could have done some work there, but he missed it. And now it's up to Ruo to look for this yoink.
Yeah, I would have loved for him to go for that V2 right there. Went up that wall, but now setting it up in the different third party. Ruo, clutches both. LB clutches LB. Big damage misses A-Shao though. Still up for grabs, and Ruo's gonna snag that one up still. And now Wang Liang gets caught up again. So I switched to the great sword, try to proc the storm for him. Does match great. A little bit of that distance. The good dodges there. Ruo now still applying pressure. The old doing big wonders here on the Yodohime. The jump LMBs, confirmation, the follow-up LMBs, and Ruo snags up two. Same momentum out of game 3. Manages to snag up a freebies there on the 2-piece and be able to snag up the resources, the materials, and these tropes. Wang Liang could potentially run that back in his zone. Pace, Wufong getting active, and Wufong got a nice little setup going already. Purple armor, purple weapon in hand on that long sword, and you see him trying to get active against Wufong, but Ruo right next to them as well could potentially be that party decider once again here in this fight against Wufong and Pace.
You know what's crazy too is that he's coming down here with the full hammer of this flying eyes pace burn out. The combo breaker R&B doesn't connect. One choose. You might even get jump LV spammed out here, but for Wufong 2.0 energy, right? That's the king. And I noticed that he 1.0s. He burns at least a quarter of the armor left to go through for pace. He's going to try to scale out here inside the building, try to find an armor off these troves if he can open at least one of them. And as for Ruo, though, he's going to keep eyes and ears. He hears him. Though the engagement against A-Shao here and Ruo having purple armor means that these guys are just going to have to stand still until the next round, decides to, open up for these guys to enter. And as for Wufong, right, he's on V1 Kylan. One elimination on the board. The one to kind of reveal it to the crowd. He's got to hold himself down. As for Wang Liang, gets the puzzle done. What do we get? Now, can we open? Okay, we got Gohong Sword, all right, spoiler alert. But I wanted to see whether or not we got something else, right? Purple armor, Jade he got a purple, rarity Jade. I'm not sure as to what yet. But the fact that he has dual halberds and purple rarity means that this guy is on swap duty, on the Akos of no less. So that means that he's going to get the R&B halberd since the crouch swap into the Hong Sword. That's a free uppercut. So pretty much Wang Liang is on his path to make sure that he has great gear to go into his first Ramyang. As for Frostivus, he also has phenomenal gear. Even though he has Scatter Shot, look at his attack, 16%. Purple focus on the blue focus on that staff is going to do at least 800 damage to someone who has a little bit more mitigation on the board. It's just whether or not he is able to suscept himself to take a little bit more hits, because even though Shunho has a lot of sustain coming off those tap dodge F recast, as well as going for like the recast in general, he's still going to have a lot to kind of work off of the ultimate that he's going up against, such as the character like Tumulch, who ends up kind of spacing away where it becomes worthless in the long haul. It just depends if he's even giving himself a reset, if he's offered that. But if he goes against someone like Yodohime, he at least takes a little more of a forced face-fronting fight. Difference is that Ruo is on the F1 variation, and this F1 has been somewhat of a menace in this pick selection since we saw last round. He got a Juggernaut, he has an advanced heal, which is actually really good. Now his mitigation is not so great, but he does have the scaling right now for his ultimate on purple rarity. First one to enter into this Ramyang as we get into round 4.
Gonna take it. XY got a pass. Him vibing, chilling, winning it out. Wufong as well. Same type of vibes on the Colin though. had that purple flying knives offered with the purple cannon. So Rue already waiting for his opponent. He's ready, locked, loaded. He wants to get this over with on the Yodo. Been having good success. Good third party there. The fight near puzzle. Been able to snag up both of his eliminations. Now he's posted up for the Yang. Asia, on the other hand, is going to be playing that Spirit well. Wang Liang's going to contest that. Saw that in the mini map. So we have a little bit of scrubber between both of those players there. But XY joins the Yang. He's going against Real, and it's a Tomok. If anybody can do it, I would say it's XY. It's just got to see how he's going to execute this against a Yodo Hime. Has to try to break, or has to try to force out that ultimate as fast as possible. We see him overholding. Scare Rush, drops on in. Doesn't release. Waiting for the perfect opportunity. He sees the Yodo Hime playing for those Scare Rushes as well. So to be a little bit of a kite game, a little bit of a mind game between both of these players, seeing who's going to bite first. Very patient between both of these players. With a minute 20 left here, got to get active now. You see Yodo Hime being the first one in. Ruro now going in with the R&B. He's going to eat up the damage off the R&B. Mid-dodge R&B. Yodo Hime ultimate invested. This is good. This is what XY needed to do. Double tap dodge is good. Into the F. And go ahead and get clip off these LMBs. Crouch LMBs. Look at the damage. Crouch LMBs. LMBs. Crouch LMBs. Can't even play the video game. That character is broken if you're able to execute something like that. And you see it in Ruro's hand. He's feeling very comfortable, and he's really snagging up that Yang.
That's like mega rough too. You know, it's kind of coming down to that victory. But Ron, he puts himself as Wu Fong an active ultimate. The goalie stance is great. He goes for the 1-2s. He's still got 2 balls to throw out. And mid-air catches is kind of rough. It's like shooting, you know, skeet shooting out here. But for Wu Fong, man, look at this. Recast around the corner, launches the knockback, doesn't get it. Blue Focus doesn't even come out for the follow-up. The LMB, though, connects the combo breaker invested. Ron gets caught on the rollout, and that's going to be it. For at least up to 250 HP here, he held checked that 1-2-3. I couldn't believe it. He gets caught into an R&B 1.0, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, wait, the turnaround is here for Ron. He can go ahead and cut this cannon shot in 2. And he jumps against the F1 there, the level 1 1.0, and he gets caught by Clink, and that's going to be death zone, right? Wu Fong gets elimination. Beats him against Ron and puts himself up there, as well as Pace beating up Frostvis in his pick selection here. Gonna get gold dual blades. Gonna get himself a, I think it's Assassin's Lunge. Yeah, I'm the fans of Wu Fong, so pretty dangerous setup there for this round.
I can't believe he tried to jump against that omnidirectional shotgun burst.
For real.
That's right. This was our scrap off. Like I mentioned, we had a shot against Wang Liang, facing for the Spirit well. Uncle's ultimate very early. Doesn't manage to weave that, so he's going to call off the V2. Asia now in the corner. Has that ult online. So go ahead and cast it off rip. Catches the bounce. To the follow, rip your shuts as well. Doesn't catch the second set, but catches Prowl. LMB, crouch LMB, jump LMBs. Goes for the follow-up off of this into the snipe down. Good damage into the army confirmation. Beautifully done there with the terrain manipulation. Being able to snag up the TLD on the uncles, which that's rough, man. Wang Liang. I wish we had the face cam right there. He probably death slamming. He's out of game 4. He dropped out of 5th. But Ruro, though, the other hand, up with 3, 11.5. He's in that upper side of the bracket now with 11.5. And, you know, winning Yang as well. He has that Vermilion's Bird's My buff currently here to try to snag up potentially more in the board.
Yeah, and what's crazy now is getting chased up here for a Pace. Taking his victory against Frostvis and fighting him earlier is going to be a chance for the Justina versus Shunwan, which we might even get a replay on. Look at this, man. 1-2-3 on the corner side. The F1 cast is going to be jumped on. Apparently not, though. Apparently Pace is going to burn out the combo breaker instead, and he's going to go ahead for this offensive catch. Couldn't even believe that LMB goes through, but now that we have the combo breaker ready to go for Frostvis here for his old cast, he's going to have the time of the imprint connects. The R&B comes through here for the follow-up. And as for Pace, well, he uses one good dash. This is imprint, right? This is enhanced dash, and Frostvis gets caught.
Oh, unfortunate.
Wait.
Massive parry. Now Frostvis respond with a parry. Pace now gets shut down bottom side of the flying rocks, but Frostvis is getting dug on the top side. Rule's gonna snag that one up. That's his forward. Snagging up another one on the board. XY joins the mix. 53 seconds here on his chain depletion. Has to chase down in this terrain here. Plume Castle is rough, man. Wind geysers, flying rocks. A lot of rocks and movement base here for these players to get their movement game on. But Wu Fong getting active against Ron. Ron with a minute 30 here as well, trying to get active. Has to go for a quick little reset. Lonnie ultimate already invested, so he's probably going to be going into that next fight with no online. But we got 3-way commotion here. Pace, Ajal, XY. Big parry down to Ajal. Pace cancel it. Trying to anticipate a release there from XY, but commotion is not stopping here. Yang depletions are out. Players have the room in his Bird's Might as well. It's just full action.
And then the one thing too is that XY is not stopping here with this. He's like, God, I need that. Asia needs to go down here. As much as this Underwu ult is available, that Forbidden Seal looking kind of tasty there. I mean, for XY, he can proc the ultimate for himself. But then again, you know, Ron, he looks to try to take the offensive, and XY is like, I'm going to go ahead and aggro these buff guys. But the thing is that since Ron is going to be on the Yang depletion, he's pulling himself aside, right? He noticed that this Forbidden Seal is going to be massive since he doesn't have ult himself. I mean, you see this ultimate cast coming down here. I see the vision, the R&B in the third party. He does put both players below the threshold right now for potential kill opportunities. R&B connects. Wufong connects this. Maybe we get the kill steal. Maybe we don't. But there it is. Ron takes this. Soulbloom takes his side. And XY puts himself getting caught by a 2.0 to Ruro's hands and rips the cord off his headphones. Ron taking the loot off the body and Ruro backing off. Man, it's criminal, bro. I'm not going to say it. I was about to say something, you know, 1994 White Bronco, but he comes out there alive, scot-free.
No. Like I said, man, you get that Yang against the Yodo, it's just, man, it's rough. Just had that timer in his back. He had clearance there, but he was already weak. I would have loved for him to pop the seal, like ult and then pop the seal. So he would have had the upper hand, you know? He would have had the seal advantage there. Nobody else would be able to pop an ultimate. He could have potentially caught another player inside the center that's a Moog ultimate as well. But like that probably would have been a better leeway there. But unfortunate enough, he just eats up so much damage right before he even invested an ultimate. So fortunate for him, he's gonna be taking a trip back to the lobby. But Wufong, on the other hand, on the Kylan, just waiting this out. Gonna be playing the Spirit Wheel once again. And Ruro in the Yang. Ready, posted up, waiting for his challenger. Gold fist plays off that first Yang. Has been playing very marvelous throughout game 4 as well, like he did in game 3. A Zhao is going to be his opponent here in this Yang. Let's see it here. Zenda v Yodohime.
And you got soft step too. You know, the thing is, it's not about that. It's about the gecko foot, right? High scaling these pillars as soon as possible. Pulling this aside, though, Ruro's going to go ahead and tree into this with the F1 cast and recast his half the armor off of Asia. And Asia, I mean, we almost got a Kill Bill moment, bro. Reset on what we saw from earlier, but the mid-air shots are actually going to connect here. No light stagger. Avoiding every single one of these shots coming in here. Ruro's going to go for the recast immediately on the Yodohime ultimate. V1 avoided. And anyway, it's going to be another shot that pointed him into that direction, which almost succeeded. But for Asia right now, it's all about the LMB catches. The double 2.0 comes out. Ooh. That's it. Look at the stair rush. Look at that. From the sky of the pillar, bro. He went up. And then it's going to be a read on. LMB connects. Combo breaker isn't up. He hasn't casted the F1. The R&B double Hong Sword connects off of that range. And then the F1 comes out. 8 seconds of pure pressure right now. And Ruro's putting it on.
Yeah, he's getting active. Doesn't go for the reset. Tries to go for the jump parry. They go to recast. HP going towards, I believe, the Zenda's way. Yeah, there it is. His clip off of this, but the more to the fire procs now. Second round, getting active, and that's all he needed. And he went his second red or Yang and A Zhao. Like, come on, man. Really, bro? You really had that on already? Ron against if Hayes getting active. Justina Villani. Ooh, going for the TOD. Ooh, goes for the TOD. Snags it up. Plus the R&B confirmation there from Ron. Being able to execute that on this Lonnie. Not easy, but does it.
He got himself the Phantom Step and got himself the Myriad Winter Suite with the gold fan. I mean, he's set to go. This is also going to come down to Lyric and where he's going to be prioritizing that. I mean, if he finds Flying Knives, right, that's where the Myriad comes into play. But for Ron right now, he's at 2 eliminations. He got 58,000 Dark-Tide coins. We know the Mortal Defiance has been purchased out. Ruro was able to pick that up. He just needs to slot out. He needs all his bags. And for right now, it's up to him to get more mitigation because at this point, he's going to be the most squishiest target known to mankind. Ruro, though, at the Altar of Tranquility, he's pulling himself across here, though. He's going to be putting himself into the heal set. As it comes down, he's going to have himself, I believe, I want to say the Moonshard Flying, yeah, Moonshard, Juggernaut, Sign Fang, Avancio, Sin Cleaver, having himself Sunwing Slow Shot. It's going to be his build right now. I mean, this is a 7-kill game right now, man. In no way is Ruro put himself in the spotlight more than ever, showing where he's at on this double pick. Yodohime is his premier pick. One other player we've seen that is, you know, on the double Yodo was Frost, but at this point right now, he's showcasing it with his guy. He's in second place overall.
No, for sure. Where it matters the most as well. Time to try to qualify for that spring finals. Once again, after today, job's not finished. You be that top 4. You gotta show out as well for the finals. Try to get the big one under yourself and your org's name, but we'll see that in 2 weeks. Right now, we're still locked in with game 4. Ruro and Ron, both players with gold armor, both players with buff. We started kiting in towards potentially Plume Castle. You see him already in the minimap. Gonna be running on in, potentially onto A Zhao. A Zhao has that Yang depletion, so he has to try to get active. He has a 2-minute and 30-second window to do so. Sees these players roaming around in the Wind Geyser, but doesn't want to get too aggressive off of this, knowing that this is where pretty much this is going to be the meetup spot. This terrain here is just way too good not to play if you're playing in Holoroth, and the zone is still intact as we see it here currently. Ron, we're waiting this out. Wufong, tippity top. Doesn't want to showcase too much on the Kylan, wants to stay consistent, wants to try to get a little bit of these ranking points potentially in Elim. But Asia on the other hand, or Pace, sorry, and Asia have to try to get active. See Asia going for the tippity top as well. Sees the aggression, or sees the player top side of the Kylan. Wants to try to get aggressive onto that player, knowing what type of armor he has. So he's going to be picking that player out of the bunch. Fast falls down, Pace as well. Both players getting active now. In the pocket, Pace, Asia, Gold Staff, Gold Hung Sword. F called in here for Asia early on. The weave there to avoid the recast. The scare rushes on through, clips him, so has to stop for a moment. Pistol shots flies on in. Asia back in the mix, going for the R&B. Spaces us out, overholds, gets the damage. Second player drops on down, Lonnie Ron. Ready for the action. Follow up lunge, not connecting there, unfortunately there for Pace. Now the ultimate is online here for Asia.
Yeah, and Pace has ult cast to either space up or just tap dodge out, and here it is. He tap dodges the V1 recast. He puts himself out the windowsill at the south side, and he's looking at this, right? Like, he's like, yeah, I'm moving up. But if he gets his reset, I mean, bro, look at this guy, dude. He's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not doing that. But the thing about Wufong is that he is still hunting these kills. He needs to, right? Yeah. I'm not saying he's in a bad spot right now, but he's 3 points away from knockout. Yeah. And at least for Wang Liang, next 2 rounds, it's up to him, or it's up to Ron right now if he gets 3 more points, right? And then all of a sudden, leaderboard check, right? Army comes out here from Pace, though, finding out the teenage out himself. It looks like Ron is going to be looking for this after the parry, but the riposte is not going to be good enough for him to go through. Pace is finding the elimination. He needed that. I can't even say it. It's as cliche as it sounds, but he needed that. Legitimately putting himself down to 7th place and then putting himself across here as a Justina, or at least to come through. Having that old cast to be on standby is massive, but he's only going to be going here from for a 4-team lobby, or for a 4-player lobby. Yodo, Hime, Kylan, those are detrimental forces, right? Ron's Lonnie Ball could be the one thing that could stop Wufong here. I'm calling it out because the thing is that since Ron's going to be coming through with gold focus status, he won't be able to be avoided or be affected by the old cast, except we're in the Forbidden Seal. We're all off of just F skills, and now that the spear well is up, he's going to get that contest. No, uncontested, I should say, as Ruro gets the Yang spear well.
He just played it perfectly, man. He's playing it very, very well. 4 players still up. Ruro, Wufong, Ron, and Pace. Ron looks like he's going to be capturing this spear right here, so be going towards this way. Ruro's going to be catching the one on top side. Wufong opens up with a massive parry down to Pace. Big, good damage. Sends it. Now Pace going to respond. He's going to go for the confirmed damage, so it doesn't cancel it. So she's going to get the damage off of this. Yoda ultimate now coming in hot here from Ruro from the top side rubs. He has a second ult recast now, so he's going to continue to be having that ult in his arsenal even after this one runs out. Wufong, on the other hand, though, does not. He's forced to pop that Kana ultimate, and Ron sees it. Tries to go on in. Tries to apply the pressure. It's a little bit of a mind games here. You see him playing around him, knowing that Kana ultimate is online. But once this is gone, it's just all hell lets loose here onto that player. I believe Ruro as well, just seeing the Colin up. Pace, on the other hand, once again, Yang depletion with Wufong. It's round 2 there for Pace. So trying to see if he can find a good opening for himself. Wufong, 2 minutes in the clock. Gold staff on the ground. Sure, I'll take that gladly.
Wait, what? Yo, these guys are like, yo, this is the strat. And it's like, oh, piece of candy. But then look at the focus right now. Look in the back line. It's looking like we are gonna get Ruro right in the mix of this all. I mean, even though that we have Ron in there, looking at Pace, it's really Wufong since we have no Kylan ultimate. 2 minutes on the clock left to go. Got 18 seconds left to extend his ultimate for his Yang depletion timer at least. He walks away from that chance from the RMBs. He's walking back up to the 2nd floor. He's putting past the potential for a crossbear for this, but he doesn't get it. He's got combo breaker invested right now. And now for the Justina. I mean, look at Pace. He's going to get that RMB.
Oh,
and look at the doink. Yeah, Ron is on this game. He gets that. And I was talking about this. I cast a curse to lobby for whatever. But I said if Ron starts getting him packing up with these kills, I mean, look at Wufong. He's like, wait, this guy is stacking up. If Alani MVPs in his case, he is going to go ahead and take over towards XY's position, like right below him. But up to Wang Liang next game, this is going to be the last 3 to lobby. Paste is going to go ahead, be the Justina, the Menace with dual blades, Ron with the Hong Sword on Lani, and Ruro with dual blades with the Cannon Yoda Hime. And as that comes out here, it is going to be a guild set, right? The build, I don't even need to talk about it, but we're going to talk about it. Ren's Firmament on the Phantom Step with the Twin Shot, having this Stamina Strike, Juggernaut, and Fang. I don't know why you have a Stamina Strike. Can we talk about that? But for Ron right now, it's just for attack boost. This is going to be coming down to just who's scaling out best, because even Ruro losing out that chance, he's got that Moonshard, he's got the Sunwing Shot, Juggernaut level 5, the Cyan Fang, the Sing Cleaver, the Advancio. Same thing we've seen from him having another Advancio, and this is going to be the second time he's got it. And as for pace, having Sawsap, Geckofoot, Cabloom, Scattershot, he's got everything he needs to kind of keep himself aloof, but hoping to see he doesn't run through supplies just as these guys wait out for the final circle, which is very rare. We don't really often get that, but this could be a round where we can get that.
For sure. I think we have like one every night. It's like
yeah.
we get structure for one day, like one game a day. It's like, all right, we're gonna wait this out. Most of the times it ends up in a tie, either a regular 2-way tie or a 3-way tie. But we'll see how it gets out here. Pace. Cowboy Bloom. Beautiful Jade there with that skin though. Yeah, that's fire.
Sir. Best skin in the game, man.
Yeah, that's fire. Ain't even lie.
People like, yo, I got the fist blades. GG.
Oh wait, what fist blades came with it?
So no, this the new chassis. It has the fist blades, the Syra, Kylan, Shen skin, or those dual blades. I lucked out. I got the dual blades. I got the
dual blades. Ah, you
got the
lucky.
dual blades.
Yeah, those are fire. All right, let's see. Starting to move on in a little bit closer, but zone spreading in 35 seconds. So I think it's gonna pull this top side of this rock unless someone wants to play under, which is probably not the best bet. You see them all spreading across this top terrain here. Somebody on the top side being paced, Ron on the right hand side, Bro on the left hand side. They're gonna wait this out. Yodo, Lonnie, Justina. Yeah, the Lonnie could have some very good value. They're able to find the ball throw, but the Yodo Hime is just, man, she's just too good, man. Being able to stay in that goal form. Wide range damage, good damage, knockdowns, loot potential. I mean, overall, the Yodo, I feel like she's in a very good spot right now. Throughout the whole stage days, we see her having some pop-up games throughout the day. So it's not a character that's, has not been finding any value. We've seen a lot of players MVP with her, and we've seen a lot of players, pretty much put their full faith on her in some games, like we see it here for Ruro as well. Double picking her right off that game 3, right into game 4. Massive value as we see it here for Ruro once again, being able to already get 7. So we'll see how it ends up going. Just a couple of seconds left for these players to get matched up in the center of the zone. Ooh, Moonshard clips pace in the top side. Ron on the top side just playing patiently. Pace though. It's gonna go ahead and reset that life that he just got turned off right now. And now, here it is. 58 seconds left, but ults are gonna start coming out soon. I'm wondering how the Justina is gonna deal with this pace. He's kind of has the hardest task right now.
For real. Yeah, I mean, he can't even get into the sky without being contested for grapples. Yeah, look, he's gonna do it. He's gonna attempt for it. But he's like, I can't stay up there. I gotta wait longer. Because the thing is, he gets grapple staggered in midair. It's gonna be a grapple bump R&B angle from Ron, especially burning out his combo breaker and then suscepting his pace to just take a ground fight for a couple of seconds before he then has that ult cast. I already calculated this. The only problem is that Ruro's Yodo Hime is F1, so he can legitimately stagger Haven somebody. If he wanted to, if he gets an uppercut, he can throw the F1 and their max projectile speed out of this, like in the zone. If he gets that puts him on the board, right, for everything in this round. He's already MVP. Even if Pace gets double kills, 6.5 points off of placement, Ruro's already got 7.5 due to being in 3rd place overall. So the majority right now is just to look to inch this a little bit over the board right now. As it comes down, Ruro is kind of dropping in here for a skywalk. Is going to be the one person in the sky. Like I said, put him in the spotlight right now. He could have his combo breaker or his F1 to kind of either cast out and keep himself alive in the sky. The grapple bump midair catch, though, comes up. This is the worst case scenario, though. He puts himself into it. He's still got enough HP, though, to kind of last out. He's got the last vitality in hand. And having paced up there for the Justina, it's kind of a worse for wear position right now. Ron's going to go ahead, though. The Justina dashes to keep himself. 1 dash already invested. 2 dashes are next to go through here. Ruro is going to keep himself out here for gold focuses. We won't be able to see an imprint here from Pace. It's going to be a drop down, slow down. It's going to be the last hits confirmation. Who's going to get it? Ron and looking for it. He might be getting the goalie stance to connect off of it. If he can connect the 1 slash, there it is. Ruro gets 1. Ruro goes ahead and ties it for 2nd Ron, and that's 8 kills. 2nd place, 9 points. Ruro takes another back-to-back MVP on that. Yodo Hime, man's ecstatic about it. He's like, all right, guys, you like my gameplay? I'm like, yeah, dude. We like it. We seen it. we see what we've been doing with that Yodo Hime, because getting the MVP back-to-back puts him on the board.
Yeah, that's massive there for Ruro. deserves the happiness right there, man. Massive game 4 as well. Matching the same energy there from game 3. He's going to be jumping very, very high at the top side of the pyramid now. I believe he's in first off of this now. So overall, oh, he was already in first actually. So he's just increasing that gap between him and everybody below him. See him there at number 8 in the back. I see that. I see the 8. Yeah, he did a little shimmy there. I see you, bro. A little shimmy walk off, but beautiful game there once again there. Will not be able to lock in the Yodohime any longer for the remainder 2 matches. Obviously, our game 6 is that mirror match, which, you know, it is going to be that outgoes. Now, there's no way possible that we have any other mirror match. So, game 6 is going to be locking in that midday, no Fireflies with that outgoes mirror pick. But, yeah, amazing game 4. Done already. Wang Liang not being able to get much done that game. The OG, I'm keep calling him the OG, but yeah, it's rough for him, right? He got shut down there from that top 4, been knocked down. So, you know, game 5 has to be a massive game for him. But it's just rough. It's just rough. But what's not rough is his answer for treasure. Everybody at home, you guys want to make a special gift? What we got? What shirt they real use game 4? I just said it.
I'm saying, man, like, you know, we got some. I don't even care. Bring out the percentage questions out again, man. We need that. We need those. We can see who's really paying attention to the stats.
You're harsh. You're harsh, bro.
I need to go 10% pick rate or 2.4 kill points, 2.5. Like, what is it? So, getting you guys a chance, right? This Yodohime pick that has come down from Ruro, it's been pretty strong. At least kind of going off on the last circle, especially because the fact that he's in gold focus and like a majority of his skills. I mean, it's a chance in duration to survive in the end game circle. Yeah. Because one part is that how long can you keep yourself unstaggerable, right? Because that's one of the things. Justina can keep distance, Lonnie can keep distance and keep herself, you know, mobile with a little bit of healing, right? Even with the weakness escalation, it won't be doing too much once that hits in the circle, but knockback, final hits, all that stuff. At least Lonnie can able to do that from a distance. But, you know, with the Yodohime in the final circle, I mean, she's able to juggle you down. If she gets that, she gets also her V1 or her recast and her ultimate, which then gives her, even though it's low damage, high healing, right? And even in the final circle, she hits 2 targets. She gets a little bit of just enough heal for 1 tick. Then keeping him on this board, 9 points.
Massive.
Crazy. Massive game, man. Massive. And Wolves' run is at 4, 2.5 for Pace, and Wufang at 2.5. 1 for Asia, 1 for Wang Liang, but 0 for Frost, 0 for XY. Yeah, and XY is the one who's on top of the leaderboard. We're going to have to look at how it shifts over here.
Yeah, this is all I was going to say as well. XY now has the pressure on him. Only with 13 there in that 4th place spot. You know, 5th through, I would say even 7. It's close. Even though he has 5, he can just have a massive game here for game 5. But overall, top of the pyramid, right? Real sitting comfortably there in that 17.5. But A Zhao, but that game 2 really just set him up nicely. Only got 1.5 for game 3 and 1 for game 4, but he carried over 3 points off his pre-post points, so that keeps him in that 2nd place spot there with that 16 overall points. Wufang 13.5, but staying consistent, I would say, there from games 2 to 4. And that 2 points he carried over just adds up there to keep him in that 3rd place spot. XY 3.5 coming in, had a rough game 1, comes into game 2, a little bit of consistency. Game 3, good game. I would say that's an amazing game. 5 points. It doesn't sound like a lot, but still, I mean, it's just so hard to have a massive pop-off game. So whatever Ruro is doing right now, it's insane actually to see with this type of format, with this amount of players, 7.5 game 3, 9 game 4, and then what A Zhao did on that Hottie game. I mean, it was just insane. I think definitely A Zhao's game 2 is probably one of those, probably the craziest game I've seen through. I don't know, because I was going to say against even last season, but no, man, J-Cap just had some insane moments. But definitely in the 2026 season, the way A Zhao played that game too, being able to survive all that pressure that he had there, making the Yang loses but comes out on top out of Yang, just continue his momentum. It was just insane to watch. But quick highlights here from game 4. A Zhao's going to be taking our MVP though.
Taking a chance right now too. MVP comes out here with a cost. Look at this, man. Double juggle on Wang Liang and A Zhao, right? And he catches this chance, right, for both of them. Boom, boom. And then, of course, the Solvin picks up through here, but in the zone, right? This is that fight we're talking about. I was like, yo, this guy can catch him off of this. As for Wang Liang, he got punished hard off of this launch. I mean, taking a position on the downhill with the fist plays. A Zhao had active ultimate, launches off the juggle there for the turn manipulation, burning it down here. Ruro was able to just take yoink after yoink after yoink. And Ron did some massive work here. The raw uppercut into the cat recast into that. It's phenomenal. And then the parry on the A Zhao right here was almost caught off for Ron's elimination. And look at this F1, right? Look at the gold pressure this guy just put onto him. The yoink of destiny with the last hit. and still putting smiles all across the board. Taking the MVP on the Yodohime back to back. Then right, more silence to Hollow Rock Knight. Now we go to Midoriya Ventai for round 5, but taking this MVP for DRG, Ruo is putting himself on the board. And the second time, maybe even third time in this season.
Fifth time.
Rule. Fifth time.
Yeah, because he hasn't really been showing a lot of like insane value throughout his matches and his stages. And like I said earlier, I mean, where it matters the most is right now, right? You got to try to stay up here in your last day of the last chance qualifiers to make it to that finals. But also, job's not done. You got to get active here for the finals if you're able to make it in the top 4. So this is just a stepping stool. This is just it's just right path right now for him to try to make it into that top 4. Beautiful games back to back though. You can't even knock that. It was just the same matches there for him on the Yodo. Now we're gonna see what he's gonna be playing for game 5. Last pick ban phase for our day. Because after that we go into our main match for game 6. But overall, yeah, insane. Like you mentioned, Yodohime in circle. Super strong, right? On top of everything that you mentioned about she's being able, to get help back and this and that. I mean, not being able to get staggered. She has that storm form in her ult, which I just feel like it's just so crazy to have. And she gets the clip off of that. She's able to connect off the storm form. It's just so good. I think her change has the way she got changed is. I think that's what all the Yodo enthusiasts really just hope for off rip when it first happened.
Give me your bus, bro. Nah, it's crazy too because, like I said, her only counters in this matchup would have been the Tumult, and guess what happened? She killed the Tumult, right? That guy is gone because if she didn't have stamina, I mean, it's just going to be lockdown territory for him anyways, especially against any other character, but especially against her. If she want to get Kylan's not going to work anything against her, the stone form. And in the midair, she's holding that gold focus on that end. And then she launches down. She can double horizontal spin, and then boom, boom, everyone gets hit, knocked back. Uppercut extensions, F1 cast comes out of it. She has a lot to offer there in that final circle, as long as she hasn't been fully sent on. Plus, I mean, the reason there was no engagement between everybody was because there was an equal selection of Jades in the characters. Like, we noticed that the Moonshard Storm gave him a lot of protection agency, even though the Cablum was in the hands and looking at that from the Justina's angles point of view, right? At least to kind of work out from Pace's point of view. The other thing too is just kind of seeing who was gonna instigate. Alani wasn't gonna be anything to want to push against because then you just couch yourself with a third party. So allowing that end game circle to happen in the first place, pretty great to see, because we've seen these formats of just like seeing these players go all in, especially even after all is lost. The thing is, in Holoroth is in that position, there's not a lot of gear, right? When we ended up in Morrisal, we had a lot, right? We had Noble Cave, or we had Sun Cave to kind of look for resets on the stashes and all that stuff, and then finding the buildings and all that. Yeah, it's great and all, but in Holoroth, you're just bare bones territory. There's nothing left for you to kind of loot off of, either because the bodies don't have full armors as it stands to be. You couldn't really make a reset for yourself for another fight. In those case, even the last 5 minutes is just standstill territory. It's a standoff
every time. But like I said, like I feel like we only get like one game like that. It just depends. Like it just depends how that when there's 4 players up, it depends how many bodies drop right there. If it's 2, then we have that long ascensions fight like we had there for Morris Isle. Just a long reset 1v1 where we have armor swap here, armor swap there, both Yangs being captured, and then we just seeing who messes up at the end. But when it comes down to like these 3-way standoffs, it's just rough. And like I mentioned, it usually ends up being a tie, right? I don't think I've seen somebody actually coming up on top when we have a standoff like that. Now I don't know if it's just like it's not like how it was before, where before we would have aggression happening. Players would try to claim some sort of the map, but overall, like, eliminations were still happening even throughout that zone closing. We still had players. I can't remember correctly. Was it like the buff was still in play? Is that what it was? How was it that we had? Was it a buff, or did we have somebody with Yang depletion?
In which way? Like overall, like in that round, or in previous rounds?
Just before this year, just how the end games were,
Yeah. So like the Spirit Well buffs and all that stuff, they were timed differently, for when it came down to it, so that there was a delay Spirit Well buff to come through, but they changed that timing to make it match with the Yang Spirit Well back. So then once that happens, I mean, those buffs run out. There's not really much you can kind of offer yourself except like Do we go for a reset? Do we go for a reset on a White Tiger's Prowess or Mystic Might, and then just have that reset in general? Then again, if you kind of pull yourself across, the Sunwing's Essence is just super like early, you know. But 80% Bane comes up, no one's really taking any fights anyways, right? But that armor reset, the fact that it was pushed away, I mean, no one was really taking their chances on that Spirit Well to kind of go back into it in that final circle. Though when it came into in the past, it was just because there's a massive amount of players, right? We had more players. We had more, you know, the 3 players is one thing. We used to have 5 players at one point, you know. So like going to the final circle, it was literally, and then a 5-way tie or a 4-way tie, and then the last kid's coming out there, man. So it really comes down to it. But game 5, no break. We're locking in here. Pedora Ventide coming into here. Wang Liang is like, yo, I'm on the brink of destruction, man. They got 2 rounds to make this happen. My man is kind of struggle busting right now, but he's keeping himself poised here. His coach is running him through down for this poise, his position, right, for his phase and what he goes off on.
We're nearly concluding our spring split, right? Now that we have some time, we've seen how it looks now with that 8-player format. Do you like this 8-player format more than the 12-player?
I still want to see high player count end games. I mean, going into Yang Spirit Well, I still want to see more of that. That's what I was like mentioning. Like, if we get into Realm 1, taking away Yang Depletion there, and then having the opportunity for Yang Depletion to kick in Realm 2, then that gives. I mean, obviously you can be like, oh, there's high risk, high reward, but now there's no risk. I mean, technically there still is. I mean, you're going to be giving a kill to a player, and at the end of the day, you don't want to kind of force yourself in this hand or just like open area. Everyone's limited by their own for bounty scrolls that you can't really find other players unless they're on soul form duty and all that, because you only get buff players, and then you're kind of rushing down 2.5 minutes of just like dreadful moments. The Yang timer extension is cool. It's a minute though, right? And only a minute means that you can prioritize a fight, but you need to deal every single tick is a second. It doesn't matter how much damage it feels like. It comes down to every single tick that you do, boom, a second. You need to do 60 hits. You gotta hit somebody 60 times. You gotta go ahead into that, and that low-key can't be as achievable as just dealing a high amount of damage short amount of time. And that giving you the max extension the soon as you can get it, so that way you can kind of cool off. But fooling out a full lobby from 8 to 6 to 4 by the time we reach into the last ends, it just makes it very difficult for the rushdown, you know. And I know Frostmas right now he's on the bottom of the barrel, right? 8 place right now. 2 rounds left to confer for the top 4. I mean, with the points that he has right now, pop-off game number 1 has to lead into pop-off game number 2. Now, Akko's round, I mean, he can have an optimal chance of picking up at least like 4 points there. It's just this round has to make it happen. This is going to be our game 5, folks. This is going to be our pick bans and selections for Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. And gotta see who's going to go home here tonight afterwards and seeing where they can kind of catch up. If not, there is no turnaround.
See how this goes. Last hero pick here for our day. XY in that first round selection. Hey, bro, just play the timey, bro. You know you want to just double pick it.
I want him to. You gotta double pick it, bro.
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah. He got the opportunity to do so now. You can give up the Akos to whoever wants it in the bottom end. But, you know, it's rough. He didn't have a great game 4 with them. So, you know, now he has to try to stay consistent just so he can have a smooth game 6. If he doesn't, he's gonna drop down. Pressure's gonna be a lot higher. He's gonna play that Akko's game 6 regardless. I don't know. I feel like it comes down to whatever he feels a lot more comfortable with. I want to say his Akko's is bad. I just feel like he's just a lot more consistent on the Tumult. But we'll see what he locks in for his 5th round selection, or his fifth round of games today. Let's see, XY. What are we thinking? What do we got? Yeah. Thought so. That makes sense for sure, being XY. In our first seed, he's going to be snagging up that Tumult. Zhao. Not sure if he played Akos already. So yeah, he's going to be taking that Akos for the free. Going to go ahead and gladly take that character pick. Now for our 2nd and 3rd round selections. We have what? Zenda for Ron. Fawn potentially playing. Let's see. What do we have? He was a big Kylan enjoyer too for a long time.
Yeah, Yumi's gonna be his available option here. He's gotta take it. Sure. Even his coach is like, nah, you gotta do it, man. Gotta do it. She's too good. She's too good. He's like, fine. But this also gives out, you know, for Frostmas, he needed the Yodohime pick, bro. He didn't get a chance, man. He didn't get a chance of popping off with Yodohime, bro. It's taken. Yeah, Wufang yoinked that. You can go Lonnie out here, Bedore Events right now. kind of wishy-washy, right? What's our anticipation here for Rosmus? I mean, Firefly drops are available somewhat. I mean, this is Don, you know, I had this, you know, Squid. He's kind of, but if we take our chances on the Firefly drop, I mean, initial raid is always the staple. Disengagements to build the green build, so they have to take at least just one Firefly and go and hunt him down. But depending on where he drops in here, everyone has a moniker to go for their first kill. If they get first kill, they get at least that first gold lead, and if they get that gold lead, you just kind of like walk around and kind of find more loot as it comes down. But the moment they get the second kill, that's purple armor. Or if they just go ahead and take that 7k gold and then move around to find out if they can get purple armor passively through breaking boxes, opening troves. There's a lot of options there, right, in the Mortal War, because, you know, there's not a lot, you know, high rarity, you know, when it comes to these blue troves and even the gold troves somewhat. But we might have a chance. Ruo, bro, that man's on his side quest arc, bro. I don't care. He can play Liam as long as much as it comes down to it. He is literally past the game. His XP bar is not low. This man is up.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah, he's up. He's up now.
He's up now.
Yeah. I'm up now. But yeah, we snagging up that Liam, and I think he's the only player that really plays him, right?
Nah, RW's HM didn't for a bit.
Yes,
GG Chen, I think, might have pulled him out once, or once at least, but not common, right? Definitely not.
Definitely not. No. All right, let's see it. Game 5. Going straight right into it. This is gonna be a big decider for these players contesting for that 4th place spot. We still have that game 6, but overall, massive round coming up right now. Players are learning up to the server. We're gonna see ultimate abilities very, very soon. What do we got? Show it to us. Ready for the action. Ready to see what we're gonna have for this game. What team is Arano in?
Arano is part of XKG.
I feel like I have not seen Arano all season. I have not seen him play once.
Man,
and I cast it.
But yeah, you're right.
It's been rough for him.
Yeah, man.
I mean, he's not here, obviously, right?
Obviously, yeah. He lost him Thursday too, so that's why he's not here even indefinitely.
Wow. Yeah, I feel like I have not seen Arano all year, so it's been rough. Arano came to the league. He had a good start, though. I would say he had a really good start. He qualified for finals a bunch of times at bi-weekly, but we'll talk about Arano later. Let's see what we have. Pace on the V2, that's around the Kylan. V1 for the Zendar and Ron. Everything else, a V2 there for Ruo, for the Liam. We sometimes have a little mix up there with the V2, V1, but everything else is going to be standard. F2 for the Wufong there on the Yodo Hime. We'll lock it in. Game number 5. Let's see. Yo, if Ruo manages to get amazing game 5 right now, that'll be insane. That would be crazy.
Speaking to existence and said, "Oh, I got that." No, it's crazy sponsor, man. What are we talking about, Wang Liang? Why are we going for Arcadia, bro? I already know he's going for it. Look how north he is. He's like, all right, I'm going in. I'm going in. Okay, the thing is that the Wufong position is primo catapult to go faster than Wang Liang would ever be able to. So the thing is he gets a Firefly, he goes in the catapult, he rushes his down. Rosvis, though, is taking it for the first loot trap on the wall. I don't even remember which wall this is called. Maybe the Lion Gate. I could be wrong. It's a West Gate. But if he takes that gate going in there, he's gonna get the whole entire enclave for loot. And then if he goes out of this ball to the wall, he might be pulling himself across the board with a kill, maybe 2, before a first round game. But he's gonna be running down here. We're in game 5, folks. Make or break, man. Last round before you have no chance of even climbing out into the gutters. A Zhao at Tincture Woods alongside with Paste. Bellstruck, he got vision, he got purple something. He got purple, 2 purple jades. Let me look at those jades, bruh. Because he got nothing on the nunchucks, but he does have those anyways on blue rarity.
You ready to get active too. He needs to win this. Currently with 5 overall points. Oh, he said purple armor, my bad, bro.
Yo, my bad. I was not familiar with your game.
For real. He was like, you turn fast, and you see him now. Just gonna go ahead and give up this loot. Asia is gonna go ahead and scale on up on the Akko, so you better scale up a little bit more there. XY, purple halberds in hand already. Off drop blue armor as well.
Huh. Frostbite's last second swap off the drop, man. I didn't think that was gonna happen, but he did.
Oh, I didn't see where he was gonna initially swan.
Yeah, it was an Imperium on Westgate. Though this is kind of upsetting. I mean, I know Pace got this out here to burn it, but look at the HP. Oh, 1-2. F2 core is though a worry. Nice parry. Oh my god. Take the spear. No. Takes the nunchucks instead. Look at this double tap dodge roll into the what? LMB? Okay, he throws a blue focus. The LMB doesn't connect off of that, but what's worse for air? Look at Ron. Position-wise, this man sees the action, and he's got it going.
He's ready to go on in. See him trying to cover that. The back end, Wally on in the mix as well. Wu Fong. Far away, scrap off once again. They see the no ozone pop, so this is a big radar for a lot of these players. Clint comes in, Pace takes up a lot of damage. A-Shot now might be in big trouble. Pace does manage to get perfect spacing into the pop the ult, but he goes back into the no ult zone, so now he's going to go ahead and try to gamble for it. He does work out for him. He is going to be snagging up that elimination onto A Zhao, but now the eye is going to be looking right at Pace. Common armor, purple on Wally Young. I mean, this is rough for him. These players are going to full on commit to that player pretty soon. And Frosted is getting active against XY.
You know, the crazy thing too is looking at Frostivus though. He turns it around against XY, but he has ultimate. He's got combo breaker in just a couple of seconds here for XY though. Breaking it down, the poison shroom, it works against Frostivus more than him, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna. I mean, I don't have anything else to say off of that boring. That off of the poison shroom and how it boings off, and that's first elimination. That's XY taking it down, and then of course taking this lead off this end. We know that we're pulling this across. I'm just thinking about this chance right now. What we have going on for XY on this tumult game, popping off for first elimination. Where's the reset for Frostus? Because everyone's already around this area. He's got to push himself out east. If he's going to Ascension 4, that's his last hope for loot. But either that or his zone take. This, funnily enough, the Forbidden Seal, that alone is a moth to the flame, right? Everybody cornered themselves out here. Even Wally on, bro. Even Wally on, bro. He was like, what's going on here? He's got himself the Whip Sword, purple rarity. He's got purple flintlocks, no eliminations.
I thought he was gatekeeping that purple armor right there.
For real. For real.
Yeah. Oh, massive jump parry there from Wally on Ron. Now he's gonna eat up all that damage. Look at all that armor gone off of one parry alone. Going for the F. Catches it, but nice. Beautifully called in F there from Ron. Pace now hiding in the back end of that no old zone. Now comes on in. Looks at Ron. Misses the R&B focus. Now does in the old. Applying pressure there onto Pace. To the full rapier shots too, being able to get that damage. Rondo and Pace, both players weak. This could be good here for Wally on, looking for the R&B focus, gets the damage. Now the F to be able to stop a lot of this damage there onto all those players, but the F there, or the ult there, good there from Wally on, snags up the elimination onto Base. Now continuing the activation there onto Ron. Just everybody can get his way, Wally's saying right now.
All E for everyone. These hands, bro, rated for them. That's gonna be a chance right there for the yoink off of Wang Liang. He's got recast ready to go here. Gets the Yoda Hime though. Do we really want to take that chance there? He's going to go ahead and disengage. Wu Fang's going to take the time to loop, but Ro is kind of looking into here. And Frostfist is on round 2 against XY. Listen, this is going to be a rough point. Purple nunchucks, man. Ultimate's still online, by the way. Look for the parry. He gets baited off the gold strike. Burns a combo breaker. Has long ultimate. But what's going to be the investment here from XY? Because XY has his combo breaker still. Having this rollout for the ball into the R&B, I mean, that's going to be the best case for the fan. But the thing is, having that combo breaker, look at this. XY doesn't even matter. He's going to go ahead and go pistol shot for pistol shot into Whisk throw. After he connects a light stagger. You already see it. Look at that. What did I just say? R&B into the meter dome. That's going to be it. Frost's going to have a combo breaker and he's out. And that's going to be a Exile on the board here to keeping himself in top 3 at least for a little bit more. We still have Lobby to kind of check off of Wang Liang since he's on 2 kills. Still putting himself across here. He's going to have to worry about it, but Wang Liang is putting himself in 5th place. And, you know, if he stacks up this Romy Yang a victory, I mean, he got A-Shot on blue armor, blue weapons, and man's on the pity party, but he's got the gear. He got 18% mitigation. This is nearly what you just need. It doesn't matter what kind of specialty Jades you have at this point, just so long as you're able to sustain out the pressure that comes off of purple rarity weapons, and then any attack Jades that might be stacked up, because that's for XY. I mean, he's already got that going for him, right, gear-wise. And him against Akos, I mean, you already know the situation there. Matching up the same stats and having purple dual blades on standby.
Yeah, literally the same. That's crazy. Same percentages. But let's see. That's unfortunate for Frostus. Where could have he gone, man? He would have had to, like, I don't know, man. It's been so rough to try to find a spot to start looting on up, but here's out of game 5. Now locked in Wang Liang against Wu Fang. This is a massive game. This is a massive fight. Massive one between both of these players. Let's see it. The drop on R&B is good. F call in here for Wang Liang. Does manage to force out the Yodo F to try to back on up, but no, the pressure's still gonna be unfolding here for the Yoda Hime. The ult gets called in here for Wu Fang. Raw uppercut forces out the lead ult, and now the daggers have to be dodged. Beautifully done there from the Yoda Hime. Wu Fang though, being able to kite all that pressure, starts to move back on in. This could be bad here for Wang Liang, but the weave is good. Gets the shutdown there off the dagger throws. Now going back on in with the F, catches Prowl to the raw uppercut 1.0. Good damage now. Wu Fang might be in the back end.
Yeah, this is gonna be a quick kill, man. That was it. The combination so easy combo, bro. Even a solar player could do it. Look at this though. This is coming off of the pistol shots. XY looking at the Whistler like, yo, you ready for it? Ooh, I didn't even throw it. You always gonna throw it there, huh? Nah, I'm gonna wait you out. I'm gonna old cast you into this energy depletion, and then of course, looking at your FCast, you're running into my wall, bro. You're in my domain expansion. You're done. Goodbye. Retire. I know this comes down to pace though. Level 2 slashes come through, but the Aqua still comes into play, and the V2 Aquas means that this is F2 Roar territory, right? I mean, we're working out the Keelan guard. That's where it procs 1-2, drop RMB, pulls out time, F2 Roar, RMB comes out, and the parry doesn't connect, unfortunate.
I thought he was going to add 2 off that bump. Unfortunately, doesn't do so, gets caught up. Now Pace tries to turn the tides around, gets the damage off the LB focus, nearly connects off that. The jump LB is good, and that's bad for Asia. You see the face slap there, knowing that was a massive mistake there. He could have ended it there off that cast, but unfortunate enough for him, tries to go for the confirmed damage, but it was just not enough there for the kill confirmation. And Pace now is going to start scaling up. I don't know the J. That's all you, Severio.
Warrior Pace Infernal Slash. He ain't picking that up.
Oh, nah.
He ain't picking that up.
Nah.
He ain't picking that up. If he was Temmie, he would. No. If he was Temmie, if he had a gold greatsword into that, XY would have picked that frame one. We've seen XY pluck out the greatsword sometimes, and if he gets that, I mean, he built up the Infernal Slash, bro. The multiply there is nuts.
It's nice. It's nice, but it's not nice for Wufong, though. He got that Yang deletion, as well as Ajan Ron. And all these 3 players got 0 elim, so, you know, if you're Ron right now, you got to try to cleanse, potentially get the elim in the making too, but XY's going to shoot you down with some poison. Now you got to put up in a really bad predicament because you're going to get caught up on the jump LB, Wang Liang in the mix as well. This is very bad if you're Ron. He tries to kite it out. He's on the Zenda, so you see him losing a lot of HP. All that white HP, nearly all gone. There goes the shutdown. Doesn't manage to get it. No, he gets the whisk on the wall. It doesn't go through it. So now Ron does manage to live out the pressure of this, but the poisons are getting hit there. Ron now doesn't get hit off of that, so he's safe for now. It's going to be forced to pop this ultimate. Now the scatter is in, but look at the mini-map. So many players here.
Yo, I'm scared for the F2 Warrior. I was going to say, yo, this man's about to cast it out in the mid-end, and then Ron putting himself in the spotlight. Common armors aside, I mean, he gets caught by a burn, something is going to be going off, and it's going to be his lifespan. But for Ron, he keeps the kiting alive, right? Even though XY's on his heels, like no problem, no tomorrow, right? He gets a nice whisk throw, and this is RMB. This city, that's going to be another armor swap. He gets a little bit of heal, but the V2 Shunhuan from Wang Liang can't even get anything off of that. Parry repause is good. The combo breaker from Wufong, it's settled. How we lose sight of him though? It's up to the reset. Ron, you know, it's funny that Ron is able to get away from this as much as possible. Wang Liang is still on his heel, and then he gets the kill steal from A Xiao's board. And A Xiao needed that, man. I know we say that cliche, but he's in second place. Yang depletion, I'm not sure you even pick up the Yang, that Soul Bloom, because right now, XY, he's putting pressure, man. He's about to get online.
Fong gets that limitation onto Wang Liang, but he had that Vermilion Bird's Might, so he's safe. Asia, on the other hand, forced to pop his ultimate with a minute 15 to work with. V2 doesn't clip, I believe. Now going for the jump R&Bs. Doesn't connect onto Wufong. Wufong now. Oh, recast. Clips him nearly there. Does not manage to dodge that away. But Asia's going to lose all that armor. XY still in the mix as well. Looking for perfect timing there to start moving on in. And Alicia focuses the attack there to snag up elimination, but the leap is good onto Wufong. Ult runs out though, so doesn't get the second V2. The follow-up though, the R&B is good. Gets the damage now. XY moves on in. The click comes in. A-Xiao gets elimination. The shutdown there from XY though quickly eliminates him. Doesn't even matter. We see Wang Liang now on the other hand. Tries to move on in. 4 players still alive. Second Yang Star on the form on in now. But man, bodies have fallen. We're gonna have a 2-for-2 potential players with Yang depletion.
I want to put a timeout, bro. Where's Ruro, bro? I'm like, bro, this man's like, I'm LARPing in this lobby, bro. I'm looking at the side quests. I'm gonna get the Wolfine essence, guys. Trust me, don't worry about it. But the problem that comes in this is like Liam, if he scales out, this is such a rough one, man. He's going to put himself up against fully stacked out 55,000 Dark Tide Koi's XY. Even though Liam has the Venom Tip Bar bolts, I mean, he's still got the gold spear. He's been doing work on that, and that's actually his bread and butter. Wang Liang takes us away to a shot. He's gonna have the Salt Smolder, Haxa Harmony Spear, Aerial Dash, Starfall. We don't know if he's gonna use that, but he has every single weapon needed for this Rubbing Yang. You know, Badul Flintlocks aside, Pei still taking him to the floating platform, having that gold whip sword, having only scatter shot still. It's crazy. He's only a special CJ, but at least he's maxing out. You know, with all the mitigation aside. putting himself into the white with the spirit well, I should say. As for Wang Liang, might be even doing the same exact thing. I mean, he knows he can find this fight against Kylan. He's gonna aggress upon him. He just broke the treat, man. Yo, I'm about to call the Lorax on you, bro. You're done. You're done. We're gonna speak for it because in terms of the spirit well, Pace is gonna look out to the RMB and he gets riposted on this end. And look at the rage bar. It's up.
So much damage. Chips out so much down to Pace. Wang Liang now. We'll chase him down. Lee ult invested there. The counter, the kind of ult. Can't even move. All up. There goes Keelan proc. Just clip out the first slash. Second one's gonna connect as well. Holding for the third. Doesn't release. Cuts a little bit of that time off, but Pace now still getting pressured on. You don't see XY anywhere. You see him trying to go inside the realm of Yang. Pace does manage to go on in now to reset. Go inside the rain. The Yang, he has to beat up with XY. I don't know if he wanted to do this against.
I mean, nah, man. This might work in Pace's favor, low key. Depends on the pressure puts on XY, but this is like S tier plus character with a player, right? It makes his skill set so much higher. Forcing this RMB though, you're gonna see it from an early parry. XY is kind of manic, and then out of the whip sword's range, he knows how wary he's gonna have to be because this 1-2 comes off. What are we doing next? He gets parried though. Wait a second, the silence is damage is intensive. The tap dodge read into clink off. We're clinking number 2. We're clinking number 3. We took that whip sword off his hands. Thanks very much. We'll take that out of the lobby, out of your hand. And Pace goes down there. XY goes without ult needed, man. And there is Ruro up against Wang Liang and Xun Lee. And this is not gonna be enough. He shouldn't be going for fancy stuff, but he's gonna do it regardless. He doesn't even care, bro. He knows the Xun One. That's if it's gonna come out here. The funny thing too is that this next orb, I don't even think he's gonna get this orb, man.
Yeah, there it is.
All right, bro. I'm retiring. See, wait. Oh, the end of the ultimate, bro. GG. End of the ultimate, and he didn't get the F3 cast to come out there. That's the point of Liam.
Nah, that's unfortunate, but he still has a lot of HP left, right? Let's see how he can deal with the pressure of the lead. Just goes in for the LMBs. Look at Wang Liang. He mad.
He mad.
Oh, he mad. Unfortunate. What? Liam? 2026?
What is it? What? Yo, our stopper kick though. We better not pick that up because you get that to Xun. He's gonna have a long struggle bus for the rest of the lobby. So picking this aside, Mortal Defiance, Thunderstorm's picked up here. Rebel Bomb at top, man. But no dual flip locks, So that's the bar bolts. For everything coming down here, we are going to still kind of run this down for Paste. He's kind of putting himself across this, obviously. We are looking at levels in which... if we get swifty with it, man, 2 players on Yang depletion with Wang Liang and Xun Lee in the Kylan, these are both characters that will just full all out. Even like they see a Liam, I would go all out too. I mean, this is like I'm ultimate focus. What am I gonna do about it? What's he gonna do about it? But it's really in Wang Liang's favor more than anything against Ruro. If the Temi Whisk comes out, the range shots are pistol, right? So that's mega damage. So long as it comes down to Pace coming firming for the kill steal, but if he has to invest it with the combo breaker to get the soul blown because of the pressure on him, then that would make him the next focus of the lobby, unless they just have a gentleman's agreement. The gentleman's agreement is kind of the most important part in this play in the BR. At least in solos and CN Immortal War. Mostly because we know there's 2 more objectives, Yang Spirit Well and the Spirit Well itself. And for the guys right now, I mean, this is either make or break for the last round for Mako's pick, and they know they got to make as much points as possible. I mean, for Pace, he needs to he need a lot. I mean, he gets 3 kills this round, hypothetically. He takes 1.5 into, or actually 2 points because of placement, which means he's at 12.5, yet he still does not surpass Wu Fang. In the meanwhile, Wang Liang, he's 1 point away from death, from getting himself out of here. He's 1 blue focus away from death.
He's eating up so much damage. You see all that armor stripped off quickly. XY, once again, posted up for that 3rd party, 4th party he's in as well. Kylan ultimate now called in for Pace. Lee ultimate now invested for Wang Liang. So it's gonna be a little bit of kite game here. Wang Liang's gonna try to get a little reset in. Standoff here, tries to bait it. So nice half dart through. The Wiz nearly connects there onto the Kylan. First slash is good. Still waiting. Oh, I don't know how that missed. He just walked it off, but still nearly almost getting eliminated. And the R&B hold is good. Pace snags up the bloom. Ruro, though, on the other hand, ready to get active against the Kylan. Knowing this player has no ult, it's gonna be a 2v1 for sure.
Real shit. I think there's one thing too for Ruro. He's gonna look for the Dragon Slayer. He's looking for the uppercut. I know that Ruro puts himself into the R&B checks and hold checks, but he gets parried in this response with a 10% attack boost. That's rough. That's it, man. And that's XY, man. I'm telling you, this man that comes out here is like, yeah, let's go. Let's run it. And now we take the fight. Yeah, we take the fight. Big time take the fight. I mean, even with Moonbane, we gotta get the Whisper though. Wait. Diabolical play incoming. Yo, what an old cat. Wow, a Hex of Harmony Spear onto that too. And we had to cancel our ultimate because of the Hex of Harmony Spear. Incredible. What a Jade.
Yeah, I knew he was setting up for this ult. Unfortunate enough, though. Still had that ult intact. Throws the Wisp once again. He's going to go in for the quick reset in, but the Bane's in play, so I got to be real careful. Rule now with no ult online as well as XY. Going for the Wisp. Massive jump parry there. Off the Wisp. Catches him inside the Wisp. Going for the uppercut extension as well. Into the post start. Go focus is out. Does manage to roll it out. Doesn't get caught off the grapples. Now the grapple's on in. XY going for another grapple. Parry. Doesn't manage to connect off of this. Throws on the Wisp. Tries to anticipate him, but pistol shot chip damage is good. Slaps him into... No way, man.
Wait. Yo, Moonbane, save the day.
Maybe, yeah.
Clink off. Nah, it's clink off. At least he's gonna die off of that pistol shot. 66. That's it. That's why I was like, yo, you give me Temmie, you give me MVP. Thanks. Thank you. halfway through the for the chair, but he's still going above the lobby. Second toast up to the top. So off of that, I mean, XY is like anime protagonist right now, man. On top of the leaderboard. I mean, Ruo had his final fight too with him, and the fact is, those two are the only two players that are completely safe making it to grand finals.
100%. We were talking about this right before Game 5 started. Just go with it, Temmie. You're gonna play the Akko's Game 6, so just play your staple character. We've seen him do insane stuff on the Tomoke. We've seen some combats, and he responds with it, and he showcases that how strong his Tomoke is for Game 5. Just shows out perfectly there, being able to take the MVP. Wally on the other hand, though, he's still mad. You see in his face, he's like, come on, man.
Left, right, left. He's making sure he can cross the road safely, man. I'm telling you, he's knowing.
Look at both way before he crossed.
Ooh. A little shiver there. That's why I was like, wow, what a lobby. It's tough though, man. I mean, I'm pulling across the edge that we're on the bottom of the leaderboard right now, but at the same time, even in the middle right now, it's a little dicey. One round, Akko's round comes up, you get 17 kills. You got 7 kills at least, and then you can kind of make yourself out of the bottom 6. But on the top 4 right now, I mean, we know Ruo, we know that A Xiao is putting himself across the board. For instance, we know that A Xiao puts himself, in second place overall, right? But then obviously, where will the 2020 where will the 2026 spring grand finals be held? A, Shanghai, B, London, C, Xi'an, D, New York. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. Someone correct me. But answer for y'all, because y'all may not know, it's C in Xi'an. If this thing was held out in NYC, I would have been insane. I was like, okay, we're in there. All right, London, what up, nation? But the thing is, if we go to anything there would be great. The only other logistical choice would have been Shanghai, because obviously it's already there. They're already there, and that's like that'll be like your second choice there. But it's Xi'an. So putting yourself aside there, make sure you guys put the prediction on the chat. Forcing ourselves though, in terms of the reality that it is, with the grand finals being in 2 weeks' time. Nothing's going to really change for the players. I mean, they're open lobbies, practices. If they go to Souls and Mortal War during the time frames, they'll be in the current patch, but they still have to think about everything that's going to be staying the way it is. And as it stands, I mean, for 2 weeks, they have to just be on the top of their A game. I could be wrong. We could go into grand finals with her, with Tarragon, with all the patches, but we're going back to the AI photos. We're bringing it back XY. And this guy's going to be him on his Tarka gameplay, or at least not the Tarka. This is Tumulch, man. It's looking a little cross-reference here, but for 9.5 points, he's going to have a massive game. That's it. Right, for him at least. He's safe. Paced. Even though coming down here with 3.5 alongside with Wang Liang, these guys are still on bottom end. They got to make sure to come through here. As for A Xiao, 2 points. As for Ruo, 2 points. 1 point for Wufang. Ron for O, as well as Frostbus. It blows because bad situations, right? At least for Frostbus there in the fight in Twilight Pass, you know what happened. Poison Stream round 1 death, and round 2 death was a run back against XY. Not necessarily intentional, just happened to find out him again, and he just went down against him. So as for XY, he already knew the loot that it was, not to be had. But putting this aside here, 22.5 points for XY, 19.5 for Ruo, FPX's A shots for 18, 14.5 for Wufang. That is the cutoff point. And it's only 1 point, 1 point at least for Wang Liang, right? Who's in 5th with 13.5, 9 for Ron, Pace with 8.5, 4 for Frost. And I mean, 10 points, 10.5 points. That's the only necessary boundary line for Frostbus. If he needs to get that, 10.5 is possible. We've seen it. And it comes down to, you know, because we aged out, got it in game 2 low. But pulling this into Akko's mono pick round, I mean, the congested fights that happen here is just how many kill steals can you get, man? How many can you earn? And the only way you can do that is just finding out and taking them 3-way drop. But we go off this end with either pace just needing 5 or like 6 kills and some, or 6.5 points, right? With 6 kills, some placements there. Or we even go further up there for Ron with less and less. But off this point, man, I mean, we know XY and Rio are safety net, to be in the safety net. Those guys are guaranteed. We're gonna go some highlight reels though in the first fights. After the Forbidden Steel had procced out here, I'm gonna paste, chopping down A Zhao as well as XY to SS ones. Frost.
Yeah, this is rough there for Frost. Gets clipped off the jellyfish. Is just, man, it just took so much white health. Big commotions here. Continuing that from that first elimination of the game. Still getting active here. Wang Liang snags up 2 there. XY catches Frost again. Whips into the Nunchuck meter burn. Beautifully done there from XY. First Yang. Goes for the ult cast into the whisk throw. And I feel like the Zenda ult right there kind of griefs you because you got to dodge after that. And it just sends him right to that Tomok ultimate. So unfortunate for him. He gets caught up, gets eliminated. Wang Liang here. It's eliminated there by Wufong. Big commotion as well here for cleanse of the Yang depletion. Wufong falls, but then I believe that player gets eliminated by XY. XY, second Yang against Space. This was beautiful for him. He did a little standoff. He caught him with a Dragon Slayer, and then he like tapped on his back, anticipated the F, catches Prile, eliminates him. That was nice. Snags up the last hit confirmation down the R&B there, and then gets the pistol shot to end off game number 5. Snags up his 9.5 for game number 5. MVP on the Tomok as well. Nice little animations there. The OG Tomok face and outfit. His 6th MVP, 17,000 damage, 7 elimination, Thunderstorm, Mortal Defiance, didn't even proc, Assault, Smolder, Venom Tip Barbos, Aerodash, and Hexa Harmony Spirit that we saw there in that last fight. But yeah, this is what we needed to see here from XY, and you know, he delivered it for game 5 just to sit comfortably there into our last round of the day. So big props there from XY, being able to stay up, being able to, you know, double pick that Tomok there for his 5th game, which, you know, any other player that kind of would have been a gamble, but on XY, knowing how good he is on Tomok, it just makes sense completely for him to double lock in that character. But yeah, I mean, let's see how game 6 goes. Like you were mentioning, 4 through 7, very, very close. But we are going to be taking a quick break. Once we come back, we're going to be locking in our last game of the day here for round 2 of the Last Chance qualifiers. Welcome back, everybody, to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severia. We just saw 5 games locked out now. For our last game, Game 6, mirror match Akko's picks, right? This is a massive round there for places 5 through 7. Very, very close. Anybody in that 5th through 7th place spot has the potential to take that 4th place spot. I mean, it's going to be a very, very rough one if you're, if you're just trying to get into that threshold. Pace, being in that 7th place spot, he needs to have like a 6.5 game. He could do it. It's possible. Everybody else needs around from like a 3.5 to 5.5, so it's a lot more doable. But overall, we see some insane matches. XY just MVP for our last game that we just witnessed on the Tumult. 9.5 game there for himself for that game alone. Now, dropping on in. No fires this time around, so game 6s, they're kind of like, you really don't know what you're gonna get. Most of the times we kind of just see W keys for the majority of the time, but it all comes down to how the bottom side of the pyramid is gonna look, and those players are pretty much the ones that really decide how the tempo goes. Obviously, if you're like in the super lower end, you kind of just like full in. Top side, you really don't have much to lose. If you're Ruo or XY, I mean, player like XY, he's obviously already been W King, so I wouldn't even see that change for this round alone. But there it is, 3 out of 4 times. Akko's has been our first round selections as we saw it there. So that is going to be our mirror match. And once again, yeah, we got to see. Do you think somebody's going to overtake who we have? It's Wufong, right? Being in our 4th place spot. Do you think someone's going to overtake him? He's not sitting comfortable at all. He needs to have a great game. And, he's had a rough start, but, he kind of has been equalizing throughout the day. You think someone's going to overtake him? What do we have? We have Wang Liang, Ron, Pace.
I mean, my 2 cents. I mean, Wang Liang, he better not be running V2 today, man. I swear. Oh. He ran V2 the last time we saw him play, and I'm like, yo,
that's crazy.
What are we doing in the isolated lobby where there's no one else running the same set? And then all of a sudden he reveals himself, he's gone. The crazy thing too, though, is that even though Wang Liang is the one closest to it, all he needs is a point. But Wufong just he can't earn anything going off in the end. And I feel like that's unlikely, at least for Wufong. Because otherwise, if it comes down to it, he's gonna end up like Spirit Airlines, where he's gonna get shut down immediately. And everything that comes down to this is that whether or not he goes against Ron's gonna be putting himself across the board with 9 points. He needs at least 5 to kind of make sure he's safety netted. And then on top of that, we saw his Akko's round, bro. Inside of the Padoria, his event horizon is that if he ends up putting himself past his roaming Yang victory, hopefully, and then if he kind of corners himself off more into the second realm, and then he ends up with 4 points there, he just needs to snowball and play buff bros, right? Everyone either with Verms or with the White Tiger's prowess, or the Mystic Might / White Tiger's prowess, whoever comes up off the Spirit Well as well.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to wait and see how that pans up, but no round selection. So once we get our screens up, straight to the action. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know about having our Akko's first pick. Like I said, we haven't even had an MVP today. We haven't had an Akko's MVP all day. In Grands for Stage 2, barely saw one Game 7 being versed, and obviously our last game is also going to match that Akko's pick due to it being a mirror match, but I don't know. I don't know if it's like they just have to like practice more on Akko's, or the matchups are just, I don't know. I really don't know what specifically it is, but overall standings, once again, just for a reminder for everybody at home, XY 22.5 takes first place here. Knocks out Ruo to that second place spot with 19.5. Still a massive amount of points for both of those players. A Zhao with 18, still very comfortable there for himself as well. That top 3 pretty much just stapled in, I would say. Wufong, on the other hand, 14.5, slotted in that 4th place spot. Wang Liang, on the other hand, 13.5, 1 point difference between him and Wufong to take that 4th place spot. But Rondo slowly creeping on up with 9 points. Very, very doable for him to try to knock out Wufong or Wang Liang, whoever is in the running there at the end of this game, or throughout this game, I should say. Pace, 8.5. Very close. Somebody like Frostvich just had a rough day, though. Frost has had not a day that he likes, obviously. It's just been very rough for him not to get his footing in the door. Just having those bounce back that he had off his off spawn fights, I would say, especially in that game 5. It's just, where do you go? You resurrect, and then you just have XY lurking around. He spots you, and he's gonna W key in regardless. It's just unfortunate trying to do that with somebody who's already been scaling up and you on common armor. It's just so hard to try to bounce back. So fortunate for Frost, just didn't have the day that he wanted today. But yeah, locking in game 6. The coach tired, ready to go home. Like Fong, let's just do it, man. Let's just get this out of this way. Let's qualify so we can play in 2 weeks. Gotta do this, man. Wally on the other hand, he's like, man, if they piss me off again, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I'm not even look left and right. I'm gonna jaywalk, bro. I'm pulling out. I'm pulling out the street, man. This is my road. This is my city.
I don't care.
This is my city, man. Like every other brother out there in the outside. No, listen, this comes down to Wan Leong make or break. Final grand finals, man. It has to happen, or it doesn't. I mean, up to his case, he's up against dominant forces, and then for Frostmas, I mean, taking the spring grand split, I mean, making it to grand finals is like one step along the way. Very minimal chance, but it's still there. If it doesn't work out going through, at least he'd be able to kind of take the chances on MSC because he's still able to qualify through that, if I'm not mistaken, for at least mid-season challenge. He'll be competing at the end. Actually, man, that's right after this. At least if he has a chance to compete. Actually, no, they should actually make it for Sunday. Yeah, for solos. So we'll have to see. Regardless of that, though, we'll have to pull the punches out. Akos is out. F2V1 has to be. If I see anything different on the board, I'm gonna be upset. So off the skills alone, everyone is playing it safe with the skills that we just mentioned. So this is good. At least everyone's not completely complacent knowing that there's no chance they're gonna be running something else. But hey, we're running it down here. Every single one of these players, the one who has the highest average points on the Akos by far, it's this Asia and Paste. Except for Asia, he's been able to kind of choose, Akos a little bit less. Pace has been on top of it and being able to kind of have him at least nearly a third of his games in this season alone.
Good way to end it. Once again, the good old Akos for game 6. Pick rates pretty. I mean, it's very simple. Someone had a 31%. Not sure. I think that was Pace. Maybe he probably got it like early, or probably someone just skipped over it. So he has a little bit higher pick rate there, but. Yeah, makes sense. Here it is. Overall drops here for game number 6. Big promotion in the center, though. 4 players dropping on in. Wan Leong, Pace, Wu Fong. I mean, this is going to be very, very interesting to see how this is going to work out. Ron, Swell, I mean, it's all 4 of them. They're just there. These off-drop spawn fights are going to be very, very big between those 4 players, I would say, right in the center.
I'm thinking about the Crow's Nest reset on that fight. I mean, that's Forbidden Seal territory too. So, I mean, even without Fireflies, you take a fight long enough, you can kind of cycle around that. Because there's a gold troll, there's this building there, right? There's a lot of reset opportunities into that building. And then having game 6 be the final round, guys. This is the final stretch for last chance qualifiers for solos. Yo, my lock in. Name is Severio alongside with Creatives, man. We're at Artisans Grove out Moneytown, as it stands to be. Wan Leong already off rip, taking the fight Paste. He found blue armor and he's like, let me back off. But listen, the ward didn't connect, more pressure than it needed to, and Paste is now in the back burner.
Yep, eats up the R&B, focus off the staff, grapples on in, going for the grapple LMB, catches, LMB is good in the corner, since the 1-2-3, Pace, yeah, rushes on out. Both F's on cooldown, coming off now. We see Wan Leong still applying tons of pressure. There goes, catches the pride, but the terrain here is very weird. The prop comes in off the nunchucks. Now Pace still has the F, but it doesn't matter. The nunchuck meter burn. He tries to cancel off the F and catches Wan Leong. Doesn't tap dodge that and eats up the damage and gets eliminated. Nah, man.
Can't be making that. Can't be doing that. Not today.
Man.
Not today, not this round, not ever. Not ever. It's kind of rough, man. Yeah, that's Yeno's favorite player, bro. That's crazy. Listen, Wu Fong rushed into the scene, though. Bell is not going to confirm anybody in this range, but he's still going to head his way towards this with last grapple in his pocket, bro. All right, little guy, let's go ahead and make stuff work. This one last grapple. Kind of work this down, but over towards the Gamma Mine, we're going to have Age out taking an engagement here from Frostmas and already on with Purple Pulse. Yo, this man's on stab swap combo already. Is he on jabbing? Oh, yes, he is. Or Silent Fang. Let's see. There's the 1-2-3 off of Frostmas on the drop down. Uppercut swap won't convert. He'll go for Scare Rush on the delay wake up. Nah, walk away. Reset. Frostmas doesn't care, though. Wait a second. Frostmas, we might have lost a little bit of time there in the reset. Instead, Aja's going to have a little bit of the health lead. Scare Rush off of this end means that he's on breaking on the line of sight. He's going to rush right down for a clink off the R&B. R&B comes off of here. It connects, and Akos Ultimate's going to be coming online for both these players.
Yeah, third party now. Ron shows up to the mix. It's beautifully timing here, and Ron needs both of these. He needs them. Try to scale all it up. He takes the first one there onto Frost. Now, V2's on out for both players. Asia. Go ahead and retop off the armor. Blue armor in hand there for Ron. We got commotions, though. Hold on. That was a big fight. We had to see that. Now we got to chase down Pace. We'll find us another big fight. Oh, my God. Everywhere we got big fights. Let's see it. Pace tries to go ahead for the jump parry. Tries to bait it out. But Wu Fong going to play a little bit patient there. Pace already with 1. Fawn with 0 needs to try to get this elimination to stay in that top 4, but you see Pace being that main aggressor here in this situation. Tries to bait it out. I think this was the buff we saw last time, right? The shark head?
Big shark head with the
I
little
think the shark head was the
crown.
Yeah. This gives you powers. This gives you insane powers. Oh,
But Frostwitch has it, right? And he pulling himself out having a salty run back. Nashal? Nashal got the roar, bro. B2 doesn't connect. Yeah, Frostwitch has the scare rush indefinite. Chase down. F2. Roar connects. Can we get the kill? The second time Ron took it, but the solo took it out. I had to slam the table, bro. There's no way Ron's getting away with this twice, and guess what? Yes, he is. And he's got all the armor in the world right now to kind of look around because he can purchase it. He can find blue armor. You know, Aqua's Roar is such a detrimental force of nature, man. You can't do anything about it. You can't parry it. But could you imagine parrying the F2 Roar? I would be flabbergasted. RMB, though, connections off of downhill terrain. 1, 2, 3 will connect, but the range is too far. LB comes out, the Roar is avoided. Ron connects nothing. LB off of this downhill won't be given. Frostwitch gets caught by the 1, 2, 3 horizontal, and the LB reset. That's going to be Frostwitch out the game.
No way. Okay, now that sets up Ron perfectly. Now he jumps up to 3. He's already up 3 eliminations. He's starting off hot here for game 6. XY takes out Wufong. Wufong now taking a trip back to the Soul Altar. XY top side of the pyramid. This is good for Ron. This is good for Ron. XY already solidified his spot there into the top 4. So eliminations from XY and Ruro, I would say, don't really do big justice or don't really do ton of damage to the bottom side unless, you know, bodies are out of the game already. That, you know, obviously changes up the game with how many eliminations each player needs to try to make it to that threshold. But overall right now it's fine there if you're a player like Ron, which has already matched that 3 elims here for this game. First Roman Yang's on the 4-man up. Wang Liang, common armor. I mean, he needs to try to get something going right now. Potentially going to be taking this Yang with common armor. Ruro's in the mix as well. Could potentially hear, I think he heard him or something, so you might see him roaming around. Wang Liang tries to cut line of sight. Does manage to kite on out opposite side. But the Yang is going to be taken up here from Ruro. Wang Liang's going to give that up. Going to respect it. Ron, on the other hand, purple armor already, like Silver mentioned. Going to be buying up that armor upgrade very quickly now. Wants to post up for the Rumble Yang. Potentially. Don't know where our Rumble Yang gates are at, so could be rotating on it. Rotating on out to a different realm gate, but overall, Wufong, common armor as well. Rough for Wufong. He needs to try to stay up. I mean, 15.5. Wang Liang is on you with 13.5. Ron now got 12. Wang Liang now posted up for the Yang. Found a blue armor. So, this is going to be a big set of rounds here. This is massive from the bottom side right there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Ron looking good right now, but he just needs to stay intact here for the remainder of game 6.
Legitimately. Putting himself down here for Wang Liang. I mean, he got to play this carefully. I mean, he's got flip sword standby. He has the flying knives. It's a really good setup here, especially for the Alkas. And then coming down towards his fight. It just depends. If he goes against a weak foe like Wufong here, who has common armor right now, he's rushing towards his Romeo. Even with 1 elimination, he's close. Too close. So to take this Romeo on common armor, does he really want to chance it, or does he want to go off in this end and making sure that he can get the spear well? I mean, that's the 2 options on the table, right? We're walking into the threshold right now. Wang Liang fighting up against XY. Purple armor already 2.0. He ain't throwing on the rock down. And F2 Roar is avoided, and this F2 confirms 1.0. That's all you can do, right? The maximum amount of damage. It gets caught into RB off of the 1-2. Parries the silence is good for the attack boost. Look at this grapple. Boom, boom, boom. Uppercut. No, he 1.0.
No way.
This man just said, Ricky. Dude, he's done.
No way. Ults were not even invested, but that's good for him. XY don't even matter. Ron against Ruro. Don't matter for Ruro, matters for Ron. Team Dell playing a little bit patiently. Tries to bait it. That scare rush out. Baits him out. Nice patience there to not cancel that. Just tip off the F2 to unlucky. So now, Aqua's ultimate is going to be vested by both players. V2s, doesn't matter, gets clipped off the R&Bs. Needs to be the R&B focus into the V2. Not true, okay. But the V2 there from Ron is good. Going for the jump LMBs, aerial R&Bs, catches that. Second one, now the V2 called in for Ruro once again onto Ron. F is up soon here for Ron, pretty soon. Going on over. Gets the overhand hands, Dragon Leap into the V2. Beautifully done, jump LMB. Both F2s are out. Releases a little bit too late, so now he's going to get forced into this full extension combo, but that's all he gets. Health advantage still going towards Ron's way. Ruro and Ron both going for the full reach on it. Now we're going back to round 2. Or round 3, I would say, because the ults are gone.
Yeah, for real, though. Looking at this round side, it's coming down to Ron looking into the chase R&Bs. He's got meter dump. Oh, This man is clean for a reset with the F2. No, he doesn't have it up. He can't. He got the LMB though. He's looking for this. There it is. GG, GG, GG. XY goes down to Wang Liang. Hold on a second. Wang Liang gets a +1 on the board. He's up against Pesto immediately on that fight, and that's it.
No.
I mean, look, jump LB, jump LB, jump LB, jump LB. He won his Romang though. Watch that, right? +2 eliminations for Wang Liang potentially on this, and this is also because since he got that kill off the horizontal shotgun burst, he's up to 2. As for Wufang, we're gonna have to double check and look at this. We're at 6 players already left in the lobby because we see how Aja's in the outskirts. This man's running around here. As much as it comes down to the tied situation of points, Wufang still has more overall kills, eliminations across today's games, and right now he's holding himself down on this porch. I mean, on the bush is his, because you got to remember, right? Wang Liang started today with 4 points. Right, and that's for Wufang. He started less. Now they're tied, which means that by this point he should be having more eliminations. For this kill, though, this is all up to determination. We got some stats on the board, bro. What is this? Everyone's placing their bets on the NARAKA to the end, bro. They're like, all right, guys, put your money in the pool. Who you think is gonna make it? Pace guys a 2.4% chance. I take that bet. that's a good deal. 2.4 puts himself out here. I mean, when Pace comes down here with this Remy Yang victory, at least to come off of killing off Wufang, killing off Wang Liang, chances are higher.
Now, I think they got to respect that Ron pool, though. They gave him, what, a 2 point something?
Nah, there's no way. I didn't read that. I didn't read into that one.
I think it was low. It was low. Oh, 14. Yeah. One of those two. It was pretty low, though. But he up 4. He up 4. He's posted up. He chilling.
Ladder lobby gamers get all the points. It's a curse, especially on the last round.
I want him to get active. Oh, we just pan into this. Okay. Pair in. Pace against A-Shop. Getting active. Massive fire. What did I say?
Oh, wait a second. Not like this. GG. Look at this. 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 This is the decimation on the Aquos lobby. When there's a mirror comp Aquos lobby, bro, everyone is throwing their F2 once there's a V2 cast coming off, or V1 recast. This guy gets it again. Oh, wait a second. What just happened there? What? Oh, he old cast for it. Never mind. He old cast for it. That's why. 2.0 musket shots. He delays his out for the Vermilions. He knows he needs to print it. Said, no, okay, I was about to say 4 seconds left on the clock. He's good for though. Wang Liang though is pushing himself across the board. Just don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm ugly. Don't look at me. And of course, he's looking at the RMB. He's throwing it down. Who is approaching this? Wufang, bro. This is his biggest op, but he doesn't know it, bro. RMBs. Off of this launch, he's going to be waiting this down for the old cast, but man, he's still got an F2 ready to go.
Yeah, there it is. Doesn't snipe him though. Ron tries to back on up. The counter grab was on through. Big damage coming on in. Wufang takes out elimination. Wufang needed that. That's fine for Ron. Have Vermilion's burst. My Wang Liang still trying to get active. Trying to see if you can snag up this kill onto Aja, but Aja about to get that old red back up. He's got a salty run back, I believe. I heard the resurrection in the back end. Nice weave there off that F in the back end. Wang Liang still trying to get active. Ron's in the back as well. We have Wufang in the mix. Everybody's here. Pistol shots flying on through. Rural now. Big, bad spot. He's going to clip off that shook and burst. Who's going to be able to get the last hit confirmation? Ron needs this. Ron needs this heavily. He needs to get active now. A-Shop, he gets it. It's all good. But Wang Liang snags it. 4 kills on the board for Wang Liang. The OG back in the top 4. Now makes it there with 18 points. And that's good for him. Wufang, though, on the other hand, drops to 5th. 17 points. Second Roman Yang starting to form on up now. Ron, 5 kills. This is very close. This is intense now.
Bro, this is getting rough, bro. It's anyone's. Another cliche statement number 2. This is anyone's game. We got Blistering Edge. No, he doesn't. He has Swift Cut. Juggernaut. Though he has money on the board. Wang Liang has the Roar Burst picked up here. He's got the Sunwing Shot. He's got the Cyan Fang. Gets some more to the Defiance off the rolls. Oh my god. No way. This man got RNG God, bro. He is. He got that more to the Defiance like that. Man. Nah, he's good for this Rummy. And go take it, King. You got that, bro. But the fact is that Wufang, right? It's either him or Wang Liang, bro. And if they both get into the Rummy Yang, I was about to say, I mean, that would have been a poetic ending there, bro, with the fights. But Wufang's gonna play it safe for the Spirit well. I mean, notice this, right? He had enough money to kind of work off the slots, but he's looking more to kind of resource out. You know, he gets his Rummy Yang, he gets mitigation, he can replace those attack jades because he's max attack right now, right? Though he is gonna go ahead, we're gonna see Wang Liang looking at Aja like a, you know, grade A Wagyu. He goes in, he takes the fight. It's up against Aja again. So yeah, I saw what you did, man. But this is Nunchucks up against Flying Knives. Normally, I would say, yo, if Nunchucks takes the win here, but Flying Knives could catch some diabolical RMBs from a distance. And then hoping to clink off here, Wang Liang's gonna go to the sky. Remember, Lord of Defiance on Wang Liang.
That's rough. That was rough. He missed inputs and fast falls on down. Now he's forced to pop his ultimate very quickly. Leap connects. Asia now is going to respond. Clips him. LMB prior off of this. Uppercut into the area LMB. V2. Oh, green focus. That fast, man? Oh, man. Green focus is... That's disgusting, man. All right, but gets clipped off the V2. Wang Liang now trying to stay in this fight. Misses his V2. Ult's about to run out as well, but F is back off the cooldown now. Ready. Gets clipped off that V2. Long range 2. Last frame connects. The F2's on now. The overhold there from Asia is beautiful. Snags up the prio, and this is going to be the elimination off the 1.0. And beautifully done. Managed to snag that up. You see him in the player cap. And now Ron against Wu Fong. Another massive scrap off.
Yeah, this is crazy too. This is off his farewell. We know that Wu Fong looked to build that up. He's gonna go ahead and just kind of scale out here before the ultimate is done. And looking at Ron, look to the attempt of bow shot. Now the R&B catches 1-2, has no F2 roar. I'm worried right now for him because Ron comes around the corner here with an F2 roar. I mean, Wu Fong has full energy stamina bar. He's gonna go for range shots. Double grapple cancel comes out there, and you know that Ron's looking for the scare rush, scales out, and having the F2 roar now. It's up to the each. There it is. Gets baited out. Hell checked out. The R&B doesn't release it. In fact, Eve might be looking for a crosshair here. There it is. Holds the horizontal as much. He walks around that blue focus like no tomorrow.
Wow, that was perfect there, but gets cut off with the R&B LMBs. Now staying in the pocket, sends it again. That's the downfall of the long shot, I would say. The double bow shot from Wu Fong. Gets the damage and the elim, and that's what he needed, man. That was just one focus attack off there to get eliminated. What he get? What he get?
I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it. I'm assuming it was Soul Slash because I didn't look at it. I was looking at the chat. I saw a lot of Bombo in the chat. I was like, yo, this guy says take care, behave, bro. I can't believe it. Listen, Wang Liang is looking at this at 1-2s. Yo, double mirror. Second one loses.
What?
Or first one loses, actually. Yeah, Wang Liang goes ahead and goes a hop and pops the ultimate. Now it's like, okay, wait a second. We got a little bit of a scare moment here. Gotcha's no gold focus strikers coming out to Ron. V2 is avoided, or that's a recast for V1. Then again, toothpick. Doink, doink. Look at all the damage. Musket shot 2, insult to injury. V2 to mitigate the last V2. The musket shot have to confirm. Remember, he's not like Tarka. If we can get Wang Liang and get an armor swap.
Ooh!
Oh, my man is pissed. Yo, you saw Ron's reaction? Yeah, no chance. Anyways, let me go to the shop real quick. This is a tense moment, man. Look at the scoreboard, man. This is crazy. This is actually really crazy because Ron is like on the peak control right now. 2 kills, placing points aside. Soul Slash, I was right. Swift cut, I was going through Soul Shatter as well for Wu Fong if he has that fan. Yeah. This is going to be a moniker of a fight because look at this. Ron's going to head to the shop. He's going to convert to a whip sword. Looking like he's going to be moving aside here. He's going to have that Aurora Burst summoning shot with the Reva bomb shot, blistering edge, rampage. He's got it all, man. Silent Fang as well, right? So if he goes for 1-2-3 off of the juggle, he'll get a little bit of heal back instead of just going for optimal damage only. He'll be able to get that. So downhill terrain, we're on it.
Right now, Wu Fong and Ron, ideally, they want to single out Asia, but Ron's going to look at, I don't think they know he cleansed. He has no buff, so he's going to get looked at for sure. And this terrain here is not in his favor. I think he might have the little village on the bottom side. He gets cut off the F2 though. That's unfortunate. He's going to be forced to pop this ultimate. Oh, he doesn't even have it. He's done, and that's just like that. His run is out. Top 4 now stamped. Asia and Wu Fong, last 1v1 of the day. You got this area.
This is rough. But you know what's going to happen here. Aqua's ultimate on Wu Fong in reaction off this catch. That's going to be in a nice gold focus. And as the results come out here, he's waiting for the V2 to punish this. Waiting it out, waiting for the recast of me, I should say. This is kind of, you know, old school, right? Old school skill. But he gets this LMB uppercut. Nope, still purple focus, still gets caught. Raw uppercut, grapple bump, uppercut. Now we're going for F2 extensions off of another one. Uppercut, grapple bump, RMB, maybe. No, he goes for the raw uppercut to V1. And then this is going to be an opportunity right now for Wu Fong. Are we doing the F2 from range or what? Oh my goodness. Sniper 150 might be looking for Asia right now. He's looking at the armor heals. He's got that new nunchaku. He's pulling this down here in the grapple cancel. Dude, Wu Fong, he did it once again. He's not going to be fearing it against once to the F2. R&B with a jump LMB. This is enough damage for Wu Fong just to scale up though, because he just pushed him back.
I see how you got to do it now. You actually have to do it off the uppercut from the grapple bump. That's so weird. All right, let's say it though. Run back, face out. Pop comes out of that chucks. Wu Fong now. Looks like the health was pretty. Oh, velocity on told. Oh, the F2 snipes as well. LB proud into the swap. Beautifully done. Into the R&B focus. Good damage there from Asia. 1 HP in a dream. And Asia snags it up. Plus the MVP. Gets that ranking points. I mean, Yeah, if I'm Asia, I'm very happy with today's performance. Being able to have an explosive start there set him up perfectly, man. That hottie game for him was just, oh, Ron texted actually. He had more elims. He had 6, even though he got eliminated very early. Doesn't really even matter. Valiant effort, though, I would say there from Ron. Just unfortunate, he wasn't like us. He had no buff.
Kind of crazy. It's crazy considering that like Ron was like on his A game there to kind of make sure everything went down. But Asia's hottie game spiraled, man. It spiraled the whole entire day for him to make it to go through. So for Asia, he's one of the top 4. As for Ron, though, I mean, he wasn't able to get that last 2 kills, eliminations. That's all he needed. And Wufang, I mean, Wang Yang as well. I mean, the Wang Yang specifically, him getting caught out there against Ron. I mean, that 1v1 situation on the side of the Sun K was kind of just, you know, it was bar for bar. It had to have been because the V1 comes out. You got to calculate when the gold focus comes out, whether the recast or not. And then all of a sudden, with the roars in the comeback there. As for Wufang, should be top 4, should be good, should be Gucci. Should be Gucci. I mean, he's got a little bit worse for wear. I mean, 2024 or 2025 J-Cup champion coming through here on a breadcrumb of a victory lap. You saw the back and forth on the kill feed from the scoreline. And that's for Frostmas. I mean, he went through the season. He got himself out there. Kind of looking for the ambition right there is up for grabs, making it to grand finals. Unfortunately, not this season, not for spring season. Still is able to qualify though through for mid-season challenge for the C qualifiers as they are happening. But the other part is then hoping to see what happens in the summer season, right? Because opportunity strikes in within. Everyone finds their drive, and this comes into a second half of the season as they have to take a break for the last 4 in the placement for these last chance qualifiers for round 2 in spring split stage.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. But yeah, we'll see how. I mean, we saw it there in the during the game, but we'll have an overview of how the top 4 looks. But yeah, that was a very fun game to watch. It was very close there from 4 through 7. It could have been anybody's game.
Yeah.
Saw Ron coming hot, just, man, too late, man. It's just too late. Game 6, it's just... Show me. What do we have? Answer for treasure. Okay. Answer for treasure. Who won game 6? A Zhao B Wang Liang, C Wufang, D Ron. Who won game 6? All right. Who won it? Who MVP'd? All right.
No trick question.
Yeah, sometimes people are getting confused. But yeah, I want to see how close it was there, or what Ron needed potentially from another game to just have a better edge there in that situation, just due to the fact that he had a great game 6. But you know, it all comes down to your previous game, or you know, in this scenario, it can come down to how many points you carried over too, right? That right there. It gave Wang Liang a good contestant there for that top 4, because he had a good amount of points that he came in for today's match. It's just unfortunate for him. He wasn't able to, you know, just come online in one of the matches that I guess you just need one pop-off game just to try to make it in the top 4. But you know, if your players like Ruo today on the Yodo Hime just had insane games. It was a good showcasing there from Ruo. I know if I'm Ruo right now, I'm happy, but I'm still locked in. I still got finals in 2 weeks. Still try to have a great finals. But you know, overall, it's been a very exciting day. I would say, unfortunate for the bottom 4, but you know, game 6 is very close. There from 4 through 7 once again. But yeah, that was good to see. I just want to see the leaderboard, see how the overall standings look. Yeah.
They heard, bro. Heard your prayers.
I heard.
All right. So coming down here, bottom side, Frostmas, 4 points overall, 10.5 for Paste. Just kind of come down to also Ron. So typically speaking, 18 points for Wang Liang, 19.5 for Wufang. There was like a 4-point difference right there for Ron, right? At least, with the amount of eliminations that would have came out. And honestly, I'm gonna call it. I mean, I think it was just Ron's game too. Him losing his fight against Asian the way he did, that's like hindsight, right? But think about it. I mean, it was a Knockos versus a Hottie fight on the cliffside that he just open grappled, and that was just a spiral of defeat. That didn't give him any placing points. He could have had to turn around on the corner side, but instead just gets caught out for an easy grapple kill extension, and that was it. I mean, that was done. All right. Though, giving Wufang his credit where it's due, he's tied up with Ruo as it comes down. Even when Ruo got a game 0.0 on game 6, he was still safe enough, just barely off the cusp, but he still made it, right? And then leading us into 23.5 for XY, Asia also. It's funny, the top 4 Both first and second, third and fourth had tied score leads, points. So going through the highlight reels, we'll look into how this turned down here as Wufang was able to find these eliminations as it came down. And the Akko's rounds are always going to be who gets this kill by roaring and who does the most damage. Because we've seen a lot of the opportunities in these group fights where even though they're the solos gameplay, you know, you just see 4 Akko assists in one fell swoop.
Nice little mid dodge to the F there for Ron. The kill confirmation on Teruo, Wang Liang. I think that was a shotgun burst from the Fly Nine there for the kill confirmation off that V2 from the opponent's V2. Wufang, it was just, I mean, this is just straight chaos. It looks like Spirit overall just straight duking. It's like perfectly timed Fs, like it's so like it's like milliseconds. Who gets the pariah? This was beautiful from Asia as well. Start from nunchucks to hung sword. Gets the R&B focus damage. Scale rushes on through. Gets the last hit confirmation. But your answer was wrong for the answer for treasure, and there it is, our MVP. Oh, Majestic Akko's going through the watermark, but overall. Wolves is Ron to be taking that MVP. What's the stats looking like here for this one? How many MVPs he got? This is third, 12,000 damage, 6 eliminations, Aurora Burst, Rev Up Bomb Shot, Rampage, Cyan Found, Soul Shot Swing, we shot in the center attack Jade. Nothing too crazy there on the Jade setup. I don't even think he had a hung sword. He was playing longsword when he lost that last fight too. So overall, massive day for the top 4. Able to compete there for the spring finals. And yeah, unfortunate for the bottom 4, you got to see how the MSCs are going to be. I actually have no idea how MSC is going to be for the mainland. Do you know when that's taking place? Is that right after finals? Like, what we got going on?
Good question. I'm actually looking forward to that schedule update, but yeah, I'm not sure as to when they're going to be going through because we have grand finals in 2 weeks time, and then afterwards, I mean, I would assume that we would have it at the same time of the year in August for the actual date for the MSCs, like for the actual mid-season challenge. But if not sooner than that, they should have it at least by the start of June, at least for China, right? Because then China's going to go through the mid-season challenge for everything that comes out. They'll run through that process. Just, you know, we're waiting for the time update. I'll find out if that happens. Maybe we'll get the schedule update tomorrow, if not for trios, and then kind of leading off from there. But they should have it fairly soon. It's going to be 1000% on the newest patch. So if anything, they come off of that to make sure they can find some balance checks, is because once we end up going to next patch, like in terms of it, that should be the final patch for what MSC should be. And if not, we'll still keep fast forwarding and then, you know, going into new balance patches here and there. Not just the new character, but just any dev changes, you know, for Mortal War, or maybe taking some of those Morris Isle rewind or renewed effects, right? Like I was talking about the Peace Gate, the fruits, and all those buffs, all those boons. Very unique stuff that they brought into that last patch for that. I know it's like a temporary, like not say temporary, but like the way they have it operated on Morris Isle makes Morris Isle a lot more unique the way it is. Besides the character bans, because they ban like a list of characters there, but those type of effects would be pretty snazzy to see if they change and they come into the overall matches.
There's no Yang depletion either, right?
For that one, there's no Yang portals. The one thing you can actually buy your Vermilions through shop. It's kind of funny.
Oh yes, that's what it was. Yeah. Buy it through shop. That'll be interesting, but it's just, it'll be so much more harder, right? Especially in Pro League, like you can't really, what are you gonna take a buff, or you're gonna take bags and resources, right? Which is very important as well. So yeah, we'll see. Wait, so you said MSC is gonna be on the new patch? We're gonna have a new character there for trios, right?
Oh yeah, Tarragon. Even for the global competition, they're gonna be having. They actually have it down for C today, and then I'll receive it tomorrow. And then for qualifiers for the finals for NA and EU, they'll have everything. Tarragon. Involved, all the balances that came with it. The only thing that would be kind of the indifference is just seeing what's going to be changing later, because in the current state right now for her, you know, little tip top speak, her balancing right now in solos won't be so much of effectiveness. It's just more about if they get some tweaks here and there. Hot fixes can happen, right? Her trio's presence is already there, though they could find some sort of reason to kind of buff certain things, whether her speed and rage recovery, or rather her cast ultimate timings, V1's duration, how the res comes up, as well as the timeline of that. What we end up going off next is just kind of theory crafting, but that's just at the end of the day, that's just the what ifs. For us, in terms of like key comps, we know that for trios, but for solos, Akko still takes the cake. He's still first pick round selection, no questions asked. And then off of that, Xunhuan still has availability, even though he's been pushed around in terms of the pick selection order. He has not skipped the beat on the 100% pick rate. He's always going to be there. Then having Lonnie to kind of be her variation, she's always going to have the value of just disengagement or re-engagement. Though Smolch is kind of being that niche middle pick because obviously around certain characters, certain players, they take full advantage of that character. And if they end up going off on the Smolch, they can pop off with 7.5 points. And I'm looking at UXY. But one other thing is that the players might just be able to combine those counterattacks. Then the Wu, newest character on the block, didn't really have much of a presence as in the early half of the first stage. She came up into stage 2. A lot more prominent, right? You start flipping around the selection on the boards, and even making an appearance in the versus rounds, right? Because usually we would see her show up very rarely, and then all of a sudden she starts sort of showing up a little bit more often as like third round picks. But other than that, nothing out of the ordinary between what we saw from last seasons. Since Viper Ning isn't going to be something that shows up there as often besides the versus matchup, you know, XY is the only person that we saw bring out Viper Ning in the open BR with the F2 and the V2, but beyond that, there's not really been changes in terms of the overall. Justina's still going to be picked up. Shiloh's still iffy. Syra's completely out of the meta shift. She ain't going to take any. You can't take any chances of picking her because she's just too abdominally slow. And then you'd honestly have your opportunities of looking past any sort of outlier picks. I mean, beyond that, who do we have? Tianhai? Perry Bell? Like, God. Like, you got those options, man. But, man.
I mean, we had Liam today. They didn't do great.
We did have Liam.
We had Liam. No Valdas today, which is great.
Yeah.
I love to see that because ever since they nerfed her overhealth, it's just been rough for her. I mean, she was good. She was good with that change of that ult when it first came into play, but you know, she just got tuned and just it's just rough, man. It's just super rough. Spirit throws, very easily reactable. That's one of the skills that's reactable. So, you know, that's her kit. If you're not able to connect with that spirit throw, you kind of have no value on that character. Hadi today had a great showcasing there from Ajal and a marvelous game. So, you know, that's a personality to pick. I don't think we're gonna be seeing that a lot more. But yeah, like, you know, we're talking about that new character, a lot more trio base. I need something to fill that void in that 8 slot though. I feel like we shouldn't have like a disadvantaged player in the field right there, you know? It just doesn't feel right about having, you know, you're just unlucky about not getting a good seeding and, you know, I get it. It's been like that for a long time where, you know, even when we had the 2 character format as well. But in that case, it cuts how many characters you need in half. You didn't need 12.
12, yeah.
Yeah, 12 first and then 8 obviously, but man, the 12 character format, that was like it was just insane. Like Faria is back in solo for our 12-man like one character band. It was just like crazy. Wu Chen was back in the mix as well back then. Like
He was bringing it out. Like, the Inor Wan was a selected point to be there.
Oh,
He showed up. Ajal, bro, was the one that made the Inor Wan kind of show back up, and they were like, what the heck, right? But the other thing, too, is kind of like another character that hasn't even been selective, right? Was like, you know, Matari at all, right?
Oh, yep.
And the reason I think it comes down to another topic is the disengagement, right? The green focus has been a staple now, taking away the rage side.
Sure.
Now we're looking at retrospective season, guys, right? So we're actually we can able to talk about it before grand finals for solos. Disengagement's been something that's kind of more strength in numbers. Just having that is enough for you to kind of not to worry about catches, especially for neutral catches. If anything comes out there, I'd look at the god for a second. Just looking at whether or not you get caught by an uppercut, and then all of a sudden there's no juggle to be given to them. But for everyone that comes out of this character-wise that would guarantee TODs, like Liam, right? He's gone. Anything like the, you know, Matara, which she never really had a chance kind of going through there. But even though she was as strong as heck in 2024 for a glimmer of a moment, not in competition season. Well, I mean, maybe somewhere in competition season, but in the off season, bro, she was kind of balling out. Yeah. But you know, not a lot of these players. The only one that we would say is Fong Akuma, right, from DRG, but he is no longer in the team right now, at least to be the mainline pick. But we'll see. As for our top 4 that are going to be advancing to grand finals, will be Ajal, Xuanwan, Ro, and Wu Fong. Man, these guys are in it, guaranteed. Falling on Ron, Pace, and Frost are going to have to sit in the backseat. Might be on the castle table. Who knows? But the next thing that we have to see next is kind of working off of what to evolve next. I mean, the study sessions are kind of over for a little bit of time. They still have to worry on Mike and Spider's performance versus as well as Chen's. Got to see how those guys are going to turn up because, you know, with them being able to make it to grand finals themselves without any sort of worry means that they did something right. They have something to kind of niche upon, or whether they got lucky with the, you know, yoinkage and finding their opportunities without it consenting to risk. Now we look at the date for 16th of May, guys. This is the next day. This is the next day for solos. It's a long time. It's 2 weeks from today.
Yep.
So you guys will be able to kind of see between SR's Mike, OUG's Spider, WBG's Verse, GG's Chen, FPX's Asia, WFG's XY, DRG's Ruro, and TE's Wufang making it through Bake Up Champion, right? Hey, but now it's going to be these guys to kind of make it off. I don't know if there's proposed points. It looks like there is, yeah. 4 points given to Mike, Spider with 3.5, Verse with 3, 2.5 for Chen, 2 for FPX's Asia, XY takes 1.5, 1 for Ruro, and 0.5 again for Wufang. I mean, Wufang had it for 0.5, but now Ruro is on 1. Now it's up to these guys to take these points. I don't know if it's still going to be 20 that we had it from last for stage 2 finals, but I wouldn't be against it. I think 20 is a good spot. We saw it will go to 8 rounds. Hello. But whenever we get a chance in seeing like these patch point change ups, if they do go down slightly, changes the whole game. And at least when these kills count for a lot more than they used to before.
Here it is. Tomorrow's schedule. Last round of the last chance qualifiers for trios. Same time as always here. Full of impact action. Trios. Another mountain to climb. Oh, another ball game. Whole lot of wave of aggression. Whole lot of activeness. They just straight active every time trios.
Love it.
But SR, hey, SR been acting now. They took stage 2 back to back.
Dude,
yeah.
8 rounds, man.
That was fire. If they win it, hey, if they win this stage, an embassy coming up, is it just the SR name that has that power? Because that's what happened. That's what happened last year.
Legitimately, yeah. No, because if Mike comes out there with it, I mean, he gets the victory for them, bro. I just want to pop off game for solos, man. Just like how we had it. The final fight was just too stupendous. It was too good. It was too good. Yeah, but SR has them down for MVP, so they take the spring into that. I mean, that's just double whammy like last year. The difference is that, you know, for MVP for the year, they got to take that too. But for J Cup, that's going to be way down the line. Now we got to get ourselves in terms of trios just for a little bit if we do have a little bit of time. Just because like it comes down to where we end up having these pick bands come off of the rounds. I mean, some of the teams into trios tomorrow would be, I mean, the last time they're ever going to play or not, you know, for a little bit of time. Some of these teams are actually getting knocked down from like for instance, for Invictus Gaming as well as for WFG, if I'm not mistaken, they got knocked out. But though I'm honestly kind of curious in seeing how that comes down because I really enjoy trios as it stands. I mean, as much as solos is like everyone's favorite mode going in there. The reason I like this to see is like what comes next, you know? They bring out the Xiao into the Zen Wu compositions on the F2s on both of them, and they're still able to pop off. They're still able to kind of like we saw the first time they brought it with WBG and DRG the first day on the Open VR. So effort, but now it's getting more selective. Now people are actually using it, and this is because they found, you know, they got the synergization on it. So I'm kind of curious in seeing what comes up further because she's gonna make her appearance tomorrow. She's definitely gonna make her appearance in grand finals. We're just gonna have to see where she lines up between everybody.
I'm curious. I don't even know what comp you would run her with.
So many, man. So you have the Zendawu into the Tianhai into Tumulch, right? Keeping the Tianhai getting juggle grabs, and then she keeps the light arrows to juggle them, so that way the grab is free. Then she shoots light arrow, boom, damage, and then he can slam down and do whatever he wants. Then she gets teamed up with Shail instead of Tianhai. They're a little bit more grounded, right? They don't need a transformer that really needs to. He's not gonna get any value with the Shail, right? It's all grounded units, and everyone is safe for the shield block throws from people like Enorwan. Such as coming out from Hadi, coming down from the Viper. Well, theoretically for the Viper, it will be one thing, but guys, we're gonna have to stun ourselves out, man. It's a long day. We got ourselves finished up here. We're gonna go ahead and call it. We're gonna go ahead and sign off for the last chance qualifiers for round 2, stage 2. My name is Severio alongside Creatives. We'll see you guys until next time. Goodbye.